May 1668. May 1st, 1668. Up, and to the office where all the morning busy. Then to Westminster Hall, and there met Sir W. Penn, who labours to have his answer to his impeachment, and sent down from the Lord's house, read by the House of Commons. But they are so busy on other matters that he cannot, and thereby will, as he believes, by design, be prevented from going to sea this year. Here met my cousin Thomas Pepys of Deptford, and took some turns with him, who is mightily troubled for this act now passed against conventicles, and in few words, and sober, do lament the condition we are in, by a negligent prince and a mad parliament. Thence I by coach to the Temple, and there set him down, and then to Sir G. Carteret to dine, but he not being at home, I back again to the New Exchange a little, and thence back again to Hercules Pillars, and there dined all alone, and then to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the surprisal. And a disorder in the pit by its raining in from the cupola at top, it being a very foul day, and cold, so as there are few I believe go to the park today, if any. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there I understand how the Houses of Commons and Lords are like to disagree very much about the business of the East India Company and one Skinner, to the latter of which the Lords have awarded £5,000 from the former, for some wrong done him heretofore. And the former appealing to the Commons, the Lords vote their petition a libel, and so there is like to follow very hot work. Thence by water, not being able to get a coach, nor boat but a sculler, and that with company is being so foul a day, to the Old Swan and so home, and there spent the evening making Balti read to me, and so to supper and to bed. Second, up and at the office all the morning. At noon with Lord Brouncker in his coach as far as the Temple, and there light and to Hercules Pillars, and there dined, and thence to the Duke of York's playhouse, at a little past 12, to get a good place in the pit against the new play, and there setting a poor man to keep my place, I out, and spent an hour at Martin's, my bookseller, and so back again, where I find the house quite full. But I had my place, and by the King comes and the Duke of York, and then the play begins, called The Sullen Lovers, or The Impertinents, having many good humours in it, but the play tedious and no design at all in it. But a little boy, for a farce, do dance Polichinelli, the best that ever anything was done in the world, by all men's report, most pleased with that, beyond anything in the world, and much beyond all the play. Thence to the King's house to see Nep, but the play done. And so I took a hackney alone, and to the park, and there spent the evening, and to the lodge, and drank new milk, and so home to the office, ended my letters, and to spare my eyes home, and played on my pipes, and so to bed. Third, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, where I saw Sir A. Rickard, though he be under the black rod, by order of the Lord's house, upon the quarrel between the East India Company and Skinner, which is like to come to a very great heat between the two houses. At noon comes Mr. Mills and his wife, and Mr. Turner and his wife, by invitation to dinner, and we were mighty merry, and a very pretty dinner of my Bridget and Nell's dressing, very handsome. After dinner to church again. So home, and with Sir W. Penn took a hackney, and he and I to Old Street to a brew house there, to see Sir Thomas Teddeman, who is very ill in bed of a fever, got, I believe, by the fright the Parliament have put him into of late. But he is a good man, a good seaman, and stout. Thence Penn and I to Islington, and there, at the old house, eat and drank and merry, and there by chance giving two pretty fat boys each of them a cake, they proved to be Captain Holland's children, whom therefore I pity. So round by Hackney home, having good discourse, he being very open to me in his talk, how the King ought to dissolve this Parliament, when the bill of money is passed, they being never likely to give him more. How he hath great opportunity of making himself popular by stopping this act against conventicles. And how my Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, if the Parliament continue, will undoubtedly fall, he having managed that place with so much self-seeking, and disorder and pleasure, and some great men are designing to overthrow, as, among the rest, my Lord Orrery. And that this will try the King mightily, he being a firm friend to my Lord Lieutenant. So home, and to supper a little, and then to bed, having stepped, after I come home, to Alderman Backwell's about business, and there talked a while with him and his wife, a fine woman of the country, and how they had bought an estate at Buckworth, within 4 miles of Brampton. Fourth, up betimes, and by water to Charing Cross, and so to W. Coventry, and there talked a little with him, and thence over the park to Whitehall, and there did a little business at the Treasury, and so to the Duke, and there present Balti to the Duke of York and a letter from the board to him about him, and the Duke of York is mightily pleased with him, and I doubt not his continuance in employment, which I am glad of. Thence with Sir H. Comely to Westminster Hall talking, and he crying mightily out of the power the House of Lords usurps in this business of the East India Company. Thence away home and there did business, and so to dinner, my sister Mitchell and I, and thence to the Duke of York's house, and there saw the impertinence again, and with less pleasure than before, it being but a very contemptible play, though there are many little witty expressions in it, and the pit did generally say that of it. Thence going out, Mrs. Pierce called me from the gallery, and there I took her and Mrs. Corbett by coach up and down, and took up Captain Rolt in the street. And at last, it being too late to go to the park, I carried them to the Bear in Drury Lane, and there did treat them with a dish of mackerel, the first I have seen this year, and another dish, and mighty merry, and so carried her home, and thence home myself, well pleased with this evening's pleasure, and so to bed. 5th, up and all the morning at the office. At noon home to dinner and creed with me, and after dinner he and I to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there coming late, he and I up to the balcony box, where we find my Lady Castlemaine and several great ladies, and there we sat with them, and I saw the impertinence once more, now 3 times, and the 3 only days it hath been acted. And to see the folly how the house do this day cry up the play more than yesterday. And I for that reason like it, I find the better, too, by Sir Positive Atall I understand is meant Sir Robert Howard. My lady pretty well pleased with it, but here I sat close to her fine woman, Wilson, who indeed is very handsome, but, they say, with child by the king. I asked, and she told me this was the first time her lady had seen it, I having a mind to say something to her. One thing of familiarity I observed in my Lady Castlemaine. She called to one of her women, another that sat by this, for a little patch off her face, and put it into her mouth and wetted it, and so clapped it upon her own by the side of her mouth, I suppose she feeling a pimple rising there. Thence with Creed to Westminster Hall, and there met with cousin Roger, who tells me of the great conference this day between the Lords and Commons, about the business of the East India Company, as being one of the weightiest conferences that hath been, and managed as weightily. I am heartily sorry I was not there, it being upon a mighty point of the privileges of the subjects of England, in regard to the authority of the House of Lords, and their being condemned by them as the Supreme Court, which, we say, ought not to be, but by appeal from other courts. And he tells me that the Commons had much the better of them, in reason and history there quoted, and believes the Lords will let it fall. Thence to walk in the hall, and there hear that Mrs. Martin's child, my goddaughter, is dead, and so by water to the Old Swan, and thence home, and there a little at Sir W. Penn's, and so to bed. 6th, up and to the office, and thence to Whitehall, but come too late to see the Duke of York, with whom my business was, and so to Westminster Hall, where met with several people and talked with them, and among other things understand that my Lord St. John is meant by Mr. Woodcock, in the impertinence. Whilst Positive walks, like Woodcock in the park, contriving projects with a brewer's clerk. Andrew Marvell's Instructions to a Painter, Part 3, to which is subjoined the following note, Sir Robert Howard and Sir William Bucknell, the brewer. Works ed. by Capt. E. Thompson, Volume Roman 3, p. 405b. Here met with Mrs. Washington, my old acquaintance of the hall, whose husband has a place in the excise at Windsor, and it seems lives well. I have not seen her these 8 or 9 years, and she begins to grow old, I perceive, visibly. So time do alter, and do doubtless the like in myself. This morning the House is upon the City Bill, and they say hath passed it, though I am sorry that I did not think to put somebody in mind of moving for the churches to be allotted according to the convenience of the people, and not to gratify this bishop, or that college. Thence by water to the New Exchange, where bought a pair of shoestrings, and so to Mr. Pierce's, where invited, and there was Nep and Mrs. Foster, and here dined, but a poor, sluttish dinner as usual, and so I could not be heartily merry at it. Here saw her girl's picture, but it is mighty far short of her boy, and not like her neither, but it makes Hales's picture of her boy appear a good picture. Thence to Whitehall, walked with Brisband, who dined there also, and thence I back to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the Virgin Martyr, and heard the music that I like so well, and intended to have seen Nep, but I let her alone, and having there done, went to Mrs. Pierce's back again, where she was, and there I found her on a pallet in the dark. That is Nep. And so to talk. and by did eat some curds and cream, and thence away home, and it being night, I did walk in the dusk up and down, round through our garden, over Tower Hill, and so through Crutched Friars 3 or 4 times, and once did meet Mercer and another pretty lady. But being surprised, I could say little to them, although I had an opportunity of pleasing myself with them, but left them. And then I did see our Nell, Payne's daughter, and her G did desire venir after me. And so L did see me too, Tower Hill to our back entry there that comes upon the Degres entrant into Nostra Garden. And so parted, and G home to put up things against tomorrow's carrier for my wife, and, among others, a very fine salmon pie, sent me by Mr. Steventon, W. Hewer's uncle, and so to bed. 7th, up and to the office where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thither I sent for Mercer to dine with me, and after dinner she and I called Mrs. Turner, and I carried them to the Duke of York's house, and there saw the man's the master, which proves, upon my seeing it again, a very good play. Thence called Nep from the king's house, where going in for her, the play being done, I did see Beck Marshall come dressed off of the stage and looks mighty fine and pretty and noble, and also Nell in her boy's clothes mighty pretty. But, Lord, their confidence, and how many men do hover about them as soon as they come off the stage, and how confident they are in their talk. Here I did kiss the pretty woman newly come, called Peg, that was Sir Charles Sidley's mistress, a mighty pretty woman, and seems but is not modest. Here took up Nep into our coach, and all of us with her to her lodgings, and thither comes Bannister with a song of hers that he hath said in Sir Charles Sidley's play for her, which is, I think, but very meanly set. But this he did before us teach her, and it being but a slight, silly, short air, she learnt it presently. But I did get him to prick me down the notes of the echo in the Tempest, which pleases me mightily. Here was also Haynes, the incomparable dancer of the king's house, and a seeming civil man, and sings pretty well, and they gone, we abroad to Marrowbone, and there walked in the garden, the first time I ever was there. And a pretty place it is, and here we eat and drank and stayed till 9 at night, and so home by moonshine. And so set Mrs. Nep at her lodging, and so the rest, and I home talking with a great deal of pleasure, and so home to bed. 8th, up and to the office where busy all the morning. Towards noon I to Westminster, and there understand that the Lord's house did sit till 11 o'clock last night, about the business indifference between them and the Commons, in the matter of the East India Company. Here took a turn or two, and up to my Lord Crew's, and there dined, where Mr. Case, the minister, a dull fellow in his talk, and all in the Presbyterian manner, a great deal of noise and a kind of religious tone, but very dull. After dinner my lord and I together. He tells me he hears that there are great disputes like to be at court, between the factions of the 2 women, my Lady Castlemaine and Mrs. Stuart, who is now well again, and the king hath made several public visits to her, and like to come to court. The other is to go to Berkshire House, which is taken for her, and they say a privy seal is passed for L5,000 for it. He believes all will come to ruin. Thence I to Whitehall, where the Duke of York gone to the Lord's house, where there is to be a conference on the Lords, side to the Commons this afternoon, giving in their reasons, which I would have been at, but could not. For, going by direction to the Prince's chamber, there Brouncker, W. Penn, and Mr. Wren, and I met, and did our business with the Duke of York. But, Lord, to see how this play of Sir Positive Atall in abuse of Sir Robert Howard, do take, all the dukes and every body's talk being of that, and telling more stories of him, of the like nature, that it is now the town and country talk, and, they say, is most exactly true. The Duke of York himself said that of his playing at trap ball is true, and told several other stories of him. This being done, Brouncker, Penn, and I to Browncker's house, and there sat and talked, I asking many questions in mathematics to my lord, which he do me the pleasure to satisfy me in. And here we drank and so spent an hour, and so W. Penn and I home, and after being with W. Penn at his house an hour, I home and to bed. 9th, up and to the office, where all the morning we sat. Here I first hear that the Queen hath miscarried of a perfect child, being gone about 10 weeks, which do show that she can conceive, though it be unfortunate that she cannot bring forth. Here we are told also that last night the Duchess of Monmouth, dancing at her lodgings, hath sprained her thigh. Here we are told also that the House of Commons sat till 5 o'clock this morning, upon the business of the difference between the Lords and them, resolving to do something therein before they rise, to assert their privileges. So I at noon by water to Westminster, and there find the king hath waited in the prince's chamber these 2 hours, and the houses are not ready for him. The Commons having sent this morning, after their long debate there in the last night, to the Lords, that they do think the only expedient left to preserve unity between the 2 houses is, that they do put a stop to any proceedings upon their late judgment against the East India Company, till their next meeting. To which the Lords returned answer that they would return answer to them by a messenger of their own, which they not presently doing, they were all inflamed, and thought it was only a trick, to keep them in suspense till the king come to adjourn them. And so, rather than lose the opportunity of doing themselves right, they presently with great fury come to this vote, that whoever should assist in the execution of the judgment of the Lords against the company should be held betrayers of the liberties of the people of England and of the privileges of that house. This the Lords had notice of, and were mad at it, and so continued debating without any design to yield to the Commons, till the king come in, and sent for the Commons, where the speaker made a short but silly speech, about their giving him L300000. And then the several bills, their titles were read, and the king's assent signified in the proper terms, according to the nature of the bills, of which about 3 or 4 were public bills, and 7 or 8 private ones, the additional bills for the building of the city and the bill against conventicles being none of them. The king did make a short, silly speech, which he read, giving them thanks for the money, which now, he said, he did believe would be sufficient, because there was peace between his neighbors, which was a kind of a slur, methought, to the Commons, and that he was sorry for what he heard of difference between the 2 houses, but that he hoped their recess would put them into a way of accommodation, and so adjourned them to the 9th of August, and then recollected himself, and told them the 11th. So imperfect a speaker he is. So the Commons went to their house, and forthwith adjourned, and the Lords resumed their house, the king being gone, and sat an hour or 2 after, but what they did I cannot tell. But every body expected they would commit Sir Andrew Rickard, Sir Samuel Barnardiston, Mr. Boone, and Mr. Wynne, who were all there, and called in upon their knees to the bar of the house. And Sir John Robinson I left there, endeavouring to prevent their being committed to the Tower, lest he should thereby be forced to deny their order, because of this vote of the Commons, whereof he is one, which is an odd case. This odd case was that of Thomas Skinner and the East India Company. According to Ralph, the Commons had ordered Skinner, the plaintiff, into the custody of the Surgeon Tatarms, and the Lords did the same by Sir Samuel Barnardiston, Deputy Governor of the Company, as likewise Sir Andrew Rickard, Mr. Rowland Gwynne, and Mr. Christopher Boonby. Thence I to the Rose Tavern in Covent Garden, and there sent for a pullet and dined all alone, being to meet Sir W. Penn, who by and by come, and he and I into the king's house, and there, The Maid's Tragedy, a good play, but not there. And my head and eyes out of order, the first from my drinking wine at dinner, and the other from my much work in the morning. Thence parted, and I towards the New Exchange, and there bought a pair of black silk stockings at the hosier's that hath the very pretty woman to his wife, about 10 doors on this side of the change, and she is indeed very pretty, but I think a notable talking woman by what I heard to others there. Thence to Westminster Hall, where I hear the Lords are up, but what they have done I know not, and so walked toward Whitehall and thence by water to the Tower, and so home and there to my letters, and so to Sir W. Penn's. And there did talk with Mrs. Lowther, who is very kind to me, more than usual, and I will make use of it. She begins to draw very well, and I think do as well, if not better, than my wife, if it be true that she do it herself, what she shows me, and so to bed, and my head aching all night with the wine I drank today, and my eyes ill. So lay long, my head pretty well in the morning. 10th Lord's Day. Up, and to the office there to do business till church time, when Mr. Shepley, newly come to town, come to see me, and we had some discourse of all matters, and particularly of my Lord Sandwich's concernments, and here did by the by as he would seem tell me that my lady had it in her thoughts, if she had occasion, to borrow L100 of me, which I did not declare any opposition to, though I doubt it will be so much lost. But however, I will not deny my lady, if she ask it, whatever comes of it, though it be lost, but shall be glad that it is no bigger sum. And yet it vexes me though, and the more because it brings into my head some apprehensions what trouble I may hereafter be brought to when my lord comes home, if he should ask me to come into bonds with him, as I fear he will have occasions to make money, but I hope I shall have the wit to deny it. He being gone, I to church and so home, and there comes W. Hewer and Balty, and by I sent for Mercer to come and dine with me, and pretty Mary, and after dinner I fell to teach her Canite Jehovah, which she did a great part presently, and so she away, and I to church, and from church home with my Lady Pen. And after being there an hour or so talking, I took her, and Mrs. Lowther, and old Mrs. Whistler, her mother-in-law, by water with great pleasure as far as Chelsea, and so back to Spring Garden at Foxhall, and there walked and eat and drank, and so to water again, and set down the old woman at home at Durham Yard. And it raining all the way, it troubled us. But however, my cloak kept us all dry, and so home, and at the Tower Wharf there we did send for a pair of old shoes for Mrs. Lowther, and there I did pull the others off and put them on, L being pew-shy, but do speak con mighty kindness to me that she would desire me poor Sue Mari if it were to be done. Here stayed a little at Sir W. Penn's, who was gone to bed, it being about 11 at night, and so I home to bed. 11th, up and to my office, where alone all the morning. About noon comes to me my cousin Sarah, and my Aunt Lived, newly come out of Gloucestershire, good woman, and come to see me. I took them home, and made them drink, but they would not stay dinner, I being alone. But here they tell me that they hear that this day Kate Joyce was to be married to a man called Hollingshed, whom she indeed did once tell me of, and desired me to inquire after him. But whatever she said of his being rich, I do fear, by her doing this without my advice, it is not as it ought to be, but as she brews, let her bake. They being gone, I to dinner with Balty and his wife, who is come to town today from Diptford to see us, and after dinner I out and took a coach and called Mercer, and she and I to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw The Tempest, and between two acts, I went out to Mr. Harris, and got him to repeat to me the words of the echo, while I writ them down, having tried in the play to have wrote them. But when I had done it, having done it without looking upon my paper, I find I could not read the blacklead. But now I have got the words clear, and, in going in thither, had the pleasure to see the actors in their several dresses, especially the seamen and monster, which were very droll. So into the play again. But there happened one thing which vexed me, which is that the orange woman did come in the pit, and challenge me for 12 oranges, which she delivered by my order at a late play, at night, to give to some ladies in a box, which was wholly untrue, but yet she swore it to be true. But however, I did deny it, and did not pay her, but for quiet did buy 4s, worth of oranges of her, at 6d. apiece. Here I saw first my Lord Ormond since his coming from Ireland, which is now about 8 days. After the play done, I took Mercer by water to Spring Garden, and there with great pleasure walked, and eat and drank and sang, making people come about us to hear us, and 2 little children of one of our neighbors that happened to be there, did come into our arbor, and we made them dance prettily. So by water, with great pleasure, down to the bridge, and there landed, and took water again on the other side. And so to the Tower, and I saw her home, I myself home to my chamber, and by to bed. 12th, up and to the office where we sat, and sat all the morning. Here Lord Anglesey was with us, and in talk about the late difference between the 2 houses, do tell us that he thinks the House of Lords may be in an error. At least, it is possible they may, in this matter of Skinner. And he doubts they may, and did declare his judgment in the House of Lords against their proceedings therein, he having hindered 100 original causes being brought into their house, notwithstanding that he was put upon defending their proceedings. But that he is confident that the House of Commons are in the wrong, in the method they take to remedy an error of the Lords, for no vote of theirs can do it. But in all like cases, the Commons have done it by petition to the King, sent up to the Lords, and by them agreed to, and so redressed, as they did in the petition of right. He says that he did tell them indeed, which is talked of, and which did vex the Commons, that the Lords were Judices nati et conciliarii nati. But all other judges among us are under salary, and the Commons themselves served for wages, and therefore the Lords in reason were the freer judges. At noon to dinner at home, and after dinner where Creed dined with me, he and I by water to the Temple, where we parted, and I both to the King's and Duke of York's playhouses, and there went through the houses to see what faces I could spy that I knew, and meeting none, I away by coach to my house, and then to Mrs. Mercer, where I met with her 2 daughters and a pretty lady I never knew yet, one Mrs. Susan Gayet, a very pretty black lady that speaks French well, and is a Catholic. And merchant's daughter by us, and here was also Mrs. Ann Jones. And after sitting and talking a little, I took them out, and carried them through Hackney to Kingsland, and there walked to Sir G. Whitmore's house, where I have not been many a day, and so to the old house at Islington, and eat and drank and sang and mighty merry, and so by moonshine with infinite pleasure home, and there sang again in Mercer's garden. And so parted, I having there seen a mummy in a merchant's warehouse there, all the middle of the man or woman's body, black and hard. I never saw any before, and therefore it pleased me much, though an ill sight, and he did give me a little bit, and a bone of an arm, I suppose, and so home, and there to bed. 13th. Up and by water to Whitehall, and so to Sir H. Comely's, who not being up I made a short visit to Sir W. Coventry, and he and I through the park to Whitehall, and thence I back into the park, and there met Sir H. Comely, and he and I to Sir Stephen Fox's, where we met and considered the business of the excise, how far it is charged in reference to the payment of the guards and tannier. Thence he and I walked to Westminster Hall, and there took a turn, it being holiday, and so back again, and I to the mercer, S., and my tailor, S., about a stuff suit that I am going to make. Thence, at noon, to Hercules Pillars, and there dined all alone, and so to Whitehall, some of us attended the Duke of York as usual, and so to attend the council about the business of Hemskirk's project of building a ship that sails 2 feet for one of any other ship, which the council did agree to be put in practice. The king to give him, if it proves good, L 5,000 in hand, and L 15000 more in 7 years, which, for my part, I think a piece of folly for them to meddle with, because the secret cannot be long kept. So thence, after council, having drunk some of the king's wine and water with Mr. Chevens, my Lord Brounker, and some others, I by water to the Old Swan, and there to Mitchell, S., and did see her and drink there, but he being there G. ne Baser Law, and so back again by water to Spring Garden all alone, and walked a little, and so back again home, and there a little to my vial, and so to bed, Mrs. Turner having sat and supped with me. This morning I hear that last night Sir Thomas Tedeman, poor man, did die by a thrush in his mouth, a good man, and stout and able and much lamented, though people do make a little mirth, and say, as I believe it did in good part, that the business of the Parliament did break his heart, or, at least, put him into this fever and disorder that caused his death. 14th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner with my people, but did not stay to dine out with them, but rose and straight by water to the Temple, and so to Penny, S., my tailor's, whereby and by agreement mercer, and she, to my great content, brings Mrs. Gayet, and I carried them to the king's house. But coming too soon, we out again to the Rose Tavern, and there I did give them a tankard of cool drink, the weather being very hot, and then into the playhouse again, and there saw the country captain. A very dull play that did give us no content, and besides little company there, which made it very unpleasing. Thence to the waterside, at Strand Bridge, and so up by water and to Foxhall, where we walked a great while, and pleased mightily with the pleasure thereof, and the company there, and then in and eat and drank, and then out again and walked. And it beginning to be dark, we to a corner and sang that everybody got about us to hear us. And so home, where I saw them both at their doors. And full of the content of this afternoon's pleasure, I home and to walk in the garden a little, and so home to bed. 15th. Up and betimes to Whitehall, and there met with Sir H. Comely at Sir Stephen Fox, S., and there was also the cofferer. And we did there consider about our money and the condition of the excise, and after much dispute agreed upon a state thereof, and the manner of our future course of payments. Thence to the Duke of York, and there did a little navy business as we used to do, and so to a committee for tannier, where God knows how my Lord Bellis's accounts passed, understood by nobody but my Lord Ashley, who, I believe, was mad to let them go as he pleased. But here Sir H. Comely had his propositions read about a greater price for his work of the mole, or to do it upon account, which being read, he was bid to withdraw. But, Lord, to see how unlucky a man may be, by chance. For, making an unfortunate minute when they were almost tired with the other business, the Duke of York did find fault with it, and that made all the rest, that I believe he had better have given a great deal, and had nothing said to it today. Whereas, I have seen other things more extravagant passed at first hearing, without any difficulty. Thence I to my Lord Brounker's, at Mrs. Williams's, and there dined, and she did show me her closet, which I was sorry to see, for fear of her expecting something from me. And here she took notice of my wife's not once coming to see her, which I am glad of, for she shall not a prating, vain, idle woman. Thence with Lord Brounker to Lorimer's Hall. The Loriners, or Lorimers, bitmakers, of London are by reputation an ancient mystery, but they were first incorporated by letters patent of 10 Queen and December 3rd, 1711. Their small hall was at the corner of Basinghall Street in London Wall. The company has no hall now. By Murrogate, a hall I never heard of before, to Sir Thomas Tedeman's burial, where most people belonging to the sea were. And here we had rings, and here I do hear that some of the last words that he said were, that he had a very good king, God bless him, but that the Parliament had very ill rewarded him for all the service he had endeavoured to do them and his country, so that, for certain, this did go far towards his death. But Lord, to see among the young commanders, and Thomas Killigrew and others that come, how unlike a burial this was, O'Brien taking out some ballads out of his pocket, which I read, and the rest come about me to hear. And they're very merry we were all, they being new ballets. By and by the corpse went, and I, with my Lord Brounker and Dr. Clerk and Mr. Pierce as far as the foot of London Bridge, and there we struck off into Thames Street, the rest going to Redriff, where he is to be buried. And we light at the Temple, and there parted, and I to the King's house, and there saw the last act of the committee, thinking to have seen Nep there, but she did not act. And so to my bookseller S, and there carried home some books among others, Dr. Wilkins' real character. And thence to Mrs. Turner S, and there went and sat, and she showed me her house from top to bottom, which I had not seen before, very handsome, and here supped, and so home, and got Mercer, and she and I in the garden singing till 10 at night, and so home to a little supper, and then parted with great content and to bed. The Duchess of Monmouth's hip is, I hear, now set again after much pain. I am told also that the Countess of Shrewsbury is brought home by the Duke of Buckingham to his house, where his Duchess saying that it was not for her and the other to live together in a house, he answered, Why, madam, I did think so, and therefore have ordered your coach to be ready to carry you to your father's, which was a devilish speech. But they say, true, and my Lady Shrewsbury is there, it seems. 16th. Up, and to the office where we sat all the morning, and at noon home with my people to dinner, and thence to the office all the afternoon, till, my eyes weary, I did go forth by coach to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the best part of the sea voyage, where Nep I see do her part of sorrow very well. I afterwards to her house, but she did not come presently home, and there G did kiss her and Scylla, which is so mighty bell, and I to my tailor S, and to buy me a belt for my new suit against tomorrow, and so home, and there to my office, and afterwards late walking in the garden, and so home to supper, and to bed, after Nell's cutting of my hair close, the weather being very hot. 17th, Lord's Day. Up and put on my new stuff suit, with a shoulder belt, according to the new fashion, and the bands of my vest and tunique laced with silk lace, of the color of my suit. And so, very handsome, to church, where a dull sermon and of a stranger, and so home, and there I find W. Howe and a younger brother of his come to dine with me. And there comes Mercer and brings with her Mrs. Gayet, which pleased me mightily. And here was also W. Hewer and mighty merry, and after dinner to sing psalms. But Lord, to hear what an excellent bass this younger brother of W. Howe sings, even to my astonishment, and mighty pleasant. By and by Gayet goes away, being a Catholic, to her devotions, and Mercer to church. But we continuing an hour or two singing, and so parted, and I to Sir W. Penn's, and there sent for a hackney coach, and he and she and I out to take the gyre. We went to Stepney, and there stopped at the Trinity House, he to talk with the servants there against tomorrow, which is a great day for the choice of a new master, and thence to Mile End, and there eat and drank, and so home, and I supped with them, that is, eat some butter and radishes, which is my excuse for not eating any other of their victuals, which I hate because of their sluttery, and so home, and made my boy read to me part of Dr. Wilkins' new book of the real character, and so to bed. 18th. Up, and to my office, where most of the morning doing business and seeing my window frames new painted, and then I out by coach to my Lord Bellas's, at his new house by my late Lord Treasurer's, and there met him and Mr. Sherwin, Auditor Beale and Creed, about my Lord's accounts. And here my Lord showed me his new house, which indeed is mighty noble, and good pictures indeed, not one bad one in it. Thence to my tailor, And there did find Mercer come with Mrs. Horsfield and gay it according to my desire, and their eye took them up, it being almost 12 o'clock, or a little more, and carried them to the king's playhouse, where the doors were not then open. But presently they did open. And we in, and find many people already come in, by private ways, into the pit, it being the first day of Sir Charles Sidley's new play, so long expected. The Mulberry Garden, of whom, being so reputed a wit, all the world do expect great matters. I having sat here a while and eat nothing today, did slip out, getting a boy to keep my place, and to the Rose Tavern, and there got half a breast of mutton, off of the spit, and dined all alone. And so to the play again, where the king and queen by and by come and all the court, and the house infinitely full. But the play, when it come, though there was here and there a pretty saying, and that not very many neither, yet the whole of the play had nothing extraordinary in it, at all, neither of language nor design. Insomuch that the king I did not see laugh, nor pleased the whole play from the beginning to the end, nor the company, insomuch that I have not been less pleased at a new play in my life, I think. And which made it the worse was, that there never was worse music played, that is, worse things composed, which made me and Captain Rolt, who happened to sit near me, mad. So away thence, very little satisfied with the play, but pleased with my company. I carried them to Kensington, to the grotto, and there we sang, to my great content, only vexed, in going in, to see a son of Sir Heneage Finch's beating of a poor little dog to death, letting it lie in so much pain that made me mad to see it, till by and by, the servants of the house chiding of their young master, one of them come with a thong, and killed the dog outright presently. Thence to Westminster Palace, and there took boat and to Foxhall, where we walked and eat and drank and sang and very merry. But I find Mrs. Horsfield one of the veriest citizens' wives in the world, so full of little silly talk, and now and then a little sillily body, that I believe if you had her sola a man might hazer all with her. So back by water to Westminster Palace, and there got a coach which carried us as far as the Minories, and there some thing of the traces broke, and we forced to light and walk to Mrs. Horsfield's house, it being a long and bad way and dark. And having there put her in a doors, her husband being in bed, we left her and so back to our coach, where the coachman had put it in order, but could not find his whip in the dark a great while, which made us stay long. At last getting a neighbor to hold a candle out of their window, Mercer found it, and so away we home at almost 12 at night, and setting them both at their homes, I home and to bed. 19th. Up, and called on Mr. Pierce, who tells me that after all this a due ward is come to town, and hath appeared to the commissioners of accounts, and given such answers as he thinks will do every body right, and let the world see that their great expectations and jealousies have been vain in this matter of the prizes. The commissioners were mighty inquisitive whether he was not instructed by letters or otherwise from hence from my Lord Sandwich's friends what to say and do, and particularly from me, which he did wholly deny, as it was true, I not knowing the man that I know of. He tells me also that, for certain, Mr. Vaughan is made Lord Chief Justice, which I am glad of. He tells me, too, that since my Lord of Ormond's coming over, the king begins to be mightily reclaimed, and sups every night with great pleasure with the queen. And yet, it seems, he is mighty hot upon the Duchess of Richmond. Insomuch that, upon Sunday was se'nnight at night, after he had ordered his guards and coach to be ready to carry him to the park, he did, on a sudden, take a pair of oars or sculler, and all alone, or but one with him, go to Somerset House. And there, the garden door not being open, himself clamber over the walls to make a visit to her, which is a horrid shame. He gone, I to the office, where we sat all the morning, Sir W. Penn sick of the gout comes not out. After dinner at home, to Whitehall, it being a very rainy day, and there a committee for Tangier, where I was mightily pleased to see Sir W. Coventry fall upon my Lord Bellas's business of the 3d. In every piece of it which he would get to himself, making the king pay 4s, 9d, while he puts them off for 4s, 6d, so that Sir W. Coventry continues still the same man for the king's good. But here Creed did vex me, with saying that I ought first to have my account passed by the commissioners of Tangier before in the exchequer. Thence W. Coventry and I in the matted gallery, and there he did talk very well to me about the way to save the credit of the officers of the navy, and their places too, by making use of this interval of Parliament to be found to be mending of matters in the navy, and that nothing but this will do it, and gives an instance in themselves of the treasury, whereof himself and Sir John Duncombe all the world knows have enemies, and my Lord Ashley a man obnoxious to most. And Sir Thomas Clifford one that as a man suddenly rising, and a creature of my Lord Arlington's hath enemies enough, none of them being otherwise but the Duke of Albemarle. Yet with all this fault they hear nothing of the business of the treasury, but all well spoken of there. He is for the removal of Sir John Minns, thinking that thereby the world will see a greater change in the hands than now they do, and I will endeavour it, and endeavour to do some good in the office also. So home by coach, and to the office, where ended my letters, and then home, and there got Balty to read to me out of Sorbiere's observations in his voyage into England, and then to bed. 20th, up, and with Colonel Middleton in a new coach he hath made him, very handsome, to Whitehall, where the Duke of York having removed his lodgings for this year to St. James's, we walked thither. And there find the Duke of York coming to Whitehall, and so back to the council chamber, where the committee of the navy sat. And here we discoursed several things, but Lord, like fools, so as it was a shame to see things of this importance managed by a council that understand nothing of them. And, among other things, one was about this building of a ship with Hemskirk's secret, to sail a third faster than any other ship. But he hath got Prince Rupert on his side, and by that means, I believe, will get his conditions made better than he would otherwise, or ought indeed. Having done there, I met with Sir Richard Browne, and he took me to dinner with him to a new tavern above Charing Cross, where some clients of his did give him a good dinner and good company. Among others, one Bovey, a solicitor and lawyer and merchant altogether, who hath travelled very much, did talk some things well. But only he is a Sir Positive. But the talk of their travels over the Alps very fine. Thence walked to the King's Playhouse, and saw the Mulberry Garden again, and cannot be reconciled to it, but only to find here and there an independent sentence of wit, and that is all. Here met with Creed, and took him to Hales' S, and there saw the beginnings of Harris's head which he draws for me, which I do not yet like. So he and I down to the New Exchange, and there cheapened ribands for my wife, and so down to the Way House and drank some and eat some curds, which did by and by make my belly ache mightily. So he and I to Whitehall, and walked over the park to the Mulberry Garden, on the site of the present Buckingham Palace and Gardens, originally a garden of mulberry trees, planted by James I in 1609 with the intention of cultivating the manufacture of English silks, where I never was before, and find it a very silly place, worse than Spring Garden and but little company, and those a rascally, whoring, roguing sort of people, only a wilderness here that is somewhat pretty, but rude. Did not stay to drink, but walked an hour and so away to Charing Cross, and there took coach and away home, in my way going into Bishopsgate Street, to bespeak places for myself and boy to go to Cambridge in the coach this week, and so to Brampton to see my wife. So home, and to supper and to bed. 21st. Up and busy to send some things into the country, and then to the office, where meets me Sir Richard Ford, who among other things congratulates me, as one or two did yesterday, my great purchase, and he advises me rather to forbear, if it be not done, as a thing that the world will envy me in. And what is it but my cousin Tom Pepys's buying of Martin Abbey in Surrey? Which is a mistake I am sorry for, and yet do fear that it may spread in the world to my prejudice. All the morning at the office, and at noon my clerks dined with me, and there do hear from them how all the town is full of the talk of a meteor, or some fire, that did on Saturday last fly over the city at night, which do put me in mind that, being then walking in the dark an hour or more myself in the garden, after I had done writing, I did see a light before me come from behind me, which made me turn back my head. And I did see a sudden fire or light running in the sky, as it were towards Cheapside Ward, and it vanished very quick, which did make me bethink myself what holiday it was, and took it for some rocket, though it was much brighter than any rocket, and so thought no more of it. But it seems Mr. Hayter and Gibson going home that night did meet with many clusters of people talking of it, and many people of the towns about the city did see it, and the world do make much discourse of it. Their apprehensions being mighty full of the rest of the city to be burned, and the papists to cut our throats, which God prevent. Thence after dinner I by coach to the Temple, and there bought a new book of songs set to musique by one Smith of Oxford, some songs of Mr. Cowley's, and so to Westminster, and there to walk a little in the hall, and so to Mrs. Martin's, and there did Hazer cet quedji vaudrai mit her. and drank and sat most of the afternoon with her and her sister. And here she promises me her fine starling, which was the king, and speaks finely, which I shall be glad of, and so walked to the temple. Meeting in the street with my cousin Alcock, the young man that is a good sober youth, I have not seen these 4 or 5 years, newly come to town to look for employment. But I cannot serve him, though I think he deserves well, and so I took coach and home to my business, and in the evening took Mrs. Turner and Mercer out to Mile End and drank, and then home and sang. And eat a dish of green peas, the first I have seen this year, given me by Mr. Gibson, extraordinary young and pretty, and so saw them at home, and so home to bed. Sir W. Penn continues ill of the gout. 22nd. Up and all the morning at the office busy. At noon home with my people to dinner, where good discourse and merry. After dinner comes Mr. Martin, the purser, and brings me his wife's starling, which was formerly the king's bird, that do speak and whistle finely, which I am mighty proud of and shall take pleasure in it. Thence to the Duke of York's house to a play, and saw Sir Martin Marall, where the house is full. And though I have seen it, I think, 10 times, yet the pleasure I have is yet as great as ever, and is undoubtedly the best comedy ever was wrote. Thence to my tailor's and a mercer, for patterns to carry my wife of cloth and silk for a bed, which I think will please her and me, and so home, and fitted myself for my journey tomorrow, which I fear will not be pleasant, because of the wet weather, it raining very hard all this day. But the less it troubles me because the King and Duke of York and court are at this day at Newmarket, at a great horse race, and proposed great pleasure for 2 or 3 days, but are in the same wet. So from the office home to supper, and betimes to bed. 23rd. Up by 4 o'clock, and getting my things ready and recommending the care of my house to W. Hewer, I with my boy Tom, whom I take with me to the Bull in Bishopsgate Street. And there, about 6, took coach, he and I and a gentleman and his man, there being another coach also, with as many more, I think, in it. And so away to Bishop's Stafford, and there dined and changed horses and coach at Mrs. Ainsworth's, but I took no knowledge of her. Here the gentleman and I to dinner, and in comes Captain Forster, an acquaintance of his, he that do belong to my Lord Anglesey, who had been at the late horse races at Newmarket, where the king now is, and says that they had fair weather there yesterday, though we here and at London had nothing but rain, insomuch that the ways are mighty full of water, so as hardly to be passed. Here I hear Mrs. Ainsworth is going to live at London, but I believe will be mistaken in it, for it will be found better for her to be chief where she is than to have little to do at London, there being many finer than she there. After dinner away again, and come to Cambridge, after much bad way, about 9 at night, and there, at the Rose, I met my father's horses, with a man, staying for me. But it is so late, and the water so deep, that I durst not go tonight, but after supper to bed. And there lay very ill, by reason of some drunken scholars making a noise all night, and vexed for fear that the horses should not be taken up from grass, time enough for the morning. Well pleased all this journey with the conversation of him that went with me, who I think is a lawyer and lives about Lynn, but his name I did not ask. 24th, Lord's Day. I up at between 2 and 3 in the morning, and calling up my boy, and father's boy, we set out by 3 o'clock, it being high day. And so through the water with very good success, though very deep almost all the way, and got to Brampton, where most of them in bed, and so I weary up to my wife's chamber, whom I find in bed and pretended a little not well. And indeed she hath those upon her, but fell to talk and mightily pleased both of us, and up got the rest, Betty Turner and Willett and Jane, all whom I was glad to see, and very merry, and got me ready in my new stuff clothes that I send down before me. And so my wife and they got ready too, while I to my father, poor man, and walked with him up and down the house it raining a little, and the waters all over Porthome and the meadows, so as no pleasure abroad. Here I saw my brothers and sister Jackson, she growing fat, and since being married, I think looks comelier than before. But a mighty pert woman she is, and I think proud, he keeping her mighty handsome, and they say mighty fond, and are going shortly to live at Ellington of themselves, and will keep malting and grazing of cattle. At noon comes Mr. Phillips and dines with us, and a pretty odd-humored man he seems to be, but good withal, but of mighty great methods in his eating and drinking, and will not kiss a woman since his wife's death. After dinner my Lady Sandwich sending to see whether I was come, I presently took horse, and find her and her family at chapel. And thither I went into them, and sat out the sermon, where I heard Gervase Fulwood, now their chaplain, preach a very good and seraphic kind of sermon, too good for an ordinary congregation. After sermon, I with my lady and my lady Hinchingbroke and Paulina and Lord Hinchingbroke, to the dining room, saluting none of them, and there sat and talked an hour or two, with great pleasure and satisfaction, to my lady, about my lord's matters. But I think not with that satisfaction to her, or me, that otherwise would, she knowing that she did design tomorrow, and I remaining all the while in fear, of being asked to lend her some money, as I was afterward, when I had taken leave of her, by Mr. Shepley, L100, which I will not deny my lady, and am willing to be found when my lord comes home to have done something of that kind for them. And so he riding to Brampton and supping there with me, he did desire it of me from my lady. And I promised it, though much against my will, for I fear it is as good as lost. After supper, we're very merry, we to bed, myself very weary and to sleep all night. 25th, waked betimes and lay long, and there fell to talking, and by rose, it being the first fair day, and yet not quite fair, that we have had some time, and so up, and to walk with my father again in the garden, consulting what to do with him and this house when Paul and her husband go away. And I think it will be to let it, and he go live with her, though I am against letting the house for any long time, because of having it to retire to, ourselves. So I do intend to think more of it before I resolve. By and by comes Mr. Cook to see me, and so spent the morning, and he gone by and by at noon to dinner, where Mr. Shepley come and we merry, all being in good humour between my wife and her people about her. And after dinner took horse, I promising to fetch her away about 14 days hence, and so calling all of us, we men on horseback, and the women and my father at Goody Gorham, and there in a frolic drinking I took leave, there going with me and my boy, my 2 brothers, and 1 Brown, whom they call in mirth Colonel, for our guide, and also Mr. Shepley to the end of Huntingdon, and another gentleman who accidentally come thither, one Mr. Castle. And I made them drink at the Chequers, where I observed the same tapster, Tom, that was there when I was a little boy, and so we at the end of the town took leave of Shepley and the other gentlemen. And so we away and got well to Cambridge, about 7 to the Rose, the waters not being now so high as before. And here lighting, I took my boy and 2 brothers and walked to Magdalene College, and there into the butteries as a stranger, and there drank my bellyful of their beer, which pleased me, as the best I ever drank. And here by the butler's man, who was son to Goody Mulliner over against the college, that we used to buy stewed prunes of concerning the college and persons in it, and find very few, only Mr. Hollands and Petchell, I think, that were of my time. But I was mightily pleased to come in this condition to see and ask. And thence, giving the fellow something, away walked to Chesterton to see our old walk, and there into the church, the bells ringing, and saw the place I used to sit in, and so to the ferry, and ferried over to the other side, and walked with great pleasure, the river being mighty high by Barnwell Abbey. And so by Jesus College to the town, and so to our quarters, and to supper, and then to bed, being very weary and sleepy, and mightily pleased with this night's walk. 26th. Up by 4 o'clock. And by the time we were ready, and had eat, we were called to the coach, where about 6 o'clock we set out, there being a man and 2 women of one company, ordinary people, and 1 lady alone, that is tolerably handsome, but mighty well spoken, whom I took great pleasure in talking to, and did get her to read aloud in a book she was reading in the coach, being the King's Meditations, the Meditations on Death, and prayers used by Charles I shortly before his execution, and then the boy and I to sing. And so about noon come to Bishop Stafford, to another house than what we were at the other day, and better used. And here I paid for the reckoning 11s. We dining together, and pretty merry, and then set out again, sleeping most part of the way, and got to Bishopsgate Street before 8 o'clock, the waters being now most of them down, and we avoiding the bad way in the forest by a privy way, which brought us to Hodston, and so to Tybald's, that road, which was mighty pleasant. So home, where we find all well, and Brother Balty and his wife looking to the house, she mighty fine in a new gold-laced, just a cur. I shifted myself, and so to see Mrs. Turner and Mercer appearing over the way, called her in, and sat and talked, and then home to my house by, and there supped and talked mighty merry, and then broke up into bed, being a little vexed at what W. Hewer tells me Sir John Shaw did this day in my absence say at the board, complaining of my doing of him injury and the board permitting it. whereas they had more reason to accept against his attributing that to me alone which I could not do, but with their condent and direction, it being to very good service to the king, and which I shall be proud to have imputed to me alone. The king I hear come to town last night. 27th. Up and to the office, where some time upon Sir D. Gaudon's accounts, and then I by water to Westminster for some tangier orders, and so meeting with Mr. Sawyers my old chamber fellow. He and I by water together to the Temple, he giving me an account of the base, rude usage, which he and Sir G. Carteret had lately, before the Commissioners of Accounts, where he was, as counsel to Sir G. Carteret, which I was sorry to hear, they behaving themselves like most insolent and ill-mannered men. Thence by coach to the Exchange, and there met with Sir H. Comely at Colville S. And there did give him some orders, and so home, and there to the office again, where busy till 2 o'clock, and then with Sir D. Gaudon to his house with my Lord Brouncker and Sir J. Minns, to dinner, where we dined very well and much good company among others. A doctor, a fat man, whom by face I know, as one that uses to sit in our church, that after dinner did take me out and walk together, who told me that he had now newly entered himself into orders, in the decay of the church, and did think it his duty so to do, thereby to do his part toward the support and reformation thereof, and spoke very soberly, and said that just about the same age Dr. Don did enter into orders. I find him a sober gentleman, and a man that hath seen much of the world, and I think may do good. Thence after dinner to the office, and there did a little business, and so to see Sir W. Penn, who I find still very ill of the gout, sitting in his great chair, made on purpose for persons sick of that disease for their ease, and this very chair, he tells me, was made for my Lady Lambert. Thence I by coach to my tailor S., there to direct about the making of me another suit, and so to Whitehall, and through St. James's Park to St. James's, thinking to have met with Mr. Wren, but could not, and so homeward toward the New Exchange, and meeting Mr. Creed he and I to drink some way at the Wayhouse, and so into the Change and took a walk or two, and so home, and there vexed at my boy, S. being out of doors till 10 at night, but it was upon my brother Jackson's business. And so I was the less displeased, and then made the boy to read to me out of Dr. Wilkins his real character, and particularly about Noah's Ark, where he do give a very good account thereof, showing how few the number of the several species of beasts and fowls were that were to be in the ark, and that there was room enough for them and their food and dung, which do please me mightily, and is much beyond whatever I heard of the subject, and so to bed. 28th. Up, to set right some little matters of my tangier accounts, and so to the office, where busy all the morning, and then home with my people to dinner, and after dinner comes about a petition for a poor woman whose ticket she would get paid, and so talked a little and did baser her. And so to the office, being pleased that this morning my bookseller brings me home Marcinus's Book of Music, which costs me L32s, but is a very fine book. So to the office and did some business, and then by coach to the New Exchange, and there by agreement at my bookseller's shop met Mercer and Gayet, and took them by water, first to one of the neat houses, where walked in the garden, but nothing but a bottle of wine to be had, though pleased with seeing the garden. And so to Fox Hall, where with great pleasure we walked, and then to the upper end of the further retired walk, and there sat and sang, and brought great many gallants and fine people about us. And upon the bench, we did by and by eat and drink what we had, and very merry. And so with much pleasure to the Old Swan, and walked with them home, and there left them, and so I home to my business at the office a little, and so to bed. 29th. Betimes up, and up to my tangier accounts, and then by water to the council chamber, and there received some directions from the Duke of York, and the Committee of the Navy there about casting up the charge of the present summer's fleet, that so they may come within the bounds of the sum given by the Parliament. But it is pretty to see how Prince Rupert and other mad, silly people are for setting out but a little fleet, there being no occasion for it, and say it will be best to save the money for better uses. But Sir W. Coventry did declare that, in wisdom, it was better to do so, but that, in obedience to the Parliament, he was setting out the 50 sail talked on, though it spent all the money, and to little purpose, and that this was better than to leave it to the Parliament to make bad construction of their thrift, if any trouble should happen. Thus wary the world is grown. Thence back again presently home, and did business till noon. And then to Sir G. Carteret's to dinner, with much good company, it being the King's birthday and many healths drunk. And here I did receive another letter from my Lord Sandwich, which troubles me to see how I have neglected him, in not writing, or but once, all this time of his being abroad. And I see he takes notice, but yet gently of it that it puts me to great trouble, and I know not how to get out of it, having no good excuse and too late now to mend, he being coming home. Thence home, whither by agreement, by and by comes Mercer and Gayet, and two gentlemen with them, Mr. Monteith and Pelham, the former a swaggering young handsome gentleman, the latter a sober citizen merchant. Both sing, but the latter with great skill, the other no skill, but a good voice and a good bass, but used to sing only tavern tunes. And so I spent all this evening till 11 at night singing with them, till I was tired of them, because of the swaggering fellow with the bass, though the girl Mercer did mightily commend him before to me. This night G had agreed par alter at Deptford, their par, of War Lane con the Moher de Bagwell, but this company did hinder me. 30th, up and put on a new summer black bombazin suit, and so to the office, and being come now to an agreement with my barber, to keep my periwig in good order at 20s. A year, I am like to go very spruce, more than I used to do. All the morning at the office and at noon home to dinner, and so to the King's Playhouse, and there saw Philaster, where it is pretty to see how I could remember almost all along, ever since I was a boy, Arethusa, the part which I was to have acted at Sir Robert Cook's. And it was very pleasant to me, but more to think what a ridiculous thing it would have been for me to have acted a beautiful woman. Thence to Mr. Pierce's, and there saw Nep also, and were merry, and here saw my little lady Catherine Montagu come to town, about her eyes, which are sore, and they think the king's evil, poor, pretty lady. Here I was freed from a fear that Nep was angry or might take advantage to declare the essay that G did the other day, quan G was con her. Thence to the New Exchange, and there met Harris and Rolt, and one Richards, a tailor and great company keeper, and with these over to Fox Hall, and there fell into the company of Harry Killigrew, a rogue newly come back out of France, but still in disgrace at our court, and young Newport and others as very rogues as any in the town, who were ready to take hold of every woman that come by them. And so to supper in an arbor. But, Lord, their mad body talk did make my heart ache. And here I first understood by their talk the meaning of the company that lately were called ballets. Harris telling how it was by a meeting of some young blades, where he was among them, and my Lady Bennet. Evidently adopted as a cant expression. The woman here alluded to was a procuress well known in her day, and described in the Tatler, number 84, as the celebrated Madame Bennet. We further learn, from the Spectator, number 266, that she was the Lady B to whom Wycherley addressed his ironical dedication of The Plain Dealer, which is considered as a masterpiece of raillery. It is worthy of remark that the fair sex may justly complain of almost every word in the English language designating a woman having, at some time or another, been used as a term of reproach. For we find mother, madam, mistress, and miss, all denoting women of bad character. And here Pepys adds the title of my lady to the number, and completes the ungracious catalogue B. And her ladies, and there dancing naked, and all the roguish things in the world. But Lord, what loose cursed company was this, that I was in tonight, though full of wit, and worth a man being in for once, to know the nature of it, and their manner of talk and lives. Thence set Rolt and some of at the New Exchange, and so I home, and my business being done at the office, I to bed. 31st, Lord's Day. Up, and to church in the morning. At noon I sent for Mr. Mills and his wife and daughter to dine, and they dined with me and W. Hewer, and very good company, I being in good humour. They gone to church, comes Mr. Tempest, and he and I sang a psalm or two, and so parted, and I by water to the New Exchange, and there to Mrs. Pierce's, where Nep and she and W. Howe and Mr. Pierce and little Betty, over to Fox Hall, and there walked and supped with great pleasure. Here was Mrs. Manuel also, and mighty good company, and good mirth in making W. Howe spend his 6 or 7 shillings, and so they called him altogether Cully. So back and at Somerset Stairs do understand that a boy is newly drowned, washing himself there, and they cannot find his body. So seeing them home, I home by water, W. Howe going with me, and after some talk he lay at my house and all to bed. Here I hear that Mrs. Davis is quite gone from the Duke of York's house, and Gosnell comes in her room, which I am glad of. At the play at court the other night, Mrs. Davis was there, and when she was to come to dance her jig, the Queen would not stay to see it, which people do think it was out of displeasure at her being the king's whore, that she could not bear it. My Lady Castlemaine is, it seems, now mightily out of request, the king coming little to her, and thus she mighty melancholy and discontented. June 1668. June 1st. Up and with Sir J. Minns to Westminster, and in the hall there I met with Harris and Rolt, and carried them to the Rhenish wine-house, where I have not been in a morning nor any tavern, I think, these 7 years and more. Here I did get the words of a song of Harris that I wanted. Here also Mr. Young and Whistler by chance met us, and drank with us. Thence home, and to prepare business against the afternoon, and did walk an hour in the garden with Sir W. Warren, who do tell me of the great difficulty he is under in the business of his accounts with the Commissioners of Parliament, and I fear some inconveniences and troubles may be occasioned thereby to me. So to dinner, and then with Sir J. Minns to Whitehall, and there attended the Lords of the Treasury and also a committee of council with the Duke of York about the charge of this year's fleet, and thence I to Westminster and to Mrs. Martin's, and did hazer what G would con her, and did once toker la thigh to Sue landlady, and thence all alone to Foxhall, and walked and saw young Newport, and 2 more rogues of the town, seize on 2 ladies, who walked with them an hour with their masks on. Perhaps civil ladies, and there I left them, and so home, and thence to Mr. Mills's, where I never was before, and here find, whom I indeed saw go in, and that did make me go thither, Mrs. Hallworthy and Mrs. Andrews, and here supped, and extraordinary merry till 1 in the morning, Mr. Andrews coming to us, and mightily pleased with this night's company and mirth I home to bed. Mrs. Turner, too, was with us. Second, up and to the office where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and there dined with me, besides my own people, W. Baitlier and Mercer, and we very merry. After dinner, they gone, only Mercer and I to sing a while, and then parted, and I out and took a coach, and called Mercer at their back door. And she brought with her Mrs. Knightley, a little pretty sober girl, and I carried them to Old Ford, a town by Bow, where I never was before, and there walked in the fields very pleasant, and sang. And so back again, and stopped and drank at the Gun, at Mile End, and so to the old exchange door, and did buy them a pound of cherries, cost me 2s. And so set them down again, and I to my little Mercer's Finch, that lives now in the Minories, where I have left my cloak, and did hear Baser Sue Moher, a belle femme, and there took my cloak which I had left there, and so by water, it being now about 9 o'clock, down to Deptford, where I have not been many a day, and there it being dark I did by agreement aller a la house de Bagwell. And there, after a little playing and bassando, we did go up in the dark a Sioux camera. And to my boat again, and against the tide home. Got there by 12 o'clock, taking into my boat, for company, a man that desired a passage a certain western bargeman, with whom I had good sport, talking of the old woman of Woolwich, and telling him the whole story. Third, up and to the office, where busy till G o'clock, and then to Whitehall to the council chamber, where I did present the Duke of York with an account of the charge of the present fleet, to his satisfaction. And this being done, did ask his leave for my going out of town 5 or 6 days, which he did give me, saying that my diligence in the king's business was such, that I ought not to be denied when my own business called me any whither. Thence with Sir D. Gauden to Westminster, where I did take a turn or 2, and met Roger Pepys, who is mighty earnest for me to stay from going into the country till he goes, and to bring my people thither for some time. But I cannot, but will find another time this summer for it. Thence with him home, and there to the office till noon, and then with Lord Brouncker, Sir J. Minns, and Sir G. Carteret, upon whose accounts they have been this day to the 3 Tuns to dinner, and thence back again home. And after doing a little business I by coach to the king's house, and there saw good part of the scornful lady, and that done would have taken out Nep, but she was engaged, and so to my Lord Crew's to visit him. From whom I learn nothing, but that there hath been some controversy at the council table about my Lord Sandwich's signing, where some would not have had him in the treaty with Portugal, but all I think is over in it. Thence by coach to Westminster to the hall, and thence to the park, where much good company and many fine ladies. And in so handsome a hackney I was, that I believe Sir W. Coventry and others who looked on me did take me to be in one of my own, which I was a little troubled for. So to the lodge, and drank a cup of new milk, and so home, and there to Mrs. Turner's, and sat and talked with her, and then home to bed, having laid my business with W. Hewer to go out of town Friday next, with hopes of a great deal of pleasure. Fourth, up and to the office, where all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, where Mr. Clerk, the solicitor, dined with me and my clerks. After dinner I carried and set him down at the Temple, he observing to me how St. Sepulchre's church steeple is repaired already a good deal, and the Fleet Bridge is contracted for by the city to begin to be built this summer, which do please me mightily. I to Whitehall, and walked through the park for a little air, and so back to the council chamber, to the committee of the navy, about the business of fitting the present fleet, suitable to the money given, which, as the king orders it and by what appears, will be very little. And so as I perceive the Duke of York will have nothing to command, nor can intend to go abroad. But it is pretty to see how careful these great men are to do everything so as they may answer it to the Parliament, thinking themselves safe in nothing, but where the judges, with whom they often advise, do say the matter is doubtful. And so they take upon themselves then to be the chief persons to interpret what is doubtful. Thence home, and all the evening to set matters in order against my going to Brampton tomorrow, being resolved upon my journey, and having the Duke of York's leave again today. Though I do plainly see that I can very ill be spared now, there being much business, especially about this, which I have attended the council about, and I the man that am alone consulted with. And besides, my Lord Brouncker is at this time ill, and Sir W. Penn. So things being put in order at the office, I home to do the like there, and so to bed. 5th Friday. The rough notes for the journal from this time to the 17th of June are contained on 5 leaves, inserted in the book, and after them follow several pages left blank for the fair copy which was never made. At Barnet for milk 6d. On the highway to Menders of the Highway 6d. Dinner at Stevenage 5s 6d. 6th Saturday. Spent at Huntingdon with Bowles and Appleyard and Shepley 2s. 7th Sunday. My father for money lent and horse hire L111s. 8th Monday. Father's servants, father having in the garden told me bad stories of my wife's ill words 14s. One that helped at the horses 2s. Menders of the Highway 2s. Pleasant country to Bedford, where while they stay I rode through the town and a good country town, and there drinking 1s. We on to Newport, and there Light and I and W. Hewer to the church, and there give the boy 1s. So to Buckingham, a good old town. Here I to see the church, which very good, and the Leeds and A school in it, did give the sexton's boy 1s. A fair bridge here with many arches, vexed at my people's making me lose so much time, reckoning 13s, 4d. Mighty pleased with the pleasure of the ground all the day. At night to Newport Pagnell, and there a good pleasant country town, but few people in it. A very fair end like a cathedral church, and I saw the Leeds and a vault that goes far underground, and here lay with Betty Turner's sparrow. The town, and so most of this country, well watered. Lay here well and rose next day by 4 o'clock, few people in the town, and so away. Reckoning for supper 19s, 6d, poor 6d. Mischance to the coach, but no time lost. 9th Tuesday, when come to Oxford, a very sweet place, paid our guide L12s, 6d, Barber 2s, 6d, book, Stonage 4s. This must have been either Inigo Jones's, the most notable antiquity of Great Britain vulgarly called Stonehenge, printed in, or Korea Gigantum, or the most famous antiquity of Great Britain, vulgarly called Stones Hang, standing on Salisbury Plain, restored to the Danes, by Walter Charlton, M.D., and published in. To dinner and then out with my wife and people and landlord, and to him that showed us the schools and library 10s, to him that showed us All Souls College and Chichley's picture 5s, so to see Christ Church with my wife, I seeing several others very fine alone with W. Hewer before dinner, and did give the boy that went with me ones. Strawberries ones 2D, dinner and servants L10s. 6D. After come home from the schools, I out with the landlord to Brazen Nose College to the butteries, and in the cellar find the hand of the Child of Hales, Long, Butler 2s, thence with coach and people to Physic Garden 1s, so to Friar Bacon's study, I up and saw it and give the man 1s. Bottle of sack for landlord 2s. Oxford mighty fine place, and well seated and cheap entertainment. At night come to Abingdon, where had been a fair of custard, and met many people and scholars going home, and there did get some pretty good music, and sang and danced till supper. 5s. 10th Wednesday. Up and walked to the hospital, Christ's Hospital very large and fine, and pictures of founders and the history of the hospital, and is said to be worth L700 per annum, and that Mr. Foley was here lately to see how their lands were settled, and here in Old English the story of the occasion of it and a rebus at the bottom. So did give the poor which they would not take but in their box 2s. 6D. So to the inn, and paid the reckoning and what not 13s. So forth towards Hungerford, led this good way by our landlord, One Heart, an old but very civil and well-spoken man, more than I ever heard of his quality. He gone, we forward, and I vexed at my people's not minding the way. So come to Hungerford, where very good trouts, eels, and crayfish. Dinner, a mean town, at dinner there 12s. Thence set out with a guide, who saw us to Newmarket Heath, and then left us 3s. 6D. So all over the plain by the site of the steeple, the plain high and low to Salisbury by night. But before I come to the town, I saw a great fortification, and there, light and to it and in it, and find it prodigious so as to fright me to be in it all alone at that time of night, it being dark. I understand, since it to be that is called Old Sarum. Come to the George in Knee, where lay in a silk bed and very good diet. To supper, then to bed. 11th Thursday. Up and W. Hewer and I up and down the town, and find it a very brave place. The river goes through every street, and a most capacious marketplace. The city great, I think greater than Hereford, but the minster most admirable, as big, I think, and handsomer than Westminster, and a most large close about it, and houses for the officers thereof, and a fine palace for the bishop. So to my lodging back, and took out my wife and people to show them the town and church, but they being at prayers, we could not be shown the choir. A very good organ, and I looked in and saw the bishop, my friend Dr. Ward. Thence to the inn knee, and there not being able to hire coach horses, and not willing to use our own, we got saddle horses, very dear. Boy that went to look for them, 6D. So the 3 women behind W. Hewer, Murford, and our guide, and I single to Stonage, over the plain and some great hills even to fright us. Come thither and find them as prodigious as any tales I ever heard of them, and worth going this journey to see. God knows what their use was. They are hard to tell, but yet may be told. Give the shepherd woman for leading our horses 4D. So back by Wilton, my Lord Pembroke's house, which we could not see, he being just coming to town. But the situation I do not like, nor the house promise much, it being in a low but rich valley. So back home, and there being light we to the church, and there find them at prayers again, so could not see the choir. But I sent the women home, and I did go in, and saw very many fine tombs, and among the rest some very ancient of the Montagus. The Montacutes, from whom Lord Sandwich's family claimed descent, b. So home to dinner, and that being done paid the reckoning, which was so exorbitant, and particular in rate of my horses and 7s. 6D. For bread and beer, that I was mad and resolved to trouble the master about it and get something for the poor and come away in that humor, L25 6D. Servants 1s, 6D. Poor 1s guide to the stones 2s. Poor woman in the street 1s ribands 9D. Washwoman 1s sempstress for W. Hewer 3s. Lent W. Hewer 3s. Thence about 6 o'clock, and with a guide went over the smooth plain indeed till night. And then by a happy mistake, and that looked like an adventure, we were carried out of our way to a town where we would lie, since we could not go so far as we would. And there with great difficulty come about 10 at night to a little inn, where we were fain to go into a room where a peddler was in bed, and made him rise. and their wife and I lay, and in a truckle bed Betty Turner and Willett. But good beds, and the master of the house a sober, understanding man, and I had good discourse with him about this country's matters, as wool and corn and other things. And he also merry, and made us mighty merry at supper, about manning the new ship, at Bristol, with none but men whose wives do master them. And it seems it is become in reproach to some men of estate that are such hereabouts, that this is become common talk. By and by to bed, glad of this mistake, because it seems, had we gone on as we intended, we could not have passed with our coach, and must have lain on the plain all night. This day from Salisbury I wrote by the post my excuse for not coming home, which I hope will do, for I am resolved to see the Bath, and, it may be, Bristol. 12th Friday, up finding our beds good but lousy, which made us merry. We set out, the reckoning and servants coming to 9s. 6d, my guide thither 2s. Coachman advanced 10s, so rode a very good way, led to my great content by our landlord to Phillips Norton with great pleasure, being now come into Somersetshire, where my wife and Deb, mightily joyed thereat, I commending the country, as indeed it deserves. And the first town we came to was Breckington, where, we stopping for something for the horses, we called 2 or 3 little boys to us, and pleased ourselves with their manner of speech, and did make one of them kiss Deb. And another say the Lord's Prayer, Hallowed be thy kingdom come. At Phillips Norton I walked to the church, and there saw a very ancient tomb of some Knight Templar, I think, and here saw the tombstone whereon there were only 2 heads cut, which, the story goes, incredibly, were 2 sisters, called the Fair Maids of Foscott, that had 2 bodies upward and 1 belly, and there lie buried. Here is also a very fine ring of 6 bells, and they mighty tunable. Having dined very well 10s. We come before night to the Bath, where I presently stepped out with my landlord and saw the baths with people in them. They are not so large as I expected, but yet pleasant, and the town most of stone and clean, though the streets generally narrow. I home, and being weary went to bed without supper, the rest supping. 13th Saturday. Up at 4 o'clock, being by appointment called up to the Cross Bath, where we were carried one after one another, myself and wife and Betty Turner, Willett, and W. Hewer. And by, though we designed to have done before company come, much company come, very fine ladies, and the manner pretty enough, only methinks it cannot be clean to go so many bodies together in the same water. Good conversation among them that are acquainted here, and stay together. Strange to see how hot the water is, and in some places, though this is the most temperate bath, the springs so hot as the feet not able to endure. But strange to see, when women and men herein, that live all the season in these waters, that cannot but be parboiled, and look like the creatures of the bath. Carried away, wrapped in a sheet, and in a chair, home, and there one after another thus carried, I staying above 2 hours in the water, home to bed, sweating for an hour. And by comes music to play to me, extraordinary good as ever I heard at London almost, or anywhere, 5s. Up to go to Bristol about 11 o'clock, and paying my landlord that was our guide from Chiltern 10s, and the sergeant of the Bath 10s, and the man that carried us in chairs 3s. 6d. Set out towards Bristol, and come thither in a coach hired to spare our own horses. The way bad, but country good, about 2 o'clock were set down at the Horseshoe, and there, being trimmed by a very handsome fellow 2s. Walked with my wife and people through the city, which is in every respect another London, that one can hardly know it to stand in the country, no more than that. No carts, it standing generally on vaults, only dog carts. They draw all their heavy goods here on sleds or sledges, which they call gee-hoes, without wheels, which kills a multitude of horses. Another writer says, they suffer no carts to be used in the city, lest, as some say, the shake occasioned by them on the pavement should affect the Bristol milk, the sherry, and the vaults, which is certainly had here in the greatest perfection. An order of Common Council occurs in 1651 to prohibit the use of carts and wagons only, suffering drays. Camden Inn, giving our city credit for its cleanliness in forming gouts, says they use sledges here instead of carts, lest they destroy the arches beneath which are the gouts. Chilcott's New Guide to Bristol, N.C. So to the 3 Crowns Tavern I was directed, but when I come in, the master told me that he had newly given over the selling of wine. It seems, grown rich, and so went to the Sun and their Deb. Going with W. Hewer and Betty Turner to see her uncle, and leaving my wife with the mistress of the house, I to see the quay, which is a most large and noble place, and to see the new ship building by Bawley, neither he nor Furzer being in town. It will be a fine ship. Spoke with the foreman and did give the boys that kept the cabin twos. Walked back to the Sun where I find Deb. Come back and with her uncle, a sober merchant, very good company, and so like one of our sober, wealthy London merchants as pleased me mightily. Here we dined, and much good talk with him, sevens. 6d. A messenger to Sir John Knight, who was not at home, 6d. Then walked with him and my wife and company round the quay, and to the ship, and he showed me the custom house, and made me understand many things of the place, and led us through Marsh Street, where our girl was born. But, Lord, the joy that was among the old poor people of the place, to see Mrs. Willet's daughter, it seems her mother being a brave woman and mightily beloved. And so brought us a back way by surprise to his house, where a substantial good house and well furnished, and did give us good entertainment of strawberries, a whole venison pasty, cold and plenty of brave wine, and above all Bristol milk. A sort of rum punch, milk punch, which and turtle were products of the trade of Bristol with the West Indies. So Byron says in the first edition of his English Bards and Scotch Reviewers. Too much in turtle Bristol's sons delight, too much o'er bowls of rack prolong the night. These lines will not be found in the modern editions, but the following are substituted. For turtle feeder's verse must needs he flat, though Bristol bloat him with the verdant fat. Lord Macaulay says of the collations with which the sugar raffiners of Bristol regaled their visitors. The repast was dressed in the furnace, and was accompanied by a rich brewage made of the best Spanish wine, and celebrated over the whole kingdom as Bristol milk. Hist. Of England, Volume I, p. 335b. Where comes in another poor woman, who, hearing that Deb was here, did come running hither, and with her eyes so lull of tears, and heart so full of joy, that she could not speak when she come in, that it made me weep too. I protest that I was not able to speak to her, which I would have done to have diverted her tears. His wife a good woman, and so sober and substantial as I was never more pleased anywhere. Servant maid twos. So thence took leave, and he with us through the city, where in walking I find the city pay him great respect, and he the like to the meanest, which pleased me mightily. He showed us the place where the merchants meet here, and a fine cross yet standing like Cheapside, and so to the horseshoe where paid the reckoning twos. 6d. We back and by moonshine to the Bath again about 10 o'clock, bad way, and giving the coachman ones went all of us to bed. 14th Sunday. Up and walked up and down the town, and saw a pretty good marketplace, and many good streets and very fair stone houses, and so to the great church, and there saw Bishop Montagu's tomb. James Montagu, Bishop of Bath and Wells in 1608, and of Winchester in 1616 died 1618. He was uncle to the Earl of Sandwich, whose mother was Pepys's aunt. Hence Pepys's curiosity respecting the tomb, b. And when placed did there see many brave people come, and among others 2 men brought in litters and set down in the chancel to hear, but I did not know one face. Here a good organ, but a vain, pragmatical fellow preached a ridiculous, affected sermon that made me angry, and some gentleman that sat next me and sang well. So home, walking round the walls of the city, which are good, and the battlements all whole. The sexton of the church is. So home to dinner, and after dinner comes Mr. Butts again to see me, and he and I to church, where the same idle fellow preached, and I slept most of the sermon. Thence home, and took my wife out and the girls, and come to this church again to see it, and look over the monuments, where, among others, Dr. Venner and Pelting, and a lady of Sir W. Walters, he lying with his face broken. So to the fields a little and walked, and then home and had my head looked, and so to supper, and then comes my landlord to me, a sober understanding man, and did give me a good account of the antiquity of this town and Wells, and of 2 heads on 2 pillars in Wells Church. But he a Catholic. So he gone, I to bed. 15th Monday. Up and with Mr. Butts to look into the baths and find the king and queens full of a mixed sort of good and bad, and the cross only almost for the gentry. So home and did the like with my wife, and did pay my guides 2 women 5s, 1 man 2s, 6d, poor 6d, woman to lay my footcloth 1s, so to our knee and their eat and paid reckoning L1/8s, 6d, servants 3s, poor 1s lent the coachman 10s. Before I took coach, I went to make a boy dive in the king's bath 1s. I paid also for my coach and a horse to Bristol, L1/1s. 6d. Took coach and away without any of the company of the other stagecoaches that go out of this town today, and rode all day with some trouble for fear of being out of our way over the downs, where the life of the shepherds is, in fair weather only, pretty. In the afternoon come to Avebury, where, seeing great stones like those of Stonehenge standing up, I stopped and took a countryman of that town, and he carried me and showed me a place trenched in, like old Sarum almost, with great stones pitched in it, some bigger than those at Stonehenge in figure, to my great admiration. And he told me that most people of learning, coming by, do come and view them, and that the king did so. And that the mount cast hard by is called Selbury, from one king's seal buried there, as tradition says. I did give this man ones. So took coach again, seeing one place with great high stones pitched round, which, I believe, was once some particular building, in some measure like that of Stonehenge. But about a mile off, it was prodigious to see how full the downs are of great stones, and all along the valleys, stones of considerable bigness, most of them growing certainly out of the ground so thick as to cover the ground, which makes me think the less of the wonder of Stonehenge, for hence they might undoubtedly supply themselves with stones, as well as those at Avebury. In my way did give to the poor and menders of the highway threes. Before night, come to Marlborough and lay at the Hart, a good house and a pretty fair town for a street or two, and what is most singular is, their houses on one side having their penthouses supported with pillars, which makes it a good walk. My wife pleased withal, this evening reading of Mustapha to me till supper, and then to supper, and had musique whose innocence pleased me, and I did give them threes. So to bed, and lay well all night, and long, so as all the 5 coaches that come this day from Bath, as well as we, were gone out of the town before 6. 16th Tuesday. So paying the reckoning 14s, 4D and servants 2's poor ones set out and overtook one coach and kept a while company with it, till one of our horses losing a shoe, we stopped and drank and spent ones. So on, and passing through a good part of this county of Wiltshire, saw a good house of Alexander Popham, S., and another of my Lord Craven, S., I think in Berkshire. Come to Newbury, and there dined, which cost me, and music, which a song of the old courtier of Queen Elizabeth's, and how he was changed upon the coming in of the king, did please me mightily, and I did cause W. Hewer to write it out 3s. 6D. Then comes the reckoning, forced to change gold 8s. 7D, servants and poor ones 6D. So out and lost our way, which made me vexed, but come into it again, and in the evening betimes come to reading, and there heard my wife read more of Mustapha. And then to supper, and then I to walk about the town, which is a very great one, I think bigger than Salisbury. A river runs through it, in 7 branches, and unite in one part of the town, and runs into the Thames half a mile off one odd sign of the broad face. W. Hewer troubled with the headache, we had none of his company last night, nor all this day nor night to talk. Then to my inn, and so to bed. 17th Wednesday, rose and paying the reckoning 12s, 6D, servants and poor 2s, 6D. Music, the worst we have had, coming to our chamber door but calling us by wrong names, we lay. So set out with one coach in company, and through Maidenhead, which I never saw before, to Colebrook by noon, the way mighty good. And there dined, and fitted ourselves a little to go through London, anon somewhat out of humour all day, reflecting on my wife's neglect of things, and impertinent humour got by this liberty of being from me, which she is never to be trusted with, for she is a fool. Thence pleasant way to London before night, and find all very well to great content, and there to talk with my wife, and saw Sir W. Penn, who is well again. I hear of the ill news by the great fire at Barbados. By and by home, and there with my people to supper, all in pretty good humour, though I find my wife hath something in her gizzard, that only waits an opportunity of being provoked to bring up. But I will not, for my content's sake, give it. So I to bed, glad to find all so well here, and slept well, th. Up betimes and to the office, there to set my papers in order and books, my office having been new whited and windows made clean, and so to sit, where all the morning, and did receive a hint or two from my Lord Anglesey, as if he thought much of my taking the air as I have done. But I care not a turd. But whatever the matter is, I think he hath some ill will to me, or at least an opinion that I am more the servant of the board than I am. At noon home to dinner, where my wife still in a melancholy, fusty humour and crying, and do not tell me plainly what it is. But I by little words find that she hath heard of my going to plays, and carrying people abroad every day in her absence, and that I cannot help but the storm will break out, I think, in a little time. After dinner carried her by coach to St. James's, where she sat in the coach till I to my Lady Peterborough. S., who tells me, among other things, her lord's good words to the Duke of York lately, about my Lord Sandwich, and that the Duke of York is kind to my Lord Sandwich, which I am glad to hear. My business here was about her lord's pension from Tangier. Here met with Povey, who tells me how hard Creed is upon him, though he did give him, about 6 months since, I think he said, 50 pieces in gold, and one thing there is in his accounts that I fear may touch me, but I shall help it, I hope. So my wife not speaking a word, going nor coming, nor willing to go to a play, though a new one, I to the office, and did much business. At night home, where supped Mr. Turner and his wife, and Betty and Mercer and Pelling, as merry as the ill melancholy humour that my wife was in would let us, which vexed me. But I took no notice of it, thinking that will be the best way, and let it wear away itself. After supper, parted, and to bed, and my wife troubled all night, and about 1 o'clock goes out of the bed to the girl's bed, which did trouble me, she crying and sobbing without telling the cause. By and by she comes back to me, and still crying. I then rose, and would have sat up all night, but she would have me come to bed again, and being pretty well pacified, we to sleep. 19th. When between 2 and 3 in the morning we were waked with my maids crying out, "Fire, fire in Markelane." So I rose and looked out, and it was dreadful, and strange apprehensions in me and us all of being presently burnt. So we all rose, and my care presently was to secure my gold and plate and papers, and could quickly have done it. But I went forth to see where it was, and the whole town was presently in the streets. And I found it in a new-built house that stood alone in Minchin Lane, over against the clothworkers' hall, which burned furiously. The house not yet quite finished, and the benefit of brick was well seen, for it burnt all inward and fell down within itself, so no fear of doing more hurt. So homeward, and stopped at Mr. Mills's, where he and she at the door, and Mrs. Turner and Betty and Mrs. Hallworthy and their I stayed and talked, and up to the church leads, and saw the fire which spent itself till all fear over. I home, and there we to bed again, and slept pretty well, and about 9 rose, and then my wife fell into her blubbering again, and at length had a request to make to me, which was that she might go into France and live there out of trouble. And then all come out that I loved pleasure and denied her any and a deal of due. And I find that there have been great fallings out between my father and her, whom, for ever hereafter, I must keep asunder, for they cannot possibly agree. And I said nothing, but with very mild words and few, suffered her humour to spend, till we begun to be very quiet, and I think all will be over and friends, and so I to the office, where all the morning doing business. Yesterday I heard how my Lord Ashley is like to die, having some imposthume in his breast, that he hath been fain to be cut into the body. Such an operation was performed in this year, after a consultation of medical men, and chiefly by Locke's advice, and the wound was afterwards always kept open, a silver pipe being inserted. This saved Lord Ashley's life and gave him health. Christie's Life of the First Earl of Shaftesbury, Volume Roman II, p. 34. Tapsky was a name given to Shaftesbury in derision, and vile defamers described the abscess, which had originated in a carriage accident in Holland, as the result of extreme dissipation. Lines by Duke, a friend and imitator of Dryden. The working ferment of his active mind, in his weak body's cask with pain confined, would burst the rotten vessel where tea's pent, but that tea's tapped to give the treason vent. At noon home to dinner, and thence by coach to Whitehall, where we attended the Duke of York in his closet, upon our usual business. And thence out, and did see many of the knights of the Garter, with the King and Duke of York going into the privy chamber, to elect the Elector of Saxony into that order, who, I did hear the Duke of York say, was a good drinker. I know not upon what score this compliment is done him. Thence with W. Penn, who is in great pain of the gout, by coach round by Holborn home, he being at every kennel full of pain. Thence home, and by comes my wife and Deb. Home, have been at the King's Playhouse today, thinking to spy me there, and saw the new play, Evening Love, of Dryden S., which, though the world commends, she likes not. So to supper and talk, and all in good humour, and then to bed, where I slept not well. From my apprehensions of some trouble about some business of Mr. Povey's, he told me of the other day. 20th, up and talked with my wife all in good humour, and so to the office, where all the morning, and then home to dinner, and so she and I alone to the King's house. and there I saw this new play my wife saw yesterday, and do not like it, it being very smutty and nothing so good as the Maiden Queen, or the Indian Emperor of his making, that I was troubled at it. And my wife tells me wholly, which he confesses a little in the epilogue, taken out of the Illuster Bassa. So she to unthanks, and I to Mr. Povey, and there settled some business, and here talked of things, and he thinks there will be great revolutions, and that Creed will be a great man, though a rogue, he being a man of the old strain, which will now be up again. So I took coach, and set Povey down at Charing Cross, and took my wife up, and calling at the New Exchange at Smith's shop, and kissed her pretty hand, and so we home, and they're able to do nothing by candlelight, my eyes being now constantly so bad that I must take present advice or be blind. So to supper, grieved for my eyes, and to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, and home, and dined with my wife and Deb. Alone, but merry and in good humor, which is, when all is done, the greatest felicity of all, and after dinner she to read in the Illuster Bassa the plot of yesterday's play, which is most exactly the same, and so to church I alone, and thence to see Sir W. Penn, who is ill again, and then home, and there get my wife to read to me till supper, and then to bed. 22nd. Up, and with Balty to St. James's, and there presented him to Mr. Wren about his being muster-master this year, which will be done. So up to wait on the Duke of York, and thence, with W. Coventry, walked to Whitehall, good discourse about the navy, where want of money undoes us. Thence to the Harp and Ball I to drink, and so to the coffee house in Covent Garden, but met with nobody but Sir Philip Howard, who shamed me before the whole house there, in commendation of my speech in Parliament, and thence I away home to dinner alone, my wife being at her tailor's, and after dinner comes Creed, whom I hate, to speak with me, and before him comes Mrs. Daniel about business. She gone, Creed and I to the King's Playhouse, and saw an act or two of the new play again, but like it not. Calling this day at Herringman, he tells me Dryden do himself call it but a fifth-rate play. Thence with him to my Lord Brounker's, where a council of the Royal Society, and there heard Mr. Harry Howard's noble offers about ground for our college, and his intentions of building his own house there most nobly. My business was to meet Mr. Boyle, which I did, and discoursed about my eyes, and he did give me the best advice he could, but refers me to one Turberville of Salisbury lately come to town, which I will go to. Daubigny Turberville of Oriel College, created M.D. at Oxford, 1660. He was a physician of some eminence, and dying at Salisbury on the 21st April, 1696, aged 85, he was buried in the cathedral where his monument remains. Casson, in his Lives of the Bishops of Sarum, Part 3, p. 103, has reprinted an interesting account of Turberville from the Memoir of Bishop Seth Ward, published in 1697 by Dr. Walter Pope. Turberville was born at Wayford, Co-Somerset, in 1612, and became an expert oculist. And probably Pepys received great benefit from his advice, as his vision does not appear to have failed during the many years that he lived after discontinuing the diary. The doctor died rich, and subsequently to his decease his sister Mary, inheriting all his prescriptions and knowing how to use them, practiced as an oculist in London with good reputation be. Thence home, where the street's full, at our end of the town, removing their wine against the act begins, which will be 2 days hence, to raise the price. I did get my store in of Baitlier this night, so home to supper and to bed. 23rd, up and all the morning at the office. At noon home to dinner, and so to the office again all the afternoon, and then to Westminster to Dr. Turberville about my eyes, whom I met with, and he did discourse, I thought, learnedly about them, and takes time before he did prescribe me anything, to think of it. So I away with my wife and Deb, whom I left at Unthank S, and so to Hercules Pillars, and there we three supped on cold powdered beef, and thence home and in the garden walked a good while with Dean, talking well of the navy miscarriages and faults. So home to bed. 24th, up and Creed and Colonel Atkins come to me about sending coals to Tangier, and upon that most of the morning. Thence Creed and I to Alderman Backwell's about Tangier business of money, and thence I buy water calling and drinking, but not Baysado at Mitchell's to Westminster, but it being holiday did no business, only to Martin S. And so home again by water and busy till dinner, and then with wife Mercer Deb. And W. Hewer to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw The Impertinence, a pretty good play, and so by water to spring garden, and there supped, and so home, not very merry, only when we come home, Mercer and I sat and sung in the garden a good while, and so to bed. 25th. Up, and to the office all the morning, and after dinner at home to the office again, and there all the afternoon very busy till night, and then home to supper and to bed. 26th. All the morning doing business at the office. At noon, with my fellow officers, to the Dolphin, at Sir G. Carteret's charge to dinner, he having some accounts examined this morning. All the afternoon we all at Sir W. Penn's with him about the victualler's accounts, and then in the evening to Charing Cross, and there took up my wife at her tailor, S., and so home and to walk in the garden, and then to sup and to bed. 27th. At the office all the morning, at noon dined at home, and then my wife and Deb, and I to the King's Playhouse, and saw The Indian Queen. But do not dote upon Nan Marshall's acting therein, as the world talks of her excellence therein. Thence with my wife to buy some linen, L13 worth, for sheets, and see, at the new shop over against the New Exchange. Come out of London to the Strand. Since the fire, says his and other tradesmen's retail trade is so great here, and better than it was in London, that they believe they shall not return, nor the city be ever so great for retail as heretofore. So home and to my business and to bed. 28th, Lord's Day. Up and to church, and then home to dinner, where Betty Turner, Mercer, and Captain Dean, and after dinner to sing, Mr. Pelting coming. Then, they gone, Dean and I all the afternoon till night to talk of navy matters and ships with great pleasure, and so at night he gone, I to supper, Pelling coming again and singing a while, then to bed. Much talk of the French setting out their fleet afresh, but I hear nothing that our king is alarmed at it, at all, but rather making his fleet less. 29th. Called up by my Lady Peterborough's servant about some business of hers, and so to the office. Thence by and by with Sir J. Minns toward St. James's, and I stop at Dr. Turberville, S., and there did receive a direction for some physic, and also a glass of something to drop into my eyes, who gives me hopes that I may do well. Thence to St. James's, and thence to Whitehall, where I find the Duke of York in the council chamber, where the officers of the navy were called in about navy business, about calling in of more ships. The King of France having, as the Duke of York says, ordered his fleet to come in, notwithstanding what he had lately ordered for their staying abroad. Thence to the chapel, it being St. Peter's Day, and did hear an anthem of Silas Taylor's making, a dull, old-fashioned thing of 6 and 7 parts that nobody could understand. And the Duke of York, when he come out, told me that he was a better storekeeper than anthem maker, and that was bad enough too. This morning Mr. May showed me the King's new buildings at Whitehall, very fine, and among other things, his ceilings and his houses of office. So home to dinner, and then with my wife to the King's Playhouse, the Mulberry Garden, which she had not seen. So by coach to Islington, and round by Hackney home with much pleasure, and to supper and bed. 30th, up and at the office all the morning, then home to dinner, where a stinking leg of mutt, the weather being very wet and hot to keep meat in. Then to the office again all the afternoon, we met about the victualler's new contract. And so up and to walk all the evening with my wife and Mrs. Turner in the garden, till supper, about 11 at night. And so, after supper, parted and to bed, my eyes bad, but not worse, only weary with working. But however, I very melancholy under the fear of my eyes being spoiled, and not to be recovered. For I am come that I am not able to read out a small letter, and yet my sight good for the little while I can read, as ever they were, I think. July 1668. July 1st. Up, and all the morning we met at the office about the victualler's contract. At noon home to dinner, my cousin Roger, come newly to town, dined with us and mighty importunate for our coming down to Impington, which I think to do, this Sturbridge fair. Thence I set him down at the Temple, and Commissioner Middleton dining the first time with me, he and I to Whitehall, and so to St. James's, where we met, and much business with the Duke of York. And I find the Duke of York very hot for regulations in the Navy, and, I believe, is put on it by W. Coventry, and I am glad of it. And particularly he falls heavy on Chatham Yard, and is vexed that Lord Anglesey did, the other day, complain at the council table of disorders in the Navy, and not to him. So I to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier. And they're vexed with the importunity and clamours of Alderman Backwell, for my acquittance for money supplied by him to the garrison, before I have any order for paying it. So home, calling at several places among others, the Chain, and on Cooper to know when my wife shall come to sit for her picture, which will be next week, and so home and to walk with my wife, and then to supper and to bed. Second, called up by a letter from W. Coventry, telling me that the Commissioners of Accounts intend to summons me about Sir W. Warren's Hamburg contract, and so I up and to W. Coventry. He and G. Carteret being the party concerned in it, and after conference with him about it to satisfaction I home again to the office. At noon home to dinner, and then all the afternoon busy to prepare an answer to this demand of the Commissioners of Accounts, and did discourse with Sir W. Warren about it, and so in the evening with my wife and Deb. By coach to take air to Mile-end, and so home and I to bed, vexed to be put to this frequent trouble in things we deserve best in. Third, betimes to the office, my head full of this business. Then by coach to the Commissioners of Accounts at Brookhouse, the first time I was ever there, and there Sir W. Turner in the chair, and present Lord Halifax, Toms, Gregory, Dunster, and Osborne. I long with them and see them hot set on this matter, but I did give them proper and safe answers. Halifax, I perceive, was industrious on my side in behalf of his uncle Coventry, it being the business of Fir W. Warren. Vexed only at their denial of a copy of what I set my hand to and swore. Here till almost 2 o'clock, and then home to dinner, and set down presently what I had done and said this day, and so abroad by water to Eagle Court in the Strand, and there to an alehouse. Met Mr. Pierce, the surgeon and Dr. Clerk, Waldron, Turberville, my physician for the eyes and lower, to dissect several eyes of sheep and oxen, with great pleasure, and to my great information. But strange that this Turberville should be so great a man, and yet, to this day, had seen no eyes dissected, or but once, but desired this Dr. Lower to give him the opportunity to see him dissect some. Thence to unthanks to my wife, and carried her home, and there walked in the garden, and so to supper and to bed. Fourth, up and to see Sir W. Coventry, and give him account of my doings yesterday, which he well liked of, and was told thereof by my Lord Halifax before. But I do perceive he is much concerned for this business. Gives me advice to write a smart letter to the Duke of York about the want of money in the Navy, and desire him to communicate it to the Commissioners of the Treasury. For he tells me he hath hot work sometimes to contend with the rest for the Navy, they being all concerned for some other part of the King's expenses, which they would prefer to this, of the Navy. He showed me his closet with his round table, for him to sit in the middle, very convenient. And I borrowed several books of him, to collect things out of the Navy, which I have not, and so home, and they're busy sitting all the morning, and at noon dined, and then all the afternoon busy, till night, and then to Mile-end with my wife and girl, and there drank and eat a joie of salmon at the Rose and Crown, our old house, and so home to bed. Fifth, Lord's Day. About 4 in the morning took 4 pills of Dr. Turberville's prescribing, for my eyes, and they wrought pretty well most of the morning, and I did get my wife to spend the morning reading of Wilkins' Real Character. At noon comes W. Hewer and Pelling, and young Mitchell and his wife, and dined with us, and most of the afternoon talking, and then at night my wife to read again, and to supper and to bed. Sixth, up and to St. James's, and there attended the Duke of York, and was there by himself told how angry he was, and did declare to my Lord Anglesey about his late complaining of things of the Navy to the King in council, and not to him, and I perceive he is mightily concerned at it, and resolved to reform things therein. Thence with W. Coventry walked in the park together a good while, he mighty kind to me. and hear many pretty stories of my Lord Chancellors being heretofore made sport of by Peter Talbot the priest, in his story of the death of Cardinal Blow. It is probable these stories, in ridicule of Clarendon, are nowhere recorded. Cardinal Jean Ballou was the minister of Louis I of France. The reader will remember him in Sir W. Scott's Quentin Durward. He was confined for 11 years in an iron cage invented by himself in the Château de Laux, and died soon after he regained his liberty by Lord Coddington in his Dolor de las Tiapas. Gripes. It was a joke against Lord Coddington that whenever he was seriously ill he declared himself a Roman Catholic. When he was well again, he returned to the Protestant faith. And Tom Killigrew, in his being bred in Ram Alley, and now bound prentice to Lord Coddington, going to Spain with L1000 and 2 suits of clothes. Thence home to dinner, and thence to Mr. Cooper S., and there met my wife and W. Hewer and Deb. And there my wife first sat for her picture. But he is a most admirable workman, and good company. Here comes Harris, and first told us how Betterton is come again upon the stage, whereupon my wife and company to the house to see Henry the Fifth, while I to attend the Duke of York at the Committee of the Navy, at the Council, where some high dispute between him and W. Coventry about settling pensions upon all flag officers, while unemployed. W. Coventry against it, and, I think, with reason. Thence I to the playhouse, and saw a piece of the play, and glad to see Betterton, and so with wife and Deb, to Spring Garden and eat a lobster, and so home in the evening and to bed. Great doings at Paris, I hear, with their triumphs for their late conquests. The Duchess of Richmond sworn last week of the Queen's bedchamber, and the King minding little else but what he used to do about his women. 7th, up and to the office, where Kate Joyce come to me about some tickets of hers, but took no notice to me of her being married, but seemed mighty pale and doubtful what to say or do, expecting, I believe, that I should begin, and not finding me beginning, said nothing, but with trouble in her face went away. At the office all the morning, and after dinner also all the afternoon, and in the evening with my wife and Deb. And Betty Turner to unthanks, where we are fain to go round by Newgate, because of Fleet Bridge being under rebuilding. They stayed there, and I about some business, and then presently back and brought them home and supped, and Mrs. Turner, the mother, comes to us, and they're late, and so to bed. 8th, betimes by water to Sir W. Coventry, and there discoursed of several things, and I find him much concerned in the present inquiries now on foot of the Commissioners of Accounts, though he reckons himself and the rest very safe, but vexed to see us liable to these troubles, in things wherein we have labored to do best. Thence, he being to go out of town tomorrow, to drink Banbury waters, I to the Duke of York, to attend him about business of the office, and find him mighty free to me, and how he is concerned to mend things in the navy himself, and not leave it to other people. So home to dinner, and then with my wife to Cooper S., and there saw her sit, and he do extraordinary things indeed. So to Whitehall, and thereby and by the Duke of York comes to the robe chamber, and spent with us 3 hours till night, in hearing the business of the master-tendants of Chatham and the storekeeper of Woolwich, and resolves to displace them all. So hot he is of giving proofs of his justice at this time, that it is their great fate now to come to be questioned at such a time as this. Thence I to unthanks, and took my wife and Deb home, and to supper and to bed. 9th, up and to the office, where sat all the morning, and afternoon to the office again till night, mighty busy getting Mr. Fist to come and help me, my own clerks all busy, and so in the evening to ease my eyes, and with my wife and Deb. And Betty Turner, by coach to unthanks and back again, and then to supper and to bed. 10th, up and to attend the council, but all in vain, the council spending all the morning upon a business about the printing of the critics, a dispute between the first printer, one B that is dead, and the abstractor who would now print his abstract, one Poole. So home to dinner, and thence to Howard's to look upon an espionette, and I did come near the buying one, but broke off. I have a mind to have one. So to Cooper S., and there find my wife and W. Hewer and Deb sitting and painting, and here he do work finely, though I fear it will not be so like as I expected. But now I understand his great skill in music, his playing and setting to the French lute most excellently, and speaks French, and indeed is an excellent man. Thence, in the evening, with my people in a glass hackney coach to the park, but was ashamed to be seen. So to the lodge, and drank milk, and so home to supper and to bed. 11th, At the office all the morning. After dinner to the King's Playhouse to see an old play of Shirley's called Hyde Parker the First Day Acted, where horses are brought upon the stage, but it is but a very moderate play, only an excellent epilogue spoke by Beck Marshall. Thence home and to my office, and then to supper and to bed, and overnight took some pills. 12th, which work with me pretty betimes, being Lord's Day, and so I within all day. Busy all the morning upon some accounts with W. Hewer, and at noon, an excellent dinner, comes Pelling and W. Howe, and the latter stayed and talked with me all the afternoon, and in the evening comes Mr. Mills and his wife and supped and talked with me, and so to bed. This last night Betty Mitchell about midnight cries out, and my wife goes to her, and she brings forth a girl, and this afternoon the child is christened, and my wife godmother again to a Betty. 13th, up and to my office, and thence by water to Whitehall to attend the council, but did not, and so home to dinner, and so out with my wife and Deb. And W. Hewer towards Cooper S., but I light and walked to Duck Lane, and there to the bookseller S., at the Bible, whose moher G have a mind to, but L no erat dentro, but I did there look upon and buy some books, and made way for coming again to the man, which pleases me. Thence to Reeves S., and there saw some, and bespoke a little perspective, and was mightily pleased with seeing objects in a dark room. And so to Cooper S., and spent the afternoon with them, and it will be an excellent picture. Thence my people all by water to Deptford to see Balti, while I to buy my espainet. Espainet is the French term for a small harpsichord, at that time called in England a spinet. It was named from a fancied resemblance of its quill plectra to spines or thorns, which I did now agree for, and did at Howard's meet with Mr. Thacker, and heard him play on the harpsicon, so as I never heard man before, I think. So home, it being almost night, and there find in the garden Pelling, who hath brought Tempest, Wallington, and Pelham, to sings, and there had most excellent music late, in the dark, with great pleasure, made them drink and eat, and so with much pleasure to bed, but above all with little Wallington. This morning I was let blood, and did bleed about 14 ounces, towards curring my eyes. 14th, up and to my office, where sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thence all the afternoon hard at the office, we meeting about the victualler's new contract, and so into the garden my Lady Penn, Mrs. Turner and her daughter, my wife and I, and there supped in the dark and were merry, and so to bed. This day Bosque finished his copy of my picture, which I confess I do not admire, though my wife prefers him to Brown, nor do I think it like. He do it for W. Hewer, who hath my wife's also, which I like less. This afternoon my Lady Pickering come to see us, I busy, saw her not. But how natural it is for us to slight people out of power, and for people out of power to stoop to see those that while in power they contemned. 15th, up and all the morning busy at the office to my great content, attending to the settling of papers there, that I may have the more rest in winter for my eyes, by how much I do the more in the settling of all things in the summer by daylight. At noon home to dinner, where is brought home the espainet I bought the other day of Howard, costs me L5. So to St. James's, where did our ordinary business with the Duke of York. So to unthanks to my wife, and with her and Deb. To visit Mrs. Pierce, whom I do not now so much affect since she paints, but stayed here a while and understood from her how my Lady Duchess of Monmouth is still lame, and likely always to be so, which is a sad chance for a young to get, only by trying of tricks in dancing. So home, and there Captain Dean come and spent the evening with me, to draw some finishing lines on his fine draft of the Resolution, the best ship, by all report in the world, and so to bed. Wonderful hot all day and night, and this the first night that I remember in my life that ever I could lie with only a sheet and one rug. So much I am now stronger than ever I remember myself, at least since before I had the stone. 16th, up, and to the office, where Yeebsley and Lannion come to town, and to speak with me about a matter wherein they are accused of cheating the king before the Lords Commissioners of Tangier, and I doubt it true. But I have no hand in it, but will serve them what I can. All the morning at the office, and at noon dined at home, and then to the office again, where we met to finish the draft of the victualler's contract. And so I by water with my Lord Brouncker to Arundel House, to the Royal Society, and there saw an experiment of a dog's being tied through the back, about the spinal artery, and thereby made void of all motion. And the artery being loosened again, the dog recovers. Thence to Cooper S., and saw his advance on my wife's picture, which will be indeed very fine. So with her to the change, to buy some things, and here I first bought of the sempstress next my booksellers, where the pretty young girl is, that will be a great beauty. So home, and to supper with my wife in the garden, it being these 2 days excessively hot, and so to bed. 17th. Up and fitted myself to discourse before the council about business of tickets. So to Whitehall, where waited on the Duke of York, and then the council about that business, and I did discourse to their liking, only was too high to assert that nothing could be invented to secure the king more in the business of tickets than there is, which the Duke of Buckingham did except against, and I could have answered, but forbore, but all liked very well. Thence home, and with my wife and Deb. To the king's house to see a play revived called a sorry mean play, that vexed us to sit in so much heat of the weather to hear it. Thence to see Betty Mitchell newly lain in, and after a little stay we took water and to Spring Garden, and there walked and supped and stayed late, and with much pleasure and to bed. The weather excessive hot, so as we were forced to lie in 2 beds, and I only with a sheet and rug, which is colder than ever I remember I could bear. 18th. At the office all the morning. At noon dined at home and Creed with me, who I do really begin to hate, and do use him with some reservedness. Here was also my old acquaintance, Will Swan, to see me, who continues a factious fanatic still, and I do use him civilly, in expectation that those fellows may grow great again. Thence to the office, and then with my wife to the Change and Unthank S, after having been at Cooper's and sat there for her picture, which will be a noble picture, but yet I think not so like as Hales's is. So home and to my office, and then to walk in the garden, and home to supper and to bed. They say the King of France is making a war again, in Flanders, with the King of Spain, the King of Spain refusing to give him all that he says was promised him in the treaty. Creed told me this day how when the king was at my Lord Cornwallis's when he went last to Newmarket, that being there on a Sunday, the Duke of Buckingham did in the afternoon to please the king make a bawdy sermon to him out of canticles, and that my Lord Cornwallis did endeavour to get the king a whore, and that must be a pretty girl the daughter of the parson of the place, but that she did get away, and leaped off of some place and killed herself, which if true is very sad. 19th Lord's Day. Up, and to my chamber, and there I up and down in the house spent the morning getting things ready against noon, when come Mr. Cooper, Hales, Harris, Mr. Butler that wrote Hudibra's and Mr. Cooper's cozen Jackie, and by comes Mr. Reeves and his wife, whom I never saw before, and there we dined. A good dinner, and company that pleased me mightily, being all eminent men in their way. Spent all the afternoon in talk and mirth, and in the evening parted, and then my wife and I to walk in the garden, and so home to supper, Mrs. Turner and husband and daughter with us, and then to bed. 20th, up and to the office, where Mrs. Daniel comes, all the morning at the office. Dined at home, then with Mr. Colville to the new excise office in Aldersgate Street, and thence back to the old exchange to see a very noble fine lady I spied as I went through, in coming, and there took occasion to buy some gloves and admire her, and a mighty fine fair lady indeed she was. Thence idling all the afternoon to Duck Lane, and there saw my booksellers mow her, but get no ground there yet. And here saw Mrs. Mitchell's daughter married newly to a bookseller, and she proves a comely little grave woman. So to visit my Lord Crewe, who is very sick, to great danger, by an erysipelas, the first day I heard of it, and so home, and took occasion to buy a rest for my espinette at the ironmonger, S. by Holborn Conduit, where the fair pretty woman is that I have lately observed there, and she is pretty, and G. Credo vain enough. Thence home and busy till night, and so to bed. 21st. Up and to St. James's, but lost labour, the Duke abroad. So home to the office, where all the morning and so to dinner, and then all the afternoon at the office, only went to my plate maker S, and there spent an hour about contriving my little plates. This passage has been frequently quoted as referring to Pepys's small bookplate, with his initials SP and 2 anchors and ropes entwined. But if looked at carefully with the further reference on the 27th, it will be seen that it merely describes the preparation of engravings of the 4 dockyards. For my books of the king's 4 yards, at night walked in the garden, and supped and to bed, my eyes bad. 22nd. All the morning at the office. Dined at home, and then to Whitehall with Simpson the joiner, and after attending at the Committee of the Navy about the old business of tickets, where the only expedient they have found is to bind the commanders and officers by oaths. the Duke of York told me how the Duke of Buckingham, after the council the other day, did make mirth at my position about the sufficiency of present rules in the business of tickets. And here I took occasion to desire a private discourse with the Duke of York, and he granted it to me on Friday next. So to show Simpson the king's new lodgings for his chimneys, which I desire to have one built in that mode, and so I home, and with little supper, to bed. This day a falling out between my wife and Deb. About a hood lost, which vexed me. 23rd. Up and all day long, but at dinner, at the office, at work, till I was almost blind, which makes my heart sad. 24th. Up and by water to St. James's, having, by the way, shewn Simpson Sir W. Coventry's chimney pieces, in order to the making me one. And there, after the Duke of York was ready, he called me to his closet. And there I did long and largely show him the weakness of our office, and did give him advice to call us to account for our duties, which he did take mighty well, and desired me to draw up what I would have him write to the office. I did lay open the whole failings of the office, and how it was his duty to find them, and to find fault with them as admiral, especially at this time, which he agreed to, and seemed much to rely on what I said. Thence to Whitehall, and there waited to attend the council, but was not called in, and so home, and after dinner back with Sir J. Minns by coach, and there attended all of us the Duke of York, and had the hearing of Mr. Pett's business, the master shipwright at Chatham, and I believe he will be put out. But here Commissioner Middleton did, among others, show his good nature and easiness to the master's attendants, by mitigating their faults, so as, I believe, they will come in again. So home, and to supper and to bed, the Duke of York staying with us till almost night. 25th. Up and at the office all the morning, and at noon, after dinner, to Cooper's, it being a very rainy day, and there saw my wife's picture go on, which will be very fine indeed. And so home again to my letters, and then to supper and to bed. 26th, Lord's Day. Up, and all the morning and after dinner, the afternoon also, with W. Hewer in my closet, setting right my Tangier accounts, which I have let alone these 6 months and more, but find them very right, and is my great comfort. So in the evening to walk with my wife, and to supper and to bed. 27th. Busy all the morning at my office. At noon dined, and then I out of doors to my bookseller in Duck Lane, but Sue Moher not at home, and it was pretty here to see a pretty woman pass by with a little wanton look, and G did sequi her round about the street from Duck Lane to Newgate Market, and then L did turn back, and G did lose her. And so to see my Lord Crewe, whom I find up, and did wait on him, but his face sore, but in hopes to do now very well again. Thence to Cooper's, where my wife's picture almost done, and mighty fine indeed. So over the water with my wife and Deb, and Mercer to Spring Garden, and there eat and walked, and observe how rude some of the young gallants of the town are become, to go into people's arbors where there are not men, and almost force the women, which troubled me to see the confidence of the vice of the age. And so we away by water with much pleasure home. This day my plate maker comes with my 4 little plates of the 4 yards, cost me L5, which troubles me, but yet do please me also. 28th. All the morning at the office, and after dinner with my wife and Deb. To the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw the slighted maid, but a mean play, and thence home, there being little pleasure now in a play, the company being but little. Here we saw Gosnell, who is become very homely, and sings meanly, I think, to what I thought she did. 29th. Busy all the morning at the office. So home to dinner, where Mercer, and there comes Mr. Swan, my old acquaintance, and dines with me, and tells me, for a certainty, that Creed is to marry Betty Pickering, and that the thing is concluded, which I wonder at, and am vexed for. So he gone I with my wife and 2 girls to the King's house, and saw The Mad Couple, a mean play altogether, and thence to Hyde Park, where but few coaches, and so to the New Exchange, and thence by water home with much pleasure, and then to sing in the garden, and so home to bed, my eyes for these 4 days being my trouble, and my heart thereby mighty sad. 30th. Up and by water to Whitehall. There met with Mr. May, who was giving directions about making a close way for people to go dry from the gate up into the house, to prevent their going through the galleries, which will be very good. I stayed and talked with him about the state of the King's offices in general, and how ill he is served, and do still find him an excellent person, and so back to the office. So close at my office all the afternoon till evening, and then out with my wife to the New Exchange, and so back again. 31st. Up and at my office all the morning. about noon with Mr. Ashburnham to the new excise office, and there discoursed about our business, and I made him admire my drawing a thing presently in shorthand. But God knows, I have paid dear for it in my eyes. Home and to dinner, and then my wife and Deb. And I with Sir J. Minns to Whitehall, she going hence to the New Exchange, and the Duke of York not being in the way, Sir J. Minns and I to her and took them two to the King's house, to see the first day of Lacy's Monsieur Rago, now new acted. The King and court all there and mighty merry a farce. Then Sir J. Minns giving us, like a gentleman, his coach, hearing we had some business, we to the park, and so home. Little pleasure there being little company, but mightily taken with a little chariot that we saw in the street, and which we are resolved to have ours like it. So home to walk in the garden a little, and then to bed. The month ends mighty sadly with me, my eyes being now past all use almost, and I am mighty hot upon trying the late printed experiment of paper tubes. An account of these tubulous spectacles, an easy help for decayed sight, is given in the Philosophical Transactions, number 37, pp. 731, Hutton's Abridgment, Volume I, p. 266. See Diary, August and 23rd, post. August 1668. August 1st. All the morning at the office. After dinner my wife and Deb and I to the King's house again, coming too late yesterday to hear the prologue, and do like the play better now than before. And indeed there is a great deal of true wit in it, more than in the common sort of plays, and so home to my business, and at night to bed, my eyes making me sad. Second, Lord's Day. Up and at home all the morning, hanging and removing of some pictures in my study and house. At noon Pelling dined with me. After dinner, I and Tom, my boy, by water up to Putney, and there heard a sermon and many fine people in the church. Thence walked to Barn Elmes, and there, and going and coming, did make the boy read to me several things, being nowadays unable to read myself anything, for above 2 lines together, but my eyes grow weary. Home about night, and so to supper, and then to bed. Third, up and by water to Whitehall and St. James's, where I did much business, and about noon meeting Dr. Gibbons, carried him to the Sun Tavern in King Street, and there made him, and some friends of his drink. Among others, Captain Silas Taylor and here did get Gibbons to promise me some things for my flageolets. So to the Old Exchange, and then home to dinner, and so, Mercer dining with us, I took my wife and her and Deb out to unthanks, while I to Whitehall to the Commissioners of the Treasury, and so back to them and took them out to Islington, where we met with W. Joyce and his wife and boy, and there eat and drank, and a great deal of his idle talk, and so we round by Hackney home, and so to sing a little in the garden, and then to bed. Fourth, up and to my office a little, and then to Whitehall about a committee for Tangier at my Lord Arlington's, where, by creed, S being out of town, I have the trouble given me of drawing up answers to the complaints of the Turks of Algiers, and so I have all the papers put into my hand. Here till noon, and then back to the office, where sat a little, and then to dinner, and presently to the office, where come to me my Lord Bellasis, Lieutenant Colonel Fitzgerald, newly come from Tangier, and Sir Arthur Bassett, and there I received their informations. And so, they being gone, I with my clerks and another of Lord Brouncker S. Seddon, sat up till 2 in the morning, drawing up my answers and writing them fair, which did trouble me mightily to sit up so long, because of my eyes. 5th, so to bed about 2 o'clock, and then up about 7 and to Whitehall, where read over my report to Lord Arlington in Berkeley, and then afterward at the council board with great good liking. But Lord, how it troubled my eyes, though I did not think I could have done it, but did do it, and was not very bad afterward. So home to dinner, and thence out to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw The Guardian, formerly the same, I find, that was called Cutter of Coleman Street, a silly play. And thence to Westminster Hall, where I met Fitzgerald, and with him to a tavern to consider of the instructions for Sir Thomas Allen, against his going to Algiers, he and I being designed to go down to Portsmouth by the council's order, and by he and I went to the Duke of York, who orders me to go down tomorrow morning. So I away home, and there bespeak a coach, and so home and to bed, my wife being abroad with the mercers walking in the fields and upon the water. 6th, waked betimes, and my wife at an hour's warning is resolved to go with me, which pleases me her readiness. But before ready comes a letter from Fitzgerald that he is seized upon last night by an order of the generals by a file of musketeers, and kept prisoner in his chamber. The Duke of York did tell me of it today. It is about a quarrel between him and Witham, and they fear a challenge, so I to him, and sent my wife by the coach round to Lambeth. I lost my labor going to his lodgings, and he in bed, and staying a great while for him, I at last grew impatient and would stay no longer, but to St. James's to Mr. Wren, to bid him God be with you. And so over the water to Foxhall, and there my wife and Deb come and took me up, and we away to Guildford, losing our way for 3 or 4 mile, about Cobham. At Guildford we dined, and I showed them the hospital there of Bishop Abbott's, and his tomb in the church, which and the rest of the tombs there are kept mighty clean and neat, with curtains before them. So to coach again, and got to Lippock, too late over Hindhead, having an old man, a guide, in the coach with us, but got thither with great fear of being out of our way, it being 10 at night. Here good, honest people, and after supper to bed. 7th, up and to coach, and with a guide to Petersfield, where I find Sir Thomas Allen and Mr. Tippets come, the first about the business, the latter only in respect to me, as also Fitzgerald, who come post all last night and newly arrived here. We 4 sat down presently to our business, and in an hour dispatched all our talk, and did inform Sir Thomas Allen well in it, who, I perceive, in serious matters is a serious man, and tells me he wishes all we are told be true in our defense, for he finds by all that the Turks have, to this day, been very civil to our merchantmen everywhere, and if they would have broke with us, they never had such an opportunity over our rich merchantmen, as lately, coming out of the straits. Then to dinner and pretty merry. And here was Mr. Martin, the purser, and dined with us, and wrote some things for us. And so took coach again back, Fitzgerald with us, whom I was pleased with all the day, with his discourse of his observations abroad, as being a great soldier and of long standing abroad, and knows all things and persons abroad very well, I mean, the great soldiers of France and Spain and Germany, and talks very well. Come at night to Guildford, where the Red Lion so full of people, and a wedding that the master of the house did get us a lodging over the way, at a private house, his landlord's, mighty neat and fine, and there supped and talked with the landlord and his wife, and so to bed with great content, only Fitzgerald lay at the inn knee. So to bed. 8th, up, and I walked out and met Uncle White, whom I sent to last night, and Mr. White coming to see us, and I walked with them back to see my aunt at Catherine Hill, and there walked up and down the hill in places about, but a dull place, but good air, and the house dull. But here I saw my aunt, after many days not seeing her, I think, a year or 2, and she walked with me to see my wife. And here at the Red Lion we all dined together, and mighty merry, and then parted, and we home to Foxhall, where Fitzgerald and I light, and by water to Whitehall, where the Duke of York being abroad, I by coach and met my wife, who went round, and after doing at the office a little and finding all well at home, I to bed. I hear that Colbert, the French ambassador, is come, and hath been at court incognito. When he hath his audience, I know not. 9th, Lord's Day. Up, and walked to Holborn, where got John Powell's coach at the Black Swan, and he attended me at St. James's, where waited on the Duke of York, and both by him and several of the Privy Council, beyond expectation, I find that my going to Sir Thomas Allen was looked upon as a thing necessary, and I have got some advantage by it among them. thence to Whitehall, and thence to visit Lord Brouncker, and back to Whitehall, where saw the Queen and ladies. And so, with Mr. Slingsby, to Mrs. Williams's, thinking to dine with Lord Brouncker there, but did not, having promised my wife to come home, though here I met Nep to my great content. So home, and after dinner, I took my wife and Deb round by Hackney, and up and down to take the air, and then home and made visits to Mrs. Turner and Mrs. Mercer and Sir W. Penn, who is come from Epsom not well, and Sir J. Minns, who is not well neither. And so home to supper, and to set my books a little right, and then to bed. This day Betty Mitchell come and dined with us, the first day after her lying in, whom I was glad to see. 10th, up, and by water to Whitehall, and thence to Sir W. Coventry, but he is gone out of town this morning. So thence to my Lord Arlington's house, the first time I there since he come thither, at Goring House, a very fine, noble place. And there he received me in sight of several lords with great respect. I did give him an account of my journey, and here, while I waited for him a little, my Lord Orrery took notice of me, and begun discourse of hangings, and of the improvement of shipping. I not thinking that he knew me, but did then discover it, with a mighty compliment of my abilities and ingenuity, which I am mighty proud of, and he do speak most excellently. Thence to Westminster Hall, and so by coach to the Old Exchange, and there did several businesses, and so home to dinner, and then abroad to Duck Lane, where I saw my belle femme of the book vendor, but had no opportunity para hazer con her. So away to Cooper S., where I spent all the afternoon with my wife and girl, seeing him make an end of her picture, which he did show my great content, though not so great as, I confess, I expected, being not satisfied in the greatness of the resemblance, nor in the blue garment. But it is most certainly a most rare piece of work, as to the painting. He hath L30 for his work and the crystal, and case, and gold case comes to L83s. 4D, and which I sent him this night, that I might be out of debt. Thence my people home, and I to Westminster Hall about a little business, and so by water home supper, and my wife to read a ridiculous book one bought today of the history of the Tailors' Company. The title of this book was, The Honor of the Merchant Tailors, wherein is set forth the noble acts, valiant deeds, and heroic performances of merchant tailors in former ages, their honorable loves and knightly adventures, their combating of foreign enemies and glorious successes in honor of the English nation, together with their pious. And all the while Deb did comb my head, and I did toker her with my main para very great pleasure, and so to bed. 11th, up and by water to Sir W. Coventry to visit him, whom I find yet troubled at the Commissioners of Accounts, about this business of Sir W. Warren, which is a ridiculous thing, and can come to nothing but contempt, and thence to Westminster Hall, where the Parliament met enough to adjourn, which they did to the 10th of November next, and so by water home to the office, and so to dinner, and thence at the office all the afternoon till night. Being mightily pleased with a little trial I have made of the use of a tube spectacle of paper, tried with my right eye. This day I hear that, to the great joy of the nonconformists, the time is out of the act against them, so that they may meet, and they have declared that they will have a morning lecture. During the troubled reign of Charles I, the House of Commons gave parishioners the right of appointing lecturers at the various churches without the consent of rector or vicar, and this naturally gave rise to many quarrels. In the early period of the war between the king and the Parliament, a course of sermons or lectures was projected in aid of the parliamentary cause. These lectures, which were preached by eminent Presbyterian divines at 7 o'clock on the Sunday mornings, were commenced in the Church of St. Mary Magdalene in Milk Street, but were soon afterwards removed to St. Giles's, Cripplegate. After the Restoration, the lectures were collected in 4 volumes and published under the title of the Cripplegate Morning Exercises, Volume I in 1661, Volume Roman II. In 1674, Volume Roman III, in 1682, and Volume Roman IV, in 1690. In addition, there were 2 volumes which form a supplement to the work, viz. The Morning Exercises Methodized, preached at St. Giles's in the Fields, edited by the Reverend Thomas Case in 1660, and the Exercises Against Popery, preached in Southwark and published in 1675. See Demon S. Records of St. Giles's, Cripplegate, 1883 pp. 55-56. Up again, which is pretty strange, and they are connived at by the king everywhere, I hear, in city and country. So to visit W. Penn, who is yet ill, and then home, where W. Batelier and Mrs. Turner come and sat and supped with us, and so they gone we to bed. This afternoon my wife and Mercer and Deb went with Pelting to see the gypsies at Lambeth and have their fortunes told, but what they did, I did not inquire. 12th, up and all the morning busy at my office. Thence to the excise office, and so to the temple to take counsel about Major Nishals's business for the king. So to several places about business, and among others to Drumbleby, about the mouths for my paper tubes, and so to the Change and home. Met Captain Cock, who tells me that he hears for certain the Duke of York will lose the authority of an admiral, and be governed by a committee, and all our office changed. Only they are in dispute whether I shall continue or no, which puts new thoughts in me, but I know not whether to be glad or sorry. Home to dinner, where Pelting dines with us and brings some partridges, which is very good meat, and after dinner, I and wife and Mercer and Deb. To the Duke of York's house and saw Macbeth, to our great content, and then home, where the women went to the making of my tubes and I to the office. And then come Mrs. Turner and her husband to advise about their son, the chaplain, who is turned out of his ship, a sorrow to them, which I am troubled for, and do give them the best advice I can, and so they gone we to bed. 13th, up and greeting comes, and there he and I tried some things of Mr. Locke's for 2 flageolets, to my great content, and this day my wife begins again to learn of him, for I have a great mind for her to be able to play a part with me. Thence I to the office, where all the afternoon, and then to dinner, where W. Howe dined with me, who tells me for certain that Creed is like to speed in his match with Mrs. Betty Pickering. Here dined with me also Mr. Hollier, who is mighty vain in his pretense to talk Latin. So to the office again all the afternoon till night, very busy, and so, with much content home, and made my wife sing and play on the flageolet to me till I slept with great pleasure in bed. 14th, up and by water to Whitehall and St. James's, and to see Sir W. Coventry and discourse about business of our office, telling him my trouble there, to see how things are ordered. I told him also what Cock told me the other day, but he says there is not much in it, though he do know that this hath been in the eye of some persons to compass for the turning all things in the navy, and that it looks so like a popular thing as that he thinks something may be done in it, but whether so general or no, as I tell it him, he knows not. Thence to Whitehall, and there wait at the council chamber door a good while, talking with one or other, and so home by water, though but for a little while, because I am to return to Whitehall. At home, I find Simpson putting up my new chimney-piece in our great chamber, which is very fine, but will cost a great deal of money, but it is not flung away. So back to Whitehall, and after the council up, I with Mr. Wren, by invitation, to Sir Stephen Fox to dinner, where the cofferer and Sir Edward Savage, where many good stories of the antiquity and estates of many families at this day in Cheshire, and that part of the kingdom more than what is on this side, near London. My lady dining with us, a very good lady, and a family governed so nobly and neatly as do me good to see it. Thence the cofferer, Sir Stephen, and I to the commissioners of the Treasury about business. And so I up to the Duke of York, who inquired for what I had promised him, about my observations of the miscarriages of our office. This refers to the letter on the affairs of the office which Pepys prepared, and respecting which, and the proceedings which grew out of it, so many references are made in future pages of the diary. And I told him he should have it next week, being glad he called for it, for I find he is concerned to do something, and to secure himself thereby, I believe. For the world is laboring to eclipse him, I doubt. I mean, the factious part of the Parliament. The office met this afternoon as usual, and waited on him, where, among other things, he talked a great while of his intentions of going to Dover soon, to be sworn as Lord Warden, which is a matter of great ceremony and state. And so to the Temple with Mr. Wren, to the attorney's chamber, about business, but he abroad, and so I home, and there spent the evening talking with my wife and piping, and pleased with our chimney-piece, and so to bed. 15th, up and to the office, where all the morning busy, and after dinner with my wife, Mercer, and Deb, to the King's Playhouse, and there saw Love's Mistress revived, the thing pretty good, but full of variety of divertisement. So home and to my business at the office, my eyes bad again, and so to bed. 16th, Lord's Day. All the morning at my office with W. Hewer, they're drawing up my report to the Duke of York, as I have promised, about the faults of this office, hoping thereby to have opportunity of doing myself. At noon to dinner, and again with him to work all the afternoon till night, till I was weary and had dispatched a good deal of business, and so to bed after hearing my wife read a little. 17th. Up and by water to Whitehall, and so to St. James's, and thence with Mr. Wren by appointment in his coach to Hampstead, to speak with the Attorney General, whom we met in the fields by his old Rooton house, and after a little talk about our business of Acuworth, went and saw the Lord Wotton's house and garden, which is wonderful fine. Too good for the house the gardens are, being indeed the most noble that ever I saw, and brave orange and lemon trees. Thence to Mr. Chichley, by invitation, and there dined with Sir John, his father not coming home. And while at dinner comes by the French ambassador Colbert's mules, the first I ever saw, with their sumpter clothes mighty rich and his coaches, he being to have his entry today. But his things, though rich, are not new, supposed to be the same his brother. A mistake of Pepys S. Colbert de Croissy, then in England, had himself been the French plenipotentiary at Aix-la-Chapelle B. Had the other day at the treaty at Aix-la-Chapelle in Flanders. Thence to the Duke of York's house, and there saw Cupid's Revenge, under the new name of Love Despised, that hath something very good in it, though I like not the whole body of it. This day the first time acted here, thence home, and there with Mr. Hayter and W. Hewer late, reading over all the principal officers' instructions in order to my great work upon my hand, and so to bed, my eyes very ill. 18th. Up, and to my office about my great business betimes, and so to the office where all the morning. At noon dined, and then to the office all the afternoon also, and in the evening to Sir W. Coventry, but he not within, I took coach alone to the park, to try to meet him there, but did not. But there were few coaches, but among the few there were in 2 coaches our 2 great beauties, my Lady Castlemaine and Richmond, the first time I saw the latter since she had the smallpox. I had much pleasure to see them, but I thought they were strange one to another. Thence going out I met a coach going, which I thought had nep in it, so I went back, but it was not she. So back to Whitehall, and there took water, and so home, and busy late about my great letter to the Duke of York, and so to supper and to bed. 19th. Up betimes, and all day and afternoon without going out, busy upon my great letter to the Duke of York, which goes on to my content. W. Hewer and Gibson I employ with me in it. This week my people wash over the water, and so I little company at home. In the evening, being busy above, a great cry I hear and go down, and what should it be but Jane in a fit of direct raving, which lasted half an hour. Beyond 4 or 5 of our strength to keep her down, and when all come to all, a fit of jealousy about Tom, with whom she is in love. So at night, I and my wife and W. Hewer called them to us, and their eye did examine all the thing and them in league. She in love, and he hath got her to promise him to marry, and he is now cold in it, so that I must rid my hands of them, which troubles me, and the more because my head is now busy upon other greater things. I am vexed also to be told by W. Hewer that he is summoned to the Commissioners of Accounts about receiving a present of L30 from Mr. Mason, the timber merchant. Though there be no harm in it, that will appear on his part. He having done them several lawful kindnesses, and never demanded anything, as they themselves have this day declared to the Commissioners, they being forced up by the discovery of somebody that they in confidence had once told it to. So to supper vexed and my head full of care, and so to bed. 20th. Betimes at my business again, and so to the office, and dined with Brouncker and J. Minns at Sir W. Penn's at a bad pasty of venison, and so to work again, and at it till past 12 at night, that I might get my great letter. In the Pepysian Library is a Ms. No. 2242, entitled, Papers containing my address to His Royal Highness James, Duke of York, Lord High Admiral of England, and c. by letter dated the 20th of August, 1668, humbly tendering him my advice touching the present state of the office of the Navy, with His Royal Highness's proceedings upon the same, and their result. To the Duke of York ready against tomorrow, which I shall do to my great content, so to bed. 21st. Up betimes, and with my people again to work, and finished all before noon, and then I by water to Whitehall, and there did tell the Duke of York that I had done, and he hath to my great content desired me to come to him at Sunday next in the afternoon, to read it over, by which I have more time to consider and correct it. So back home and to the Change, in my way calling at Morris, my vintner's, where I love to see Sue Moher, though no acquaintance accosties this day con her. Did several things at the Change, and so home to dinner. After dinner I by coach to my booksellers in Duck Lane, and there did spend a little time and regarder Sue Moher, and so to St. James's, where did a little ordinary business. And by comes Monsieur Colbert, the French ambassador, to make his first visit to the Duke of York, and then to the Duchess. And I saw it. A silly piece of ceremony, he saying only a few formal words. A comely man, and in a black suit and cloak of silk, which is a strange fashion, now it hath been so long left off. This day I did first see the Duke of York's room of pictures of some maids of honor, done by Lilly. Good, but not like. The set of portraits known as King Charles's Beauties, formerly in Windsor Castle, but now at Hampton Courtby. Thence to Reeves' S. and bought a reading glass, and so to my bookseller, S. again, there to buy a book of martyrs. The popular name of John Fox's Acts and Monuments, first published in 1562-63, which I did agree for. And so, after seeing and beginning acquaintance con his femme, but very little, away home, and they're busy very late at the correcting my great letter to the Duke of York, and so to bed. 22nd. Up betimes, at it again with great content, and so to the office, where all the morning, and did fall out with W. Penn about his slight performance of his office, and so home to dinner, fully satisfied that this office must sink or the whole service be undone. To the office all the afternoon again, and then home to supper and to bed, my mind being pretty well at ease, my great letter being now finished to my full content. And I thank God I have opportunity of doing it, though I know it will set the office and me by the ears forever. This morning Captain Cock comes, and tells me that he is now assured that it is true, what he told me the other day, that our whole office will be turned out, only me, which, whether he says true or no, I know not, nor am much concerned, though I should be better contented to have it thus than otherwise. This afternoon, after I was weary in my business of the office, I went forth to the Change, thinking to have spoke with Captain Cock, but he was not within. So I home and took London Bridge in my way, walking down Fish Street and Gracious Street, to see how very fine a descent they have now made down the hill, that it has become very easy and pleasant, and going through Leadenhall, it being market day, I did see a woman catched that had stolen a shoulder of mutton off of a butcher's stall, and carrying it wrapped up in a cloth in a basket. The jade was surprised, and did not deny it, and the woman so silly as to let her go that took it, only taking the meat. 23rd, Lord's Day. Up betimes, my head busy in my great letter, and I did first hang up my new map of Paris in my green room, and changed others in other places. Then to Captain Cox, thinking to have talked more of what he told me yesterday, but he was not within. So back to church, and heard a good sermon of Mr. Gifford's at our church, upon "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and its righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you." A very excellent and persuasive, good and moral sermon. Showed, like a wise man, that righteousness is a surer moral way of being rich than sin and villainy. Then home to dinner, where Mr. Pelting, who brought us a hare which we had at dinner, and W. Howe. After dinner to the office, Mr. Gibson and I, to examine my letter to the Duke of York, which, to my great joy, I did very well by my paper tube, without pain to my eyes. And I do mightily like what I have therein done. And did, according to the Duke of York's order, make haste to St. James's, and about 4 o'clock got thither. And there the Duke of York was ready, to expect me, and did hear it all over with extraordinary content, and did give me many and hearty thanks, and in words the most expressive tell me his sense of my good endeavors, and that he would have a care of me on all occasions. And did, with much inwardness tell me what was doing, suitable almost to what Captain Cock tells me, of designs to make alterations in the navy, and is most open to me in them, and with utmost confidence desires my further advice on all occasions. And he resolves to have my letter transcribed, and sent forthwith to the office. So with as much satisfaction as I could possibly, or did hope for, and obligation on the Duke of York's side professed to me, I away into the park, and there met Mr. Pierce and his wife, and sister and brother, and a little boy, and with them to Mulberry Garden, and spent I 18s. On them and there left them, she being again with child, and by it, the least pretty that ever I saw her. And so I away, and got a coach, and home, and there with my wife and W. Hewer, talking all the evening, my mind running on the business of the office, to see what more I can do to the rendering myself acceptable and useful to all and to the king. we to supper, and to bed. 24th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning upon considerations on the victualler's contract, and then home to dinner, where my wife is upon hanging the long chamber where the girl lies, with the sad stuff that was in the best chamber, in order to the hanging that with tapestry. So to dinner, and then to the office again, where all the afternoon till night, we met to discourse upon the alterations which are propounded to be made in the draft of the victualler's contract which we did lately make. And then we being up comes Mr. Child, Papillion, and Littleton, his partners, to discourse upon the matter with me, which I did, and spent all the evening with them at the office. And so, they being gone, I to supper and talk with my wife, and so to bed. 25th. Up, and by water to St. James's, and there with Mr. Wren did discourse about my great letter, which the Duke of York hath given him, and he hath set it to be transcribed by Billings, his man, whom, as he tells me, he can most confide in for secrecy, and is much pleased with it, and earnest to have it be. And he and I are like to be much together in the considering how to reform the office, and that by the Duke of York's command. Thence I, mightily pleased with this success, away to the office, where all the morning my head full of this business. And it is pretty how Lord Brouncker this day did tell me how he hears that a design is on foot to remove us out of the office, and proposes that we too do agree to draw up a form of a new constitution of the office, there to provide remedies for the evils we are now under, so that we may be beforehand with the world, which I agreed to, saying nothing of my design. And, the truth is, he is the best man of them all, and I would be glad, next myself, to save him. For, as he deserves best, so I doubt he needs his place most. So home to dinner at noon, and all the afternoon busy at the office till night, and then with my mind full of business now in my head, I to supper and to bed. 26th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning almost, busy about business against the afternoon, and we met a little to sign 2 or 3 things at the board of moment, and thence at noon home to dinner, and so away to Whitehall by water. In my way to the Old Swan, finding a great many people gathered together in Cannon Street about a man that was working in the ruins, and the ground did sink under him, and he sunk in, and was forced to be dug out again, but without hurt. Thence to Whitehall, and it is strange to say with what speed the people employed do pull down Paul's steeple, and with what ease. It is said that it, and the choir are to be taken down this year, and another church begun in the room thereof the next. At Whitehall we met at the Treasury Chamber, and there before the Lords did debate our draft of the victualling contract with the several bidders for it, which were Sir D. Gauden, Mr. Child and his fellows, and Mr. Dorrington and his, a poor variety in a business of this value. There till after candle lighting, and so home by coach with Sir D. Gauden, who, by the way, tells me how the city do go on in several things towards the building of the public places, which I am glad to hear, and gives hope that in a few years it will be a glorious place. But we met with several stops and new troubles in the way in the streets, so as makes it bad to travel in the dark now through the city. So I to Mr. Batelier's by appointment, where I find my wife and Deb. And Mercer, Mrs. Pierce and her husband, son, and daughter, and Knepp and Harris and W. Batelier and his sister Mary, and cousin Gumbleton, a good-humored, fat young gentleman, son to the jeweler, that dances well, and here danced all night long with a noble supper. And about 2 in the morning the table spread again for a noble breakfast beyond all moderation, that put me out of countenance, so much and so good. Mrs. Pierce and her people went home betimes, she being big with child, but Knepp and the rest stayed till almost 3 in the morning, and then broke up. 27th. Knepp home with us, and I to bed, and rose about 6, mightily pleased with last night's mirth, and away by water to St. James's, and there, with Mr. Wren, did correct his copy of my letter, which the Duke of York hath signed in my very words, without alteration of a syllable. A copy of this letter is in the British Museum, Harl. MS. 6003. See July 24th ante and August 29th post in the Pepysian collection are the following. An inquisition by His Royal Highness the Duke of York, when Lord High Admiral of England, into the management of the Navy, 1668, with his regulations thereon, fall. Also Mr. Pepys's defence of the same upon an inquisition thereunto by Parliament, 1669, fall B. And so pleased therewith, I to my Lord Brouncker, who I find within but hath business, and so comes not to the office today. And so I by water to the office, where we sat all the morning, And just as the board rises comes the Duke of York's letter, which I knowing, and the board not being full, and desiring rather to have the Duke of York deliver it himself to us, I suppressed it for this day, my heart beginning to falsify in this business, as being doubtful of the trouble it may give me by provoking them. But however, I am resolved to go through it, and it is too late to help it now. At noon to dinner to Captain Cock, S., where I met with Mr. Wren, my going being to tell him what I have done, which he likes, and to confer with Cock about our office, who tells me that he is confident the design of removing our officers do hold, but that he is sure that I am safe enough. Which pleases me, though I do not much show it to him, but as a thing indifferent. So away home, and there met at Sir Richard Ford's with the Duke of York's commissioners about our prizes, with whom we shall have some trouble before we make an end with them, and hence, staying a little with them, I with my wife and W., Baitlier and Deb, carried them to Bartholomew Fair, where we saw the dancing of the ropes and nothing else, it being late, and so back home to supper and to bed, after having done at my office. 28th. Busy at the office till toward 10 o'clock, and then by water to Whitehall, where attending the council's call all the morning with Lord Brouncker, W. Penn, and the rest, about the business of supernumeraries in the fleet, but were not called in. But here the Duke of York did call me aside, and told me that he must speak with me in the afternoon, with Mr. Wren, for that now he hath got the paper from my Lord Keeper about the exceptions taken against the management of the Navy. And so we are to debate upon answering them. At noon I home with W. Coventry to his house, and there dined with him and talked freely with him, and did acquaint him with what I have done, which he is well pleased with and glad of, and do tell me that there are endeavors on foot to bring the Navy into new, but, he fears, worse hands. After much talk with great content with him, I walked to the Temple, and stayed at Starkey's, my bookseller's, looking over Dr. Heylyn's new book of the life of Bishop Laud, a strange book of the church history of his time, till Mr. Wren comes, and by appointment we to the Attorney General's chamber, and there read and heard the witnesses in the business of Acuworth, most troublesome and perplexed by the counter-swearing of the witnesses one against the other. And so with Mr. Wren away thence to Saint for his papers, and so to Whitehall, and after the committee was done at the council chamber about the business of supernumeraries, wherein W. Penn was to do all and did, but like an ignorant, illiterate coxcomb, the Duke of York fell to work with us, the committee being gone, in the council chamber. And there, with his own hand, did give us his long letter, telling us that he had received several from us, and now did give us one from him, taking notice of our several duties and failures, and desired answer to it as he therein desired. This pleased me well, and so fell to other business, and then parted. And the Duke of York and Wren, and I, it being now candlelight, into the Duke of York's closet in Whitehall, and there read over this paper of my Lord Keeper, S., wherein are laid down the faults of the Navy, so silly, and the remedies so ridiculous, or else the same that are now already provided, that we thought it not to need any answer, the Duke of York being able himself to do it. That so it makes us admire the confidence of these men to offer things so silly, in a business of such moment. But it is a most perfect instance of the complexion of the times. And so the Duke of York said himself, who, I perceive, is mightily concerned in it, and do, again and again, recommend it to Mr. Wren and me together, to consider upon remedies fit to provide for him to propound to the king before the rest of the world, and particularly the commissioners of accounts, who are men of understanding and order to find our faults, and offer remedies of their own, which I am glad of, and will endeavor to do something in it. So parted, and with much difficulty, by candlelight, walked over the matted gallery, as it is now with the mats and boards all taken up, so that we walked over the rafters. But strange to see what hard matter the plaister of Paris is, that is there taken up, as hard as stone. And pity to see Holben's work in the ceiling blotted on, and only whited over. Thence, with much ado, by several coaches home, to supper and to bed. My wife having been this day with Hales, to sit for her hand to be mended, in her picture. 29th. Up, and all the morning at the office, where the Duke of York's long letter was read, to their great trouble, and their suspecting me to have been the writer of it. And at noon comes, by appointment, Harris to dine with me, and after dinner he and I to Chirurgeon's Hall, where they are building it new, very fine, and there to see their theatre, which stood all the fire, and which was our business their great picture of Holben, S., thinking to have bought it by the help of Mr. Pierce for a little money. I did think to give L 200 for it, it being said to be worth L 1000. But it is so spoiled that I have no mind to it, and is not a pleasant, though a good picture. Thence carried Harris to his playhouse, where though 4 o'clock so few people there at the impertinence, as I went out, and do believe they did not act, though there was my Lord Arlington and his company there. So I out and met my wife in a coach, and stopped her going thither to meet me, and took her and Mercer and Deb to Bartholomew Fair, and there did see a ridiculous, obscene little stage play called Mary Andry, a foolish thing, but seen by every body, and so to Jacob Hall's Dancing of the Ropes, a thing worth seeing, and mightily followed, and so home and to the office, and then to bed. Writing to my father tonight not to unfurnish our house in the country for my sister, who is going to her own house, because I think I may have occasioned myself to come thither. And so I do, by our being put out of the office, which do not at all trouble me to think of. 30th Lord's Day. Walk to St. James's and Pall Mall and read over, with Sir W. Coventry, my long letter to the Duke of York, and which the Duke of York hath from mine wrote to the board, wherein he is mightily pleased, and I perceive do put great value upon me, and did talk very openly on all matters of state, and how some people have got the bit into their mouths, meaning the Duke of Buckingham and his party, and would likely run away withal. But what pleased me mightily was to hear the good character he did give of my Lord Falmouth for his generosity, good nature, desire of public good, and low thoughts of his own wisdom, his employing his interest in the king to do good offices to all people, without any other fault than the freedom he do learn in France of thinking himself obliged to serve his king in his pleasures, and was W. Coventry's particular friend. And W. Coventry do tell me very odd circumstances about the fatality of his death, which are very strange. Thence to Whitehall to chapel, and heard the anthem, and did dine with the Duke of Albemarle in a dirty manner as ever. All the afternoon, I sauntered up and down the house and park. And there was a committee for Tangier met, wherein Lord Middleton would, I think, have found fault with me for want of coals. But I slighted it, and he made nothing of it but was thought to be drunk. And I see that he hath a mind to find fault with me and Creed, neither of us having yet applied ourselves to him about anything. But do talk of his profits and perquisites taken from him, and garrison reduced, and that it must be increased, and such things as. I fear he will be just such another as my Lord Teviot and the rest, to ruin that place. So I to the park, and there walk an hour or two, and in the king's garden, and saw the queen and ladies walk, and I did steal some apples off the trees, and here did see my Lady Richmond, who is of a noble person as ever I saw, but her face worse than it was considerably by the smallpox. Her sister is also very handsome. Coming into the park, and the door kept strictly, I had opportunity of handing in the little, pretty, squinting girl of the Duke of York's house, but did not make acquaintance with her, but let her go, and a little girl that was with her, to walk by themselves. So to Whitehall in the evening to the Queen's side, and there met the Duke of York. And he did tell me and W. Coventry, who was with me, how that Lord Anglesey did take notice of our reading his long and sharp letter to the board, but that it was the better, at least he said so. The Duke of York, I perceive, is earnest in it, and will have good effects of it, telling W. Coventry that it was a letter that might have come from the Commissioners of Accounts, but it was better it should come first from him. I met Lord Brouncker, who, I perceive, and the rest, do smell that it comes from me, but dare not find fault with it. And I am glad of it, it being my glory and defense that I did occasion and write it. So by water home, and did spend the evening with W. Hewer, telling him how we are all like to be turned out. Lord Brouncker telling me this evening that the Duke of Buckingham did, within few hours, say that he had enough to turn us all out, which I am not sorry for at all. For I know the world will judge me to go for company. And my eyes are such as I am not able to do the business of my office as I used, and would desire to do, while I am in it. So with full content, declaring all our content in being released of my employment, my wife and I to bed, and W. Hewer home, and so all to bed. 31st. Up and to my office, there to set my journal for all the last week, and so by water to Westminster to the Exchequer, and thence to the Swan, and there drank and did Baser La Fill there, and so to the New Exchange and paid for some things, and so to Hercules Pillars. And there dined all alone, while I sent my shoe to have the heel fastened at Watt S., and thence to Whitehall to the Treasury Chamber, where did a little business, and thence to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there met my wife and Deb. And Mary Mercer and Baitlear, where also W. Hewer was and saw Hamlet, which we have not seen this year before or more, and mightily pleased with it. But above all with Betterton the best part one believe that ever man acted. Thence to the fair and saw Polichinelle, and so home, and after a little supper to bed. This night lay the first night in Deb's chamber, which is now hung with that hung our great chamber, and is now a very handsome room. This day Mrs. Baitlear did give my wife a mighty pretty spaniel bitch, which she values mightily, and is pretty, but as a newcomer, I cannot be fond of her. September 1668. September 1st. Up and all the morning at the office busy, and after dinner to the office again busy till about 4, and then I abroad, my wife being gone to Hales's about drawing her hand new in her picture, and I to see Betty Mitchell, which I did, but Sue Mari was dentro and no pleasure. So to the fair, and there saw several sights, among others, the mare that tells money. This is not the first learned horse of which we read. Shakespeare, Love's Labour, S. Lost, Act 1, SC. 2 mentions the dancing horse, and the commentators have added many particulars of Banks's bay horse, and many things to admiration, and, among others, come to me, when she was bid to go to him of the company that most loved a pretty wench in a corner. And this did cost me 12d. To the horse, which I had flung him before, and did give me occasion to baser a mighty bell fill that was in the house that was exceeding plain, but Fort Bell. At night going home I went to my bookseller's in Duck Lane, and find her weeping in the shop, so as ego could not have any discourse con her nor ask the reason, so departed and took coach home, and taking coach was set on by a wench that was not, and would have gone along with me to her lodging in Shoe Lane, but ego did donner her a shilling, and left her, and home, where after supper, W. Baitlear with us, we to bed. This day Mrs. Martin come to see us, and dined with us. Second, fast day for the burning of London, strictly observed. I at home at the office all day, forenoon and afternoon, about the victualler's contract and other things, and at night home to supper, having had but a cold dinner, Mr. Gibson with me. And this evening comes Mr. Hill to discourse with me about Yeebsley and Lannion's business, wherein they are troubled, and I fear they have played the knave too far for me to help or think fit to appear for them. So he gone, and after supper to bed, being troubled with a summons, though a kind one from Mr. Jessup, to attend the commissioners of accounts tomorrow. Third, up and to the office, where busy till it was time to go to the commissioners of accounts, which I did about noon, and there was received with all possible respect, their business being only to explain the meaning of one of their late demands to us, which we had not answered in our answer to them. And this being done, I away with great content, my mind being troubled before, and so to the Exchequer and several places, calling on several businesses, and particularly my bookseller, S. among others. For Hobbes's Leviathan. Leviathan, or the matter, form, and power of a Commonwealth Ecclesiastical and Civil, by Thomas Hobbes of Malmesbury, first published in 1651. It was reprinted in 1680, with its old date. Hobbes's complete works, English and Latin, were published by Sir William Molesworth in 16 volumes 8vo, between 1839 and 1845. which is now mightily called for, and what was heretofore sold for 8s. I now give 24s, for, at the second hand, and is sold for 30s. It being a book the bishops will not let be printed again, and so home to dinner, and then to the office all the afternoon, and towards evening by water to the commissioners of the Treasury, and presently back again, and there met a little with W. Penn and the rest about our prize accounts. And so W. Penn and Lord Brouncker and I at the lodging of the latter to read over our new draft of the victualler's contract, and so broke up and home to supper and to bed. 4th, up and met at the office all the morning, and at noon my wife and Deb, and Mercer and W. Hewer and I to the fair, and there at the old house did eat a pig and was pretty merry, but saw no sights, my wife having a mind to see the play Bartholomew Fair, with puppets. Which we did, and it is an excellent play. The more I see it, the more I love the wit of it. Only the business of abusing the Puritans begins to grow stale, and of no use, they being the people that at last will be found the wisest. And here Nep come to us and sat with us, and thence took coach in 2 coaches, and losing one another my wife and Nep, and I to Hercules' Pillars, and there supped, and I did take from her mouth the words and notes of her song of the lark, which pleases me mightily. And so set her at home, and away we home, where our company come home before us. This night Nep tells us that there is a Spanish woman lately come over, that pretends to sing as well as Mrs. Knight, both of which I must endeavor to hear. So, after supper, to bed. 5th, up and at the office all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and to the office to work all the afternoon again till the evening, and then by coach to Mr. Hales's new house, where I find he hath finished my wife's hand, which is better than the other. And here I find Harris's picture, done in his habit of Henry V, mighty like a player, but I do not think the picture near so good as any yet he hath made for me. However, it is pretty well, and thence through the fair home, but saw nothing, it being late, and so home to my business at the office, and thence to supper and to bed. 6th, Lord's Day. Up betimes, and got myself ready to go by water, and about 9 o'clock took boat with Henry Russell to Gravesend, coming thither about 1, where at the ship I dined. And thither come to me Mr. Hosier, whom I went to speak with about several businesses of work that he is doing, and I would have him do of writing work for me. And I did go with him to his lodging, and there did see his wife, a pretty tolerable woman, and do find him upon an extraordinary good work of designing a method of keeping our storekeepers' accounts in the Navy. Here I should have met with Mr. Wilson, but he is sick, and could not come from Chatham to me. So, having done with Hosier, I took boat again the beginning of the flood, and come home by 9 at night, with much pleasure, it being a fine day. Going down I spent reading of the 5 sermons of 5 several styles, worth comparing one with another. But I do think, when all is done, that, contrary to the design of the book, the Presbyterian style and the Independent are the best of the 5 sermons to be preached in. This I do, by the best of my present judgment think, and coming back I spent reading of a book of warrants of our office in the first Dutch war, and do find that my letters and warrants and method will be found another Gates business than this that the world so much adores, and I am glad for my own sake to find it so. My boy was with me, and read to me all day, and we sang a while together, and so home to supper a little, and so to bed. 7th, at the office all the morning we met, and at noon dined at home, and after dinner carried my wife and Deb to Unthanks, and I to Whitehall with Mr. Gibson, where the rest of our officers met us, and to the commissioners of the Treasury about the victualling contract, but stayed not long. But thence, sending Gibson to my wife, I with Lord Brouncker, who was this day in an unusual manner merry, I believe with drink, J. Minns, and W. Penn to Bartholomew Fair. And there saw the dancing mare again, which today I find to act much worse than the other day, she forgetting many things which her master beat her for and was mightily vexed. And then the dancing of the ropes and also the little stage play, which is very ridiculous, and so home to the office with Lord Brouncker, W. Penn, and myself, J. Minns being gone home before not well. And so, after a little talk together, I home to supper and to bed. 8th, up and by water to Whitehall, and to St. James's, there to talk a little with Mr. Wren about the private business we are upon, in the office, where he tells me he finds that they all suspect me to be the author of the great letter, which I value not, being satisfied that it is the best thing I could ever do for myself. And so, after some discourse of this kind more, I back to the office, where all the morning. And after dinner to it again, all the afternoon and very late, and then home to supper, where met W. Baitlier and Betty Turner. And after some talk with them and supper, we to bed. This day, I received so earnest an invitation again from Roger Pepys to come to Sturbridge Fair that I resolved to let my wife go, which she shall do the next week, and so to bed. This day I received 2 letters from the Duke of Richmond about his yacht, which is newly taken into the King's service, and I am glad of it, hoping hereby to oblige him, and to have occasions of seeing his noble Duchess, which I admire. 9th, up and to the office, and thence to the Duke of Richmond's lodgings by his desire, by letter, yesterday. I find him at his lodgings in the little building in the Bowling Green, at Whitehall, that was begun to be built by Captain Rolt. They are fine rooms. I did hope to see his lady, the beautiful Mrs. Stewart, but she, I hear, is in the country. His business was about his yacht, and he seems a mighty good-natured man, and did presently write me a warrant for a doe from Cobham, when the season comes, Buck's season being past. I shall make much of this acquaintance, that I may live to see his lady near. Thence to Westminster, to Sir R. Long's office. And going, met Mr. George Montagu, who talked and complimented me mightily, and long discourse had with him, who, for news, tells me for certain that Trevor do come to be secretary at Michaelmas, and that Morris goes out, and he believes, without any compensation. He tells me that now Buckingham does rule all, and the other day, in the King's journey he is now on at Bagshot, and that way he caused Prince Rupert's horses to be turned out of an inn, and caused his own to be kept there, which the prince complained of to the king, and the Duke of York seconded the complaint. But the king did overrule it for Buckingham, by which there are high displeasures among them, and Buckingham and Arlington rule all. Thence by water home and to dinner, and after dinner by water again to Whitehall, where Brouncker, W. Penn, and I attended the commissioners of the Treasury about the victualling contract, where high words between Sir Thomas Clifford and us, and myself more particularly, who told him that something that he said was told him about this business was a flat untruth. However, we went on to our business in the examination of the draft, and so parted, and I vexed at what happened, and Brouncker and W. Penn and I home in a hackney coach. And I all that night so vexed that I did not sleep almost all night, which shows how unfit I am for trouble. So, after a little supper, vexed, and spending a little time melancholy in making a bass to the lark's song, I to bed. 10th, up and by water to Whitehall, and there to Sir W. Coventry's house, where I stayed in his dining room 2 hours thinking to speak with him, but I find Garraway and he are private, which I am glad of, Captain Cock bringing them this day together. Cock come out and talked to me, but it was too late for me to stay longer, and therefore to the Treasury Chamber, where the rest met, and W. Coventry come presently after. And we spent the morning in finishing the victualler's contract, and so I by water home, and there dined with me Baitlier and his wife, and Mercer, and my people at a good venison pasty. And after dinner I and W. Howe, who come to see me, by water to the Temple, and met our 4 women, my wife, M. Baitlier, Mercer, and Deb, at the Duke's Playhouse, and there saw The Maid in the Mill, revived a pretty, harmless old play. Thence to Unthank S. and Change, where wife did a little business, while Mercer and I stayed in the coach, and in a quarter of an hour I taught her the whole lark's song perfectly, so excellent an ear she hath. Here we at Unthank S. light, and walked them to Whitehall, my wife mighty angry at it, and did give me ill words before Baitlier, which vexed me, but I made no matter of it, but vexed to myself. So landed them, it being fine moonshine, at the Bear, and so took water to the other side, and home. I to the office, where a child is laid at Sir J. Minns's door, as there was one heretofore. So being good friends again, my wife seeking it, by my being silent I overcoming her, we to bed. 11th, up, and at my office all the morning, and after dinner all the afternoon in my house with Baitlier shut up, drawing up my defence to the Duke of York upon his great letter, which I have industriously taken this opportunity of doing for my future use. At it late, and my mind and head mighty full of it all night. 12th, at it again in the morning, and then to the office, where till noon, and I do see great whispering among my brethren about their replies to the Duke of York, which vexed me, though I know no reason for it, for I have no manner of ground to fear them. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner to work all the afternoon again. At home late, and so to bed. 13th Lord's Day. The like all this morning and afternoon, and finished it to my mind. So about 4 o'clock walked to the temple, and thereby coached to St. James's, and met, to my wish, the Duke of York and Mr. Wren. And understand the Duke of York hath received answers from Brouncker, W. Penn, and J. Minns, and as soon as he saw me, he bid Mr. Wren read them over with me. So having no opportunity of talk with the Duke of York, and Mr. Wren some business to do, he put them into my hands like an idle companion, to take home with me before himself had read them, which do give me great opportunity of altering my answer, if there was cause. So took a hackney and home, and after supper made my wife to read them all over, wherein she is mighty useful to me, and I find them all evasions, and in many things false, and in few to the full purpose. Little said reflective on me, though W. Penn and J. Minns do mean me in one or two places, and J. Minns a little more plainly would lead the Duke of York to question the exactness of my keeping my records, but all to no purpose. My mind is mightily pleased by this, if I can but get time to have a copy taken of them, for my future use, but I must return them tomorrow. So to bed. 14th. Up betimes and walked to the temple and stopped, viewing the Exchange and Paul's and St. Faith's, where strange how the very sight of the stones falling from the top of the steeple do make me seasick. But no hurt, I hear, hath yet happened in all this work of the steeple, which is very much. So from the temple I by coach to St. James's, where I find Sir W. Penn and Lord Anglesey, who delivered this morning his answer to the Duke of York, but I could not see it. But after being above with the Duke of York, but said nothing, I down with Mr. Wren, and he and I read all over that I had, and I expounded them to him, and did so order it that I had them home with me, so that I shall to my heart's wish be able to take a copy of them. After dinner, I by water to Whitehall, and there, with the cofferer and Sir Stephen Fox, attended the commissioners of the Treasury about bettering our fund, and are promised it speedily. Thence by water home, and so all the afternoon and evening late busy at the office, and then home to supper, and Mrs. Turner comes to see my wife before her journey tomorrow, but she is in bed, and so sat talking to little purpose with me a great while, and she gone, I to bed. 15th. Up mighty betimes, my wife and people, Mercer lying here all night by 3 o'clock and I about 5, and they before and I after them to the coach in Bishopsgate Street, which was not ready to set out. So took wife and Mercer and Deb, and W. Hewer, who are all to set out this day for Cambridge, to cousin Roger Pepys's to see Sturbridge Fair, and I showed them the Exchange, which is very finely carried on with good dispatch. So walked back and saw them gone, there being only one man in the coach besides them, and so home to the office, where Mrs. Daniel come and stayed talking to little purpose with me to borrow money, but I did not lend her any, having not opportunity para hater allo thing mit her. At the office all the morning, and at noon dined with my people at home, and so to the office again a while, and so by water to the King's Playhouse, to see a new play acted but yesterday, a translation out of French by Dryden, called The Ladies a la Mode. So mean a thing as when they come to say it would be acted again tomorrow, both he that said it, Beeson, and the pit fell a-laughing, there being this day not a quarter of the pit full. Thence to St. James's and Whitehall to wait on the Duke of York, but could not come to speak to him till time to go home, and so by water home, and there late at the office and my chamber busy, and so, after a little supper to bed. 16th. Up, and dressing myself I did begin para toker the breasts of my maid Jane, which did give way to more than usual heretofore, so I have a design to try more when I can bring it to. So to the office, and thence to St. James's to the Duke of York, walking it to the temple, and in my way observe that the stocks are now pulled quite down, and it will make the coming into Cornhill and Lumber Street mighty noble. I stopped, too, at Paul's, and there did go into St. Faith's Church, and also in the body of the west part of the church, and do see a hideous sight of the walls of the church ready to fall, that I was in fear as long as I was in it. And here I saw the great vaults underneath the body of the church. No hurt, I hear, is done yet, since they're going to pull down the church and steeple. But one man, on Monday this week, fell from the top to a piece of the roof, of the east end, that stands next the steeple, and there broke himself all to pieces. It is pretty here to see how the late church was but a case wrought over the old church, for you may see the very old pillars standing whole within the wall of this. When I come to St. James's, I find the Duke of York gone with the King to see the muster of the guards in Hyde Park, and their colonel, the Duke of Monmouth, to take his command this day of the king's lifeguard, by surrender of my Lord Gerard. So I took a hackney coach and saw it all, and indeed it was mighty noble, and their firing mighty fine, and the Duke of Monmouth in mighty rich clothes, but the well-ordering of the men I understand not. Here, among 1,000 coaches that were there, I saw and spoke to Mrs. Pierce, and by Mr. Wren hunts me out, and gives me my Lord Anglesea's answer to the Duke of York's letter, where, I perceive, he do what he can to hurt me, by bidding the Duke of York call for my books. But this will do me all the right in the world, and yet I am troubled at it. So away out of the park and home, and there Mr. Gibson and I to dinner. And all the afternoon with him, writing over anew, and a little altering, my answer to the Duke of York, which I have not yet delivered, and so have the opportunity of doing it after seeing all their answers, though this do give me occasion to alter very little. This done, he to write it over, and I to the office, where late and then home, and he had finished it. And then he to read to me the Life of Archbishop Laud, wrote by Dr. Heylin, which is a shrewd book, but that which I believe will do the bishops in general no great good, but hurt, it pleads for so much popish. So after supper to bed. This day my father's letters tell me of the death of poor Fancy, in the country, big with puppies, which troubles me, as being one of my oldest acquaintances and servants. Also good Stanks is dead. 17th. Up and all the morning sitting at the office, where every body grown mighty cautious in what they do or omit to do, and at noon comes Nep, with design to dine with Lord Brounker, but she being undressed, and there being much company, dined with me, and after dinner I out with her, and carried her to the playhouse. And in the way did give her 5 guineas as a faring, I having given her nothing a great while, and her coming hither sometimes having been matter of cost to her, and so I to St. James's, but missed of the Duke of York, and so went back to the King's Playhouse, and saw Rollo, Duke of Normandy. Which, for old acquaintance, pleased me pretty well, and so home and to my business, and to read again, and to bed. This evening Baitlier comes to tell me that he was going down to Cambridge to my company, to see the fair, which vexed me, and the more because I fear he do know that Nep did dine with me today. 18th. Up, and to St. James's, and there took a turn or two in the park, and then up to the Duke of York, and there had opportunity of delivering my answer to his late letter, which he did not read, but give to Mr. Wren, as looking on it as a thing I needed not have done, but only that I might not give occasion to the rest to suspect my communication with the Duke of York against them. So now I am at rest in that matter, and shall be more, when my copies are finished of their answers, which I am now taking with all speed. Thence to my several booksellers and elsewhere, about several errands, and so at noon home, and after dinner by coach to Whitehall, and thither comes the Duke of York to us, and by met at the robe chamber upon our usual business, where the Duke of York I find somewhat sour, and particularly angry with Lord Anglesea for his not being there now, nor at other times so often as he should be with us. So to the King's house, and saw a piece of Henry IV. At the end of the play, thinking to have gone abroad with Nep, but it was too late, and she to get her part against tomorrow in The Silent Woman. And so I only set her at home, and away home myself, and there to read again and sup with Gibson, and so to bed. 19th. Up and to the office, where all the morning busy, and so dined with my people at home, and then to the King's Playhouse, and there saw The Silent Woman, the best comedy, I think, that ever was wrote, and sitting by Shadwell the poet, he was big with admiration of it. Here was my Lord Brounker and W. Penn and their ladies in the box, being grown mighty kind of a sudden, but God knows it will last but a little while, I dare swear. Nep did her part mighty well. And so home straight, and to work, and particularly to my cousin Roger, who, W. Hewer and my wife writes me, do use them with mighty plenty and noble entertainment. So home to supper and to bed. All the news now is, that Mr. Trevor is for certain now to be secretary, in Morris's place, which the Duke of York did himself tell me yesterday, and also that Parliament is to be adjourned to the 1st of March, which do please me well, hoping thereby to get my things in a little better order than I should have done, and the less attendances at that end of the town in winter. So home to supper and to bed. 20th, Lord's Day. Up, and to set some papers to rights in my chamber, and the like in my office, and so to church at our own church, and heard but a dull sermon of one Dr. Hicks, who is a suitor to Mrs. Howell, the widow of our Turner of the Navy, thence home to dinner, staying till past 1 o'clock for Harris, whom I invited, and to bring Shadwell the poet with him. But they come not, and so a good dinner lost, through my own folly. And so to dinner alone, having since church heard the boy read over Dryden's reply to Sir R. Howard's answer, about his essay of poesy, and a letter in answer to that, the last whereof is mighty silly, in behalf of Howard. The title of the letter is as follows: A letter from a gentleman to the Honorable Ed. Howard, Esquire, occasioned by a civilized epistle of Mr. Dryden S. before his second edition of his Indian Emperor. In the Savoy, printed by Thomas Newcomb, 1668. The civilized epistle was a caustic attack on Sir Robert Howard, and the letter is signed, Sir, your faithful and humble servant R. F. I. E. Richard Flecknoe. Thence walked forth and got a coach and to visit Mrs. Pierce, with whom and him I stayed a little while, and do hear how the Duchess of Monmouth is at this time in great trouble of the shortness of her lame leg, which is likely to grow shorter and shorter, that she will never recover it. Thence to St. Margaret's Church, thinking to have seen Betty Mitchell, but she was not there. So back and walked to Gray's in walks a while, but little company, and so over the fields to Clerkenwell, to see whether I could find that the fair Boatlers do live there still, I seeing Frances the other day in a coach with Carrie Dillon, her old servant, but know not where she lives. So walked home, and there walked in the garden an hour, it being mighty pleasant weather, and so took my Lady Penn and Mrs. Markham home with me and sent for Mrs. Turner, and by comes Sir W. Penn and supped with me, a good supper, part of my dinner today. They gone, Mrs. Turner stayed an hour talking with me, so parted, and I to bed. 21st. Up and betimes Sir D. Gauden with me talking about the victualling business, which is now under dispute for a new contract, or whether it shall be put into a commission. He gone, comes Mr. Hill to talk with me about Lannion's business, and so being in haste I took him to the water with me, and so to Whitehall, and there left him, and I to Sir W. Coventry, and showed him my answer to the Duke of York's great letter, which he likes well. We also discoursed about the victualling business, which he thinks there is a design to put into a way of commission, but do look upon all things to be managed with faction, and is grieved under it. So to St. James's, and there the Duke of York did of his own accord come to me, and tell me that he had read, and do like of, my answers to the objections which he did give me the other day, about the navy. And so did W. Coventry too, who told me that the Duke of York had shown him them. So to Whitehall a little and the Chequer, and then by water home to dinner with my people, where Tong was also this day with me, whom I shall employ for a time, and so out again and by water to Somerset House. But when come thither I turned back and to Southwark Fair, very dirty, and there saw the puppet show of Whittington, which was pretty to see, and how that idle thing do work upon people that see it, and even myself too. And thence to Jacob Hall's dancing on the ropes, where I saw such action as I never saw before, and mightily worth seeing, and here took acquaintance with a fellow that carried me to a tavern, whither come the music of this booth, and by Jacob Hall himself, with whom I had a mind to speak, to hear whether he had ever any mischief by falls in his time. He told me, yes, many, but never to the breaking of a limb. He seems a mighty strong man. So giving them a bottle or two of wine, I away with Payne, the waterman. He, seeing me at the play, did get a link to light me, and so light me to the Bear, where Bland, my waterman, waited for me with gold and other things he kept for me, to the value of L40 and more, which I had about me, for fear of my pockets being cut. So by linklight through the bridge, it being mighty dark but still weather, and so home, where I find my draft of the Resolution come, finished from Chatham, but will cost me, one way or other, about L12 or L13 in the board, frame, and garnishing, which is a little too much, but I will not be beholden to the king's officers that do it. So to supper, and the boy to read to me, and so to bed. This day I met Mr. Moore in the New Exchange, and had much talk of my lord's concernments. This day also come out first the new 5 pieces in gold, coined by the Guinea Company, and I did get 2 pieces of Mr. Holder. Guineas took their name from the gold brought from Guinea by the African Company in 1663, who, as an encouragement to bring over gold to be coined, were permitted by their charter from Charles Roman II to have their stamp of an elephant upon the coin. When first coined they were valued at 20s, but were worth 30s. In 1695, there were likewise 5-pound pieces, like the guinea, with the inscription upon the rim. 22nd. Up and to the office, where sitting all the morning at noon, home to dinner with my people, and so to the office again, where busy all the afternoon, and in the evening spent my time walking in the dark in the garden to favor my eyes, which I find nothing but ease to help. In the garden there comes to me my Lady Pen and Mrs. Turner and Markham, and we sat and talked together, and I carried them home, and there eat a bit of something, and by comes Sir W. Pen, and eat with us, and mighty merry in appearance at least, he being on all occasions glad to be at friendship with me, though we hate one another and know it on both sides. They gone, Mrs. Turner and I to walk in the garden. So led her home, and I back to bed. This day Mr. Wren did give me, at the board, Commissioner Middleton's answer to the Duke of York's great letter, so that now I have all of them. 23rd. At my office busy all the morning. At noon comes Mr. Evelyn to me about some business with the office, and there in discourse tells me of his loss to the value of F500, which he hath met with in a late attempt of making of bricks. At the end of the year 1666, a Dutchman of the Prince of Orange's party, named Kiviot, came over to England with proposals for embanking the river from the Temple to the Tower with brick, and was knighted by the king. He was introduced to Evelyn, whom he persuaded to join with him in a great undertaking for the making of bricks. On March 26, 1667, the two went in search of brick earth, and in September articles were drawn up between them for the purpose of proceeding in the manufacture. In April 1668, Evelyn subscribed 000 bricks for the building of a college for the Royal Society, in addition to L50 given previously for the same purpose. No more information on the subject is given in Evelyn's diary. Upon an adventure with others, by which he presumed to have got a great deal of money, so that I see the most ingenious men may sometimes be mistaken. So to the Change a little, and then home to dinner, and then by water to Whitehall, to attend the Commissioners of the Treasury with Alderman Backwell. About L10000 he is to lend us for Tangier. And then up to a committee of the council, where was the Duke of York, and they did give us, the officers of the Navy, the proposals of the several bidders for the victualling of the Navy, for us to give our answer to which is the best, and whether it be better to victual by commission or contract. And to bring them our answer by Friday afternoon, which is a great deal of work. So thence back with Sir J. Minns home, and come after us Sir W. Pen and Lord Brouncker, and we fell to the business, and I late when they were gone to digest something of it, and so to supper and to bed. 24th. Up betimes and Sir D. Godden with me, and I told him all, being very desirous for the king's sake as well as my own, that he may be kept in it. And after consulting him I to the office, where we met again and spent most of the morning about this business, and no other, and so at noon home to dinner. And then close with Mr. Gibson till night, drawing up our answer, which I did the most part by 7 at night, and so to Lord Brouncker and the rest at his lodgings to read it. And they approved of it, so back home to supper, and made my boy read to me a while, and then to bed. 25th. Up and Sir D. Godden with me betimes to confer again about this business, and he gone I all the morning finishing our answer, which I did by noon, and so to dinner, and W. Batelier with me, who is lately come from Impington, beyond which I perceive he went not, whatever his pretence at first was. And so he tells me how well and merry all are there, and how nobly used by my cousin. He gone, after dinner I to work again, and Gibson having wrote our answer fair and got Brouncker and the rest to sign it, I by coach to Whitehall to the committee of the council, which met late, and Brouncker and J. Minns with me, and there the Duke of York present, but not W. Coventry, who I perceive do wholly avoid to have to do publicly in this business, being shy of appearing in any navy business, which I telling him the other day that I thought the king might suffer by it. He told me that the occasion is now so small that it cannot be fatal to the service, and for the present it is better for him not to appear, saying that it may fare the worse for his appearing in it as things are now governed. Where our answer was read and debated, and some hot words between the Duke of York and Sir T. Clifford, the first for and the latter against Godden, but the whole put off to tomorrow's council. For till the king goes out of town, the next week the council sits every day. So with the Duke of York and some others to his closet, and Alderman Backwell about a committee of Tangier, and there did agree upon a price for pieces of 8 at 4s, 6d. Present the Duke of York, Arlington, Berkeley, Sir J. Minns, and myself. They gone, the Duke of York did tell me how hot Clifford is for child, and for removing of old officers, he saying plainly tonight, that though D. Godden was a man that had done the best service that he believed any man, or any 10 men, could have done, yet that it was for the king's interest not to let it lie too long in one hand, lest nobody should be able to serve him but one. But the Duke of York did openly tell him that he was not for removing of old servants that have done well, neither in this place, nor in any other place, which is very nobly said. It being 7 or 8 at night, I home with Backwell by coach, and so walked to D. Godden's, but he not at home, and so back to my chamber. The boy to read to me, and so to supper and to bed. 26th. Could sleep but little last night, for my concernments in this business of the victualling for Sir D. Godden, so up in the morning and he comes to me, and there I did tell him all and give him my advice. And so he away, and I to the office, where we met and did a little business, and I left them and by water to attend the council, which I did all the morning, but was not called in, but the council meets again in the afternoon on purpose about it. So I at noon to Westminster Hall and there stayed a little, and at the Swan also, thinking to have got Doll Lane thither, but L did not understand my signs. And so I away and walked to Charing Cross, and there into the great new ordinary, by my Lord Mulgrave's, being led thither by Mr. Beale, one of Oliver S., and now of the King's Guards, and he sat with me while I had 2 grilled pigeons, very handsome and good meat. And there he and I talked of our old acquaintances, W. Clerk and others, he being a very civil man, and so walked to Westminster and there parted, and I to the Swan again. But did nothing, and so to Whitehall, and there attended the King and Council, who met and heard our answer. I present and then withdrew, and they sent 2 hours at least afterwards about it, and at last rose, and to my great content, the Duke of York, at coming out, told me that it was carried for D. Godden at 6d, 8d, and 834d. But with great difficulty, I understand, both from him and others, so much that Sir Edward Walker told me that he prays to God he may never live to need to plead his merit, for D. Godden's sake. For that it hath stood him in no stead in this business at all, though both he and all the world that speaks of him as the most deserving man of any servant of the King, in the whole nation, and so I think he is. But it is done, and my heart is glad at it. So I took coach and away, and in Holborn overtook D. Godden's coach, and stopped and went home, and Gibson to come after, and to my house, where D. Godden did talk a little, and he do mightily acknowledge my kindness to him, and I know I have done the King and myself good service in it. So he gone, and myself in mighty great content in what is done, I to the office a little, and then home to supper, and the boy to read to me, and so to bed. This noon I went to my Lady Peterborough's house, and talked with her about the money due to her lord, and it gives me great trouble, her importunity and impertinency about it. This afternoon at court I met with Lord Hinchingbroke, newly come out of the country, who tells me that Creed's business with Mrs. Pickering will do, which I am neither troubled nor glad at. 27th, Lord's Day. Up and to my office to finish my journal for 5 days past, and so abroad and walked to Whitehall, calling in at Somerset House Chapel, and also at the Spanish ambassadors at York House, and there did hear a little mass. And so to Whitehall. And there the King being gone to chapel, I to walk all the morning in the park, where I met Mr. Wren, and he and I walked together in the Pall Mall, it being most summer weather that ever was seen, and here talking of several things. Of the corruption of the court, and how unfit it is for ingenious men, and himself particularly, to live in it, where a man cannot live but he must spend, and cannot get suitably without breach of his honor. And did thereupon tell me of the basest thing of my Lord Berkeley, one of the basest things that ever was heard of a man, which was this: how the Duke of York's commissioners do let his wine licenses at a bad rate, and being offered a better, they did persuade the Duke of York to give some satisfaction to the former to quit it, and let it to the latter, which being done, my Lord Berkeley did make the bargain for the former to have L 1,500 a year to quit it. Whereof since it is come to light that they were to have but L 800 and himself L 700, which the Duke of York hath ever since for some years paid, though this second bargain hath been broken, and the Duke of York lost by it, of what the first was. He told me that there hath been a seeming accommodation between the Duke of York and the Duke of Buckingham and Lord Arlington, the 2 latter desiring it, but yet that there is not true agreement between them, but they do labor to bring in all new creatures into play, and the Duke of York do oppose it, as particularly in this of Sir D. Godden. Thence he gone, I to the Queen's chapel, and there heard some good singing, and so to Whitehall, and saw the King and Queen at dinner, and thence with Sir Stephen Fox to dinner, and the coffer with us, and their mighty kind usage and good discourse. Then spent all the afternoon walking in the park, and then in the evening at court on the Queen's side. And there met Mr. Godolphin, who tells me that the news is true we heard yesterday, of my Lord Sandwich, being come to Mounts Bay, in Cornwall, and so I heard this afternoon at Mrs. Pierce's, whom I went to make a short visit to. This night, in the Queen's drawing-room, my Lord Brouncker told me the difference that is now between the 3 ambassadors here, the Venetian, French, and Spaniard. The third not being willing to make a visit to the first, because he would not receive him at the door. Who is willing to give him as much respect as he did to the French, who was used no otherwise, and who refuses now to take more of him, upon being desired thereto, in order to the making an accommodation in this matter, which is very pretty. So a boat staying for me all this evening, I home in the dark about 8 at night, and so over the ruins from the old Swan home with great trouble, and so to hear my boy read a little, and supper, and to bed. This evening I found at home Pelling and Wallington and one Aldridge, and we supped and sung. 28th. Up betimes, and Nep's maid comes to me, to tell me that the Women's Day at the playhouse is today, and that therefore I must be there, to increase their profit. I did give the pretty maid Betty that comes to me half a crown for coming, and had a baser or 2 being mighty jolly. And so I about my business. By water to St. James's, and there had good opportunity of speaking with the Duke of York, who desires me again, talking on that matter, to prepare something for him to do for the better managing of our office, telling me that, my Lord Keeper and he talking about it yesterday, my Lord Keeper did advise him to do so, it being better to come from him than otherwise, which I have promised to do. Thence to my Lord Burlington's houses the first time I ever was there, it being the house built by Sir John Denham, next to Clarendon House. And here I visited my Lord Hinchingbroke and his lady, Mr. Sidney Montagu being come last night to town unexpectedly from Mounts Bay, where he left my Lord 8 days since, so as we may now hourly expect to hear of his arrival at Portsmouth. Sidney is mighty grown, and I am glad I am here to see him at his first coming, though it cost me dear, for here I come to be necessitated to supply them with L500 for my lord. He sent him up with a declaration to his friends, of the necessity of his being presently supplied with L2000, but I do not think he will get one. However, I think it becomes my duty to my lord to do something extraordinary in this, and the rather because I have been remiss in writing to him during this voyage, more than ever I did in my life, and more indeed than was fit for me. By and by comes Sir W. Godolphin to see Mr. Sidney, who, I perceive, is much dissatisfied that he should come to town last night, and not yet be with my Lord Arlington, who, and all the town, hear of his being come to town, and he did, it seems, take notice of it to Godolphin this morning. So that I perceive this remissness in affairs do continue in my lord's management still, which I am sorry for. But above all, to see in what a condition my lord is for money, that I dare swear he do not know where to take up L500 of any man in England at this time, upon his word, but of myself, as I believe by the sequel hereof it will appear. Here I first saw and saluted my Lady Burlington, a very fine-speaking lady and a good woman, but old and not handsome, but a brave woman in her parts. Here my Lady Hinchingbroke tells me that she hath bought most of the wedding clothes for Mrs. Dickering, so that the thing is gone through and will soon be ended, which I wonder at, but let them do as they will. Here I also, standing by a candle that was brought for sealing of a letter, do set my periwig afire, which made such an odd noise, nobody could tell what it was till they saw the flame, my back being to the candle. Thence to Westminster Hall and there walked a little, and to the Exchequer and so home by water, and after eating a bit I to my vintner S, and there did only look upon Sue wife, which is mighty handsome, and so to my glove and ribbon shop in Fenchurch Street, and did the like there. And there, stopping against the door of the shop, saw Mrs. Horsfall, now a late widow, in a coach. I to her and shook her by the hand, and so she away and I by coach towards the King's Playhouse, and meeting W. Howe took him with me, and there saw the city match. Not acted these 30 years, and but a silly play. The king and court there, the house, for the women's sake, mighty full. So I to Whitehall, and there all the evening on the Queen's side. and it being a most summer-like day and a fine warm evening, the Italians come in a barge under the leads before the Queen's drawing room. And so the Queen and ladies went out and heard them for almost an hour, and it was indeed very good together. But yet there was but one voice that alone did appear considerable, and that was Saner Joanny. This done, by and by they went in, and here I saw Mr. Sidney Montagu kiss the Queen's hand, who was mighty kind to him, and the ladies looked mightily on him. And the King come by and did talk to him. So I away by coach with Alderman Backwell home, who is mighty kind to me, more than ordinary in his expressions. But I do hear this day what troubles me, that Sir W. Coventry is quite out of play, the King seldom speaking to him, and that there is a design of making a Lord Treasurer, and that my Lord Arlington shall be the man. But I cannot believe it. But yet the Duke of Buckingham hath it in his mind, and those with him, to make a thorough alteration in things, and among the rest, Coventry to be out. The Duke of York did this day tell me how hot the whole party was in the business of Gauden, and particularly my Lord Anglesey tells me the Duke of Buckingham for child against Gauden, but the Duke of York did stand stoutly to it. So home to read and sup, and to bed. 29th Tuesday, Michaelmas Day, up and to the office were all the morning. October 1668. In this part of the diary, no entry occurs for 13 days, though there are several pages left blank. During the interval, Pepys went into the country, as he subsequently mentions his having been at Saxham, in Suffolk, during the King's visit to Lord Crofts, which took place at this time. See October 23rd, host. He might also probably have gone to Impington to fetch his wife. The pages left blank were never filled up. B. October 11th, Lord's Day. Up and to church, where I find Parson Mills come to town and preached, and the church full, most people being now come home to town, though the season of year is as good as summer in all respects. At noon dined at home with my wife, all alone, and busy all the afternoon in my closet, making up some papers with W. Hewer, and at night comes Mr. Turner and his wife. And there they tell me that Mr. Harper is dead at Diptford, and so now all his and my care is, how to secure his being storekeeper in his stead. And here they and their daughter and a kinswoman that come along with them, did sup with me, and pretty merry, and then they gone, and my wife to read to me, and to bed. 12th, up, and with Mr. Turner by water to Whitehall, there to think to inquire when the Duke of York will be in town, in order to Mr. Turner. Going down to oddly ends about his place. And here I met in St. James's Park with one that told us that the Duke of York would be in town tomorrow, and so Turner parted and went home, and I also did stop my intentions of going to the court, also this day, about securing Mr. Turner's place of petty purveyor to Mr. Hayter. So I to my Lord Brouncker, thinking to have gone and spoke to him about it, but he is gone out to town till night, and so, meeting a gentleman of my Lord Middleton's looking for me about the payment of the L1000 lately ordered to his lord, in advance of his pay, which shall arise upon his going governor to Tangier, I did go to his lord's lodgings, and there spoke the first time with him, and find him a shrewd man, but a drinking man, I think, as the world says. But a man that hath seen much of the world, and is a Scot. I offered him my service, though I can do him little, but he sends his man home with me, where I made him stay till I had gone to Sir W. Penn to bespeak him about Mr. Hayter, who, contrary to my fears, did appear very friendly to my great content, for I was afraid of his appearing for his man Burrows. But he did not, but did declare to me afterwards his intentions to desire an excuse in his own business, to be eased of the business of the controller, his health not giving him power to stay always in town, but he must go into the country. I did say little to him but compliment, having no leisure to think of his business, or any man's but my own, and so away and home, where I find Sir H. comely come to town, and is come hither to see me. And he is a man that I love mightily, as being of a gentleman, the most industrious that ever I saw. He stayed with me a while talking, and telling me his obligations to my Lord Sandwich, which I was glad of, and that the Duke of Buckingham is now chief of all men in this kingdom, which I knew before, and that he do think the Parliament will hardly ever meet again, which is a great many men's thoughts, and I shall not be sorry for it. He being gone, I with my Lord Middleton's servant to Mr. Colville, S., but he was not in town, and so he parted, and I home, and there to dinner, and Mr. Pelling with us, and thence my wife and Mercer, and W. Hewer and Deb. To the King's Playhouse, and I afterwards by water with them, and there we did hear the eunuch, who, it seems, is a Frenchman, but long bred in Italy, sing, which I seem to take as new to me, though I saw him on Saturday last, but said nothing of it. But such action and singing I could never have imagined to have heard, and do make good whatever Tom Hill used to tell me. Here we met with Mr. Baitlier and his sister, and so they home with us in 2 coaches, and there at my house stayed and supped, and this night my bookseller Shrewsbury comes and brings my books of martyrs, and I did pay him for them, and did this night make the young women before supper to open all the volumes for me, so to supper, and after supper to read a ridiculous nonsensical book set out by Will Penn for the Quakers, but so full of nothing but nonsense that I was ashamed to read in it. So they gone, we to bed. Penn's first work, entitled Truth Exalted, in a short but sure testimony against all those religions, faiths, and worships that have been formed and followed in the darkness of apostasy, and for that glorious light which is now risen and shines forth in the life and doctrine of the despised Quakers. By W. Penn, whom divine love constrains in holy contempt to trample on Egypt's glory, not fearing the king's wrath, having beheld the majesty of him who is invisible. London, 1668b. 13th. Up and to the office, and before the office did speak with my Lord Brouncker, and there did get his ready assent to T. Hayter's having of Mr. Turner's place, and so Sir J. Minns's also. But when we come to sit down at the board, comes to us Mr. Wren this day to town, and tells me that James Southern do petition the Duke of York for the storekeeper's place of Deptford, which did trouble me much, and also the board, though, upon discourse, after he was gone, we did resolve to move hard for our clerks, and that places of preferment may go according to seniority and merit. So, the board up, I home with my people to dinner, and so to the office again, and there, after doing some business, I with Mr. Turner to the Duke of Albemarle's at night, and there did speak to him about his appearing to Mr. Wren a friend to Mr. Turner, which he did take kindly from me. And so away thence, well pleased with what we had now done, and so I with him home, stopping at my Lord Brounker's, and getting his hand to a letter I wrote to the Duke of York for T. Hayter, and also at my Lord Middleton's, to give him an account of what I had done this day, with his man at Alderman Backwell, S., about the getting of his L. 1,000 paid. It was probably for this payment that the tally was obtained, the loss of which caused Pepys so much anxiety. See November 26th. And here he did take occasion to discourse about the business of the Dutch war, which, he says, he was always an enemy to, and did discourse very well of it, I saying little, but pleased to hear him talk, and to see how some men may by age come to know much, and yet by their drinking and other pleasures render themselves not very considerable. I did this day find by discourse with somebody that this nobleman was the great Major General Middleton, that was of the Scots army, in the beginning of the late war against the king. Thence home and to the office to finish my letters, and so home and did get my wife to read to me, and then Deb to comb my head. 14th. Up and by water stopping at Mitchell's, and there saw Betty, but could have no discourse with her, but there drank. To Whitehall, and there walked to St. James's, where I find the court mighty full, it being the Duke or York's birthday, and he mighty fine, and all the music, one after another, to my great content. Here I met with Sir H. Comely, and he and I to walk, and to my Lord Berkeley's new house, there to see a new experiment of a cart, which, by having two little wheels fastened to the axle-tree, is said to make it go with half the ease and more than another cart, but we did not see the trial made. Thence I home, and after dinner to St. James's, and there met my brethren. But the Duke of York being gone out, and tonight being a play there, and a great festival, we would not stay, but went all of us to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the faithful shepherdess again, that we might hear the French eunuch sing, which we did, to our great content. Though I do admire his action as much as his singing, being both beyond all I ever saw or heard. Thence with W. Pen home, and there to get my people to read, and to supper, and so to bed. 15th, up and all the morning at the office and at home at dinner, where after dinner my wife and I and Deb. Out by coach to the upholsters in Long Lane, Alderman Reeve S., and then to Alderman Crow S. to see variety of hangings, and were mightily pleased therewith, and spent the whole afternoon thereupon. And at last I think we shall pitch upon the best suit of apostles, where 3 pieces for my room will come to almost L80. So home, and to my office, and then home to supper and to bed. This day at the board comes unexpected the warrants from the Duke of York for Mr. Turner and Hayter, for the places they desire, which contents me mightily. 16th, up and busy all the morning at the office, and before noon I took my wife by coach and Deb, and showed her Mr. Wren's hangings and bed at St. James's and Sir W. Coventry's in the Pall Mall, for our satisfaction in what we are going to buy. And so by Mr. Crow S. home about his hangings, and do pitch upon buying his second suit of apostles, the whole suit, which comes to L83. And this we think the best for us, having now the whole suit to answer any other rooms or service. So home to dinner, and with Mr. Hayter by water to St. James S. There Mr. Hayter, to give Mr. Wren thanks for his kindness about his place that he hath lately granted him, of petty purveyor of petty emptions, upon the removal of Mr. Turner to be storekeeper at Deptford, on the death of Harper. And then we all up to the Duke of York, and there did our usual business, and so I with J. Minns home, and there finding my wife gone to my Aunt White S. to see her the first time after her coming to town, and indeed the first time, I think, these 2 years, we having been great strangers one to the other for a great while, I to them. And there mighty kindly used, and had a barrel of oysters, and so to look up and down their house, they having hung a room since I was there, but with hangings not fit to be seen with mine, which I find all come home tonight, and here staying an hour or 2 we home, and there to supper and to bed. 17th, up and to the office, where all the morning sitting, and at noon home to dinner, and to the office all the afternoon, and then late home. And there with much pleasure getting Mr. Gibbs, that writes well, to write the name upon my new draft of the resolution. And so set it up, and altered the situation of some of my pictures in my closet, to my extraordinary content, and at it with much pleasure till almost 12 at night. Mr. Moore and Seymour were with me this afternoon, who tell me that my Lord Sandwich was received mighty kindly by the King, and is in exceeding great esteem with him, and the rest about him. But I doubt it will be hard for him to please both the King and the Duke of York, which I shall be sorry for. Mr. Moore tells me the sad condition my lord is in his estate and debts, and the way he now lives in, so high, and so many vain servants about him, that he must be ruined if he do not take up, which, by the grace of God, I will put him upon when I come to see him. 18th, Lord's Day. Up, and with my boy Tom all the morning altering the places of my pictures with great pleasure, and at noon to dinner, and then comes Mr. Shales to see me, and I with him to recommend him to my Lord Brounker's service, which I did at Madam Williams's, and my lord receives him. Thence with Brounker to Lincoln's Inn, and Mr. Ball to visit Dr. Wilkins, now newly Bishop of Chester. And he received us mighty kindly, and had most excellent discourse from him about his book of real character. And so I with Lord Brounker to Whitehall, and there saw the Queen and some ladies, and with Lord Brounker back, it again being a rainy evening. And so my lord forced to lend me his coach till I got a hackney, which I did, and so home and to supper, and got my wife to read to me, and so to bed. 19th, up, and to my office to set down my journal for some days past, and so to other business. At the office all the morning upon some business of Sir W. Warren's, and at noon home to dinner, and thence out by coach with my wife and Deb. And Mr. Harmon, the upholster, and carried them to take measure of Mr. Wren's bed at St. James's, I being resolved to have just such another made me, and then set him down in the Strand, and my wife and I to the Duke of York's playhouse. And there saw, the first time acted, the Queen of Aragon, an old Blackfriars play, but an admirable one, so good that I am astonished at it, and wonder where it hath lain asleep all this while, that I have never heard of it before. Here met W. Baitlier and Mrs. Hunt, Deb's aunt, and saw her home a very witty woman and one that knows this play and understands a play mighty well. Left her at home in Jewin Street, and we home, and to supper, and my wife to read to me, and so to bed. 20th, up, and to the office all the morning, and then home to dinner. Having this day a new girl come to us in the room of Nell, who is lately, about 4 days since, gone away, being grown lazy and proud. This girl to stay only till we have a boy, which I intend to keep when I have a coach, which I am now about. At this time my wife and I mighty busy laying out money in dressing up our best chamber, and thinking of a coach and coachman and horses and and the more because of Creed, being now married to Mrs. Pickering. A thing I could never have expected, but it is done about 7 or 10 days since, as I hear out of the country. At noon home to dinner, and my wife and Harmon and girl abroad to buy things, and I walked out to several places to pay debts, and among other things to look out for a coach, and saw many, and did light on one for which I bid L50, which do please me mightily, and I believe I shall have it. So to my tailor, and the New Exchange, and so by coach home, and there, having this day bought The Queen of Aragon play, I did get my wife and W. Baitlier to read it over this night by 11 o'clock, and so to bed. 21st, lay pretty long talking with content with my wife about our coach and things, and so to the office, where Sir D. Gauden was to do something in his accounts. At noon to dinner to Mr. Baitlier, his mother coming this day a housewarming to him, and several friends of his, to which he invited us. Here mighty merry, and his mother the same, I heretofore took her for a gentlewoman and understanding. I rose from table before the rest, because under an obligation to go to my Lord Brouncker, where to meet several gentlemen of the Royal Society, to go and make a visit to the French ambassador Colbert at Leicester House, he having endeavored to make 1 or 2 to my Lord Brouncker, as our president, but he was not within, but I come too late, they being gone before. But I followed to Leicester House, but they are gore in and up before me. And so I away to the New Exchange, and there stayed for my wife, and she come, we to Cow Lane, and their eyes showed her the coach which I pitch on, and she is out of herself for joy almost. But the man not within, so did nothing more towards an agreement but to Mr. Crow, about a bed, to have his advice, and so home, and there had my wife to read to me, and so to supper and to bed. Memorandum, that from Crow's we went back to Charing Cross, and there left my people at their tailor, while I to my Lord Sandwich's lodgings, who come to town the last night, and is come thither to lie, and met with him within, and among others my new cousin Creed, who looks mighty soberly. And he and I saluted one another with mighty gravity, till we come to a little more freedom of talk about it. But here I hear that Sir Gilbert Pickering is lately dead, about 3 days since, which makes some sorrow there, though not much, because of his being long expected to die, having been in a lethargy long. So waited on my lord to court, and there stayed and saw the ladies a while, and thence to my wife and took them up, and so home, and to supper and bed. 22nd, up, and W. Baitlier's Frenchman, a periwig maker, comes and brings me a new one, which I liked and paid him for, a mighty genteel fellow. So to the office, where sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and thence with wife and Deb. To Crow's, and there did see some more beds, and we shall, I think, pitch upon a Camlot one when all is done. Then sent them home, and I to Arundel House, where the first time we have met since the vacation, and not much company. But here much good discourse, and afterwards my lord and others and I to the Devil Tavern, and there eat and drank, and so late with Mr. Caldwell home by coach. And at home took him with me, and there found my uncle White and aunt, and Woolley and his wife, and there supped, and mighty merry. And anon they gone, and Mrs. Turner stayed, who was there also to talk of her husband's business. And the truth is, I was the less pleased to talk with her, for that she hath not yet owned, in any fit manner of thanks, my late and principal service to her husband about his place, which I alone ought to have the thanks for, if they know as much as I do. But let it go. If they do not own it, I shall have it in my hand to teach them to do it. So to bed. This day word come for all the principal officers to bring them their patents, which I did in the afternoon, by leaving it at their office, but am troubled at what should be their design therein. 23rd. Up, and plasterers at work and painters about my house. Commissioner Middleton and I to St. James's, where with the rest of our company we attended on our usual business the Duke of York. Thence I to Whitehall to my Lord Sandwich, where I find my lord within, but busy, private. And so I stayed a little talking with the young gentleman, and so away with Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, towards Tyburn to see the people executed. But come too late, it being done. 2 men and a woman hanged, and so back again and to my coachmaker and there did come a little nearer agreement for the coach, and so to Duck Lane, and there my bookseller and saw his moher, but L is so big-bellied that L is not worth seeing. So home, and they're all alone to dinner, my wife and W. Hewer being gone to Diptford to see her mother, and so I to the office all the afternoon. In the afternoon comes my cousin, Sidney Pickering, to bring my wife and me his sister's favor for her wedding, which is kindly done. And he gone, I to business again, and in the evening home, made my wife read till supper time, and so to bed. This day Pierce do tell me, among other news, the late frolic and debauchery of Sir Charles Sidley and Buckhurst, running up and down all the night with their RCs bare, through the streets, and at last fighting, and being beat by the watch and clapped up all night. And how the king takes their parts, and my Lord Chief Justice Keeling hath laid the constable by the heels to answer at next sessions, which is a horrid shame. How the king and these gentlemen did make the fiddlers of Thetford, this last progress, to sing them all the bawdy songs they could think of. How Sir W. Coventry was brought the other day to the Duchess of York by the Duke, to kiss her hand, who did acknowledge his unhappiness to occasion her so much sorrow, declaring his intentions in it, and praying her pardon, which she did give him upon his promise to make good his pretenses of innocence to her family, by his faithfulness to his master, the Duke of York. That the Duke of Buckingham is now all in all, and will ruin Coventry, if he can, and that W. Coventry do now rest wholly upon the Duke of York for his standing, which is a great turn. He tells me that my Lady Castlemaine, however, is a mortal enemy to the Duke of Buckingham, which I understand not. But it seems she is disgusted with his greatness and his ill usage of her. That the king was drunk at Saxham with Sidley, Buckhurst, and C., the night that my Lord Arlington come thither, and would not give him audience, or could not, which is true, for it was the night that I was there, and saw the king go up to his chamber, and was told that the king had been drinking. He tells me, too, that the Duke of York did the next day chide Bab. May for his occasioning the king's giving himself up to these gentlemen, to the neglecting of my Lord Arlington. To which he answered merrily, that, by God, there was no man in England that had heads to lose, durst do what they do every day with the king, and asked the Duke of York's pardon, which is a sign of a mad world. God bless us out of it. 24th. This morning comes to me the coachmaker, and agreed with me for L53, and stand to the courtesy of what more I should give him upon the finishing of the coach. He is likely also to fit me with a coachman. There comes also to me Mr. Shotgrave, the operator of our Royal Society, to show me his method of making the tubes for the eyes, which are cloudily done, so that mine are better, but I have well informed myself in several things from him, and so am glad of speaking with him. So to the office, where all the morning and then to dinner, and so all the afternoon late at the office, and so home, and my wife to read to me, and then with much content to bed. This day Lord Brouncker tells me that the making Sir J. Minns a Bear Commissioner is now in doing, which I am glad of, but he speaks of 2 new commissioners, which I do not believe. 25th, Lord's Day. Up, and discoursing with my wife about our house and many new things we are doing of, and so to church I and their fine Jack Fen come, and his wife, a pretty black woman. I never saw her before nor took notice of her now. So home and to dinner, and after dinner all the afternoon got my wife and boy to read to me, and at night W. Baitlier comes and sups with us, and after supper to have my head combed by Deb. Which occasioned the greatest sorrow to me that ever I knew in this world, for my wife, coming up suddenly, did find me embracing the girl. I was at a wonderful loss upon it, and the girl also, and I endeavored to put it off. But my wife was struck mute and grew angry. And so her voice come to her, grew quite out of order, and I to say little but to bed. And my wife said little also, but could not sleep all night, but about 2 in the morning waked me and cried, and fell to tell me as a great secret that she was a Roman Catholic and had received the Holy Sacrament, which troubled me, but I took no notice of it. But she went on from one thing to another, till at last it appeared plainly her trouble was at what she saw. But yet I did not know how much she saw, and therefore said nothing to her. But after her much crying and reproaching me with inconstancy and preferring a sorry girl before her, I did give her no provocation, but did promise all fair usage to her and love, and forswore any hurt that I did with her, till at last she seemed to be at ease again, and so toward morning a little sleep, and so I with some little repose and rest. 26th. Rose, and up and by water to Whitehall, but with my mind mightily troubled for the poor girl, whom I fear I have undone by this, my telling me that she would turn her out of doors. However, I was obliged to attend the Duke of York, thinking to have had a meeting of Tangier today, but had not. But he did take me and Mr. Wren into his closet, and there did press me to prepare what I had to say upon the answers of my fellow officers to his great letter, which I promised to do against his coming to town again the next week. And so to other discourse, finding plainly that he is in trouble and apprehensions of the reformers, and would be found to do what he can towards reforming himself. And so thence to my Lord Sandwich, S., where, after long stay, he being in talk with others privately, I to him. And there he, taking physic and keeping his chamber, I had an hour's talk with him about the ill posture of things at this time, while the king gives countenance to Sir Charles Sidley and Lord Buckhurst, telling him their late story of running up and down the streets a little while since all night, and their being beaten and clapped up all night by the constable, who is since chid and imprisoned for his pains. He tells me that he thinks his matters do stand well with the king, and hopes to have dispatched to his mind. But I doubt it, and do see that he do fear it too. He told me my Lady Carteret's trouble about my writing of that letter of the Duke of York's lately to the office, which I did not own, but declared to be of no injury to G. Carteret, and that I would write a letter to him to satisfy him therein. But this I am in pain how to do, without doing myself wrong, and the end I had of preparing a justification to myself hereafter. When the faults of the navy come to be found out however, I will do it in the best manner I can. Thence by coach home and to dinner, finding my wife mightily discontented, and the girl sad, and no words from my wife to her. So after dinner they out with me about 2 or 3 things, and so home again, I all the evening busy, and my wife full of trouble in her looks, and anon to bed, where about midnight she wakes me, and there falls foul of me again, affirming that she saw me hug and kiss the girl. The latter I denied, and truly the other I confessed and no more, and upon her pressing me did offer to give her under my hand that I would never see Mrs. Pierce more nor Nep, but did promise her particular demonstrations of my true love to her, owning some indiscretions in what I did, but that there was no harm in it. She at last upon these promises was quiet, and very kind we were, and so to sleep, and 27th. In the morning up, but my mind troubled for the poor girl, with whom I could not get opportunity to speak. But to the office, my mind mighty full of sorrow for her, to the office, where all the morning, and to dinner with my people, and to the office all the afternoon, and so at night home, and they're busy to get some things ready against tomorrow's meeting of Tangier. And that being done, and my clerks gone, my wife did towards bedtime begin to be in a mighty rage from some new matter that she had got in her head, and did most part of the night in bed rant at me in most high terms of threats of publishing my shame, and when I offered to rise would have rose too, and caused a candle to be light to burn by her all night in the chimney while she ranted, while the knowing myself to have given some grounds for it, did make it my business to appease her all I could possibly, and by good words and fair promises did make her very quiet, and so rested all night, and rose with perfect good peace. Being heartily afflicted for this folly of mine that did occasion it, but was forced to be silent about the girl, which I have no mind to part with, but much less that the poor girl should be undone by my folly. So up with mighty kindness from my wife and a thorough peace, and being up did by a note advise the girl what I had done and owned, which note I was in pain for till she told me she had burned it. This evening Mr. Spung come, and sat late with me, and first told me of the instrument called parallelogram. This useful instrument, used for copying maps, plans, drawings, and either of the same size or larger or smaller than the originals, is now named a pantograph, which I must have one of, showing me his practice thereon, by a map of England. 28th. So by coach with Mr. Gibson to Chancery Lane, and there made oath before a Master of Chancery to the Tangier account of fees, and so to Whitehall, where by and by a committee met my Lord Sandwich there. But his report was not received, it being late, but only a little business done about the supplying the place with victuals. But I did get, to my great content, my account allowed of fees, with great applause by my Lord Ashley and Sir W. Penn. Thence home, calling at one or two places, and there about our workmen, who are at work upon my wife's closet and other parts of my house, that we are all in dirt. So after dinner with Mr. Gibson all the afternoon in my closet, and at night to supper and to bed, my wife and I at good peace, but yet with some little grudgings of trouble in her, and more in me about the poor girl. 29th. At the office all the morning, where Mr. Wren first tells us of the order from the king, came last night to the Duke of York, for signifying his pleasure to the Solicitor General for drawing up a commission for suspending of my Lord Anglesey, and putting in Sir Thomas Littleton and Sir Thomas Osborne, the former a creature of Arlington, S., and the latter of the Duke of Buckingham, S., during the suspension. The Duke of York was forced to obey, and did grant it, he being to go to Newmarket this day with the king, and so the king pressed for it. But Mr. Wren do own that the Duke of York is the most wounded in this, in the world, for it is done and concluded without his privity, after his appearing for Lord Anglesey, and that it is plain that they do aim to bring the Admiralty into commission too, and lessen the Duke of York. This do put strange apprehensions into all our board, only I think I am the least troubled at it, for I care not at all for it. But my Lord Brouncker and Penn do seem to think much of it. So home to dinner, full of this news, and after dinner to the office, and so home all the afternoon to do business towards my drawing up an account for the Duke of York of the answers of this office to his late great letter, and late at it, and so to bed, with great peace from my wife and quiet, I bless God. 30th. Up betimes, and Mr. Povey comes to even accounts with me, which we did, and then fell to other talk. He tells, in short, how the king is made a child of by Buckingham and Arlington to the lessening of the Duke of York, whom they cannot suffer to be great, for fear of my Lord Chancellor's return, which therefore they make the king violent against. That he believes it is impossible these two great men can hold together long, or, at least, that the ambition of the former is so great, that he will endeavor to master all, and bring into play as many as he can. That Anglesey will not lose his place easily, but will contend in law with whoever comes to execute it. That the Duke of York, in all things but in his codpiece, is led by the nose by his wife. That W. Coventry is now, by the Duke of York, made friends with the Duchess, and that he is often there and waits on her. That he do believe that these present great men will break in time, and that W. Coventry will be a great man again, for he do labor to have nothing to do in matters of the state, and is so useful to the side that he is on, that he will stand, though at present he is quite out of play. That my Lady Castlemaine hates the Duke of Buckingham. That the Duke of York hath expressed himself very kind to my Lord Sandwich, which I am mighty glad of. That we are to expect more changes if these men stand. This done he and I to talk of my coach, and I got him to go see it, where he finds most infinite fault with it, both as to being out of fashion and heavy, with so good reason that I am mightily glad of his having corrected me in it. And so I do resolve to have one of his build, and with his advice, both in coach and horses, he being the fittest man in the world for it, and so he carried me home, and said the same to my wife. So I to the office and he away, and at noon I home to dinner, and all the afternoon late with Gibson at my chamber about my present great business, only a little in the afternoon at the office about Sir D. Gaudon's accounts, and so to bed and slept heartily, my wife and I at good peace, but my heart troubled and her mind not at ease, I perceive. She against, and I for the girl, to whom I have not said anything these 3 days, but resolved to be mighty strange in appearance to her. This night W. Batelier come and took his leave of us, he setting out for France tomorrow. 31st. Up, and at the office all the morning. At noon home to dinner with my people, and afternoon to the office again, and then to my chamber with Gibson to do more about my great answer for the Duke of York, and so at night after supper to bed well pleased with my advance thereon. This day my Lord Anglesey was at the office, and do seem to make nothing of this business of his suspension, resolving to bring it into the council, where he seems not to doubt to have right, he standing upon his defence and patent, and hath put in his caveats to the several offices. So, as soon as the king comes back again, which will be on Tuesday next, he will bring it into the council. So ends this month with some quiet to my mind, though not perfect, after the greatest falling out with my poor wife, and through my folly with the girl, that ever I had, and I have reason to be sorry and ashamed of it, and more to be troubled for the poor girl's sake, whom I fear I shall by this means prove the ruin of, though I shall think myself concerned both to love and be a friend to her. This day Roger Pepys and his son Talbot, newly come to town, come and dined with me, and mighty glad I am to see them. November 1668. November 1st, Lord's Day. Up, and with W. Hewer at my chamber all this morning, going further in my great business for the Duke of York, and so at noon to dinner, and then W. Hewer to write fair what he had writ, and my wife to read to me all the afternoon, till anon Mr. Gibson come, and he and I to perfect it to my full mind, and so to supper and to bed, my mind yet at disquiet that I cannot be informed how poor Deb stands with her mistress, but I fear she will put her away, and the truth is, though it be much against my mind and to my trouble, yet I think that it will be fit that she should be gone, for my wife's peace and mine, for she cannot but be offended at the sight of her, my wife having conceived this jealousy of me with reason, and therefore for that, and other reasons of expense, it will be best for me to let her go, but I shall love and pity her. This noon Mr. Povey sent his coach for my wife and I to see, which we like mightily, and will endeavor to have him get us just such another. Second, up, and a cold morning, by water through bridge without a cloak, and there to Mr. Wren at his chamber at Whitehall, the first time of his coming thither this year, the Duchess coming thither tonight, and there he and I did read over my paper that I have with so much labor drawn up about the several answers of the officers of this office to the Duke of York's reflections, and did debate a little what advice to give the Duke of York when he comes to town upon it. Here come in Lord Anglesey, and I perceive he makes nothing of this order for his suspension, resolving to contend and to bring it to the council on Wednesday when the king is come to town tomorrow, and Mr. Wren do join with him mightily in it, and do look upon the Duke of York as concerned more in it than he. So to visit Creed at his chamber, but his wife not come thither yet, nor do he tell me where she is, though she be in town, at Stepney, at Atkins, S. So to Mr. Povey's to talk about a coach, but there I find my Lord Sandwich, and Peterborough, and Hinchingbroke, Charles Harbord, and Sidney Montagu, and there I was stopped, and dined mighty nobly at a good table, with one little dish at a time upon it, but mighty merry. I was glad to see it, but sorry methought to see my lord have so little reason to be merry, and yet glad for his sake to have him cheerful. After dinner up and looked up and down the house, and so to the cellar, and thence I slipped away, without taking leave, and so to a few places about business, and among others to my booksellers in Duck Lane, and so home, where the house still full of dirt by painters and others, and will not be clean a good while. So to read and talk with my wife till by and by called to the office about Sir W. Warren's business, where we met a little, and then home to supper and to bed. This day I went, by Mr. Povy's direction, to a coachmaker near him, for a coach just like his, but it was sold this very morning. Third, up and all the morning at the office. At noon to dinner and then to the office, and they're busy till 12 at night, without much pain to my eyes, but I did not use them to read or write, and so did hold out very well. So home, and there to supper, and I observed my wife to eye my eyes whether I did ever look upon Deb. Which I could not but do now and then, and to my grief did see the poor wretch look on me and see me look on her, and then let drop a tear or two, which do make my heart relent at this minute that I am writing this with great trouble of mind, for she is indeed my sacrifice, poor girl. And my wife did tell me in bed by the by of my looking on other people, and that the only way is to put things out of sight, and this I know she means by Deb. For she tells me that her aunt was here on Monday, and she did tell her of her desire of parting with Deb, but in such kind terms on both sides that my wife is mightily taken with her. I see it will be, and it is but necessary, and therefore, though it cannot but grieve me, yet I must bring my mind to give way to it. We had a great deal of do this day at the office about Clutterbuck, I declaring my dissent against the whole board's proceedings, and I believe I shall go near to show W. Penn a very knave in it, whatever I find my Lord Brounker. Fourth, up and by coach to Whitehall, and there I find the King and Duke of York come the last night, and every body's mouth full of my Lord Anglesy's suspension being sealed. Which it was, it seems, yesterday, so that he is prevented in his remedy at the council. And, it seems, the two new treasurers did kiss the King's hand this morning, brought in by my Lord Arlington. They walked up and down together the court this day, and several people joyed them, but I avoided it, that I might not be seen to look either way. This day also I hear that my Lord Ormond is to be declared in council no more Deputy Governor of Ireland, his commission being expired, and the King is prevailed with to take it out of his hands, which people do mightily admire, saying that he is the greatest subject of any prince in Christendom, and hath more acres of land than any, and hath done more for his prince than ever any yet did. But all will not do. He must down, it seems, the Duke of Buckingham carrying all before him. But that troubles me most is, that they begin to talk that the Duke of York's regiment is ordered to be disbanded, and more, that undoubtedly his admiralty will follow. Which do shake me mightily, and I fear will have ill consequences in the nation, for these councils are very mad. The Duke of York do, by all men's report, carry himself wonderful submissive to the King, in the most humble manner in the world. But yet, it seems, nothing must be spared that tends to the keeping out of the Chancellor, and that is the reason of all this. The great discourse now is, that the Parliament shall be dissolved and another called, which shall give the King the Dean and Chapter lands, and that will put him out of debt. And it is said that Buckingham do nonly meet daily with Wildmen and other Commonwealth men, and that when he is with them, he makes the King believe that he is with his wenches, and something looks like the Parliament's being dissolved, by Harry Brounker's being now come back, and appears this day the first day at Whitehall, but hath not been yet with the King, but is secure that he shall be well received, I hear. God bless us, when such men as he shall be restored. But that pleases me most is, that several do tell me that Penn is to be removed, and others that he hath resigned his place. And particularly Spragg tells me for certain that he hath resigned it, and is become a partner with Gauden in the victualling, in which I think he hath done a very cunning thing, but I am sure I am glad of it, and it will be well for the King to have him out of this office. Thence by coach, doing several errands, home and there to dinner, and then to the office, where all the afternoon till late at night, and so home. Deb hath been abroad today with her friends, poor girl, I believe toward the getting of a place. This day a boy is sent me out of the country from Impington by my cousin Roger Pepys getting, whom I visited this morning at his chamber in the Strand, and carried him to Westminster Hall, where I took a turn or two with him and Sir John Talbot, who talks mighty high for my Lord of Ormond. And I perceive this family of the Talbots hath been raised by my lord. When I come home, tonight I find Deb. Not come home, and do doubt whether she be not quite gone or no, but my wife is silent to me in it, and I to her, but fell to other discourse, and indeed am well satisfied that my house will never be at peace between my wife and I unless I let her go, though it grieves me to the heart. My wife and I spent much time this evening talking of our being put out of the office, and my going to live at Deptford at her brother's, till I can clear my accounts and rid my hands of the town, which will take me a year or more, and I do think it will be best for me to do so, in order to our living cheap and out of sight. 5th, up and will it come home in the morning, and, God forgive me. I could not conceal my content thereat by smiling, and my wife observed it, but I said nothing, nor she, but away to the office. Presently up by water to Whitehall, and there all of us to wait on the Duke of York, which we did, having little to do, and then I up and down the house, till by and by the Duke of York, who had bid me stay, did come to his closet again, and there did call in me and Mr. Wren. And there my paper, that I have lately taken pains to draw up, was read, and the Duke of York pleased therewith. And we did all along conclude upon answers to my mind for the board, and that, if put in execution, will do the king's business. But I do now more and more perceive the Duke of York's trouble, and that he do lie under great weight of mind from the Duke of Buckingham's carrying things against him. And particularly, when I advised that he would use his interest that a seaman might come into the room of W. Penn, who is now declared to be gone from us to that of the victualling, and did show how the office would now be left without one seaman in it, but the surveyor and the controller, who is so old as to be able to do nothing. He told me plainly that I knew his mind well enough as to seamen, but that it must be as others will. And Wren did tell it me as a secret, that when the Duke of York did first tell the king about Sir W. Penn's leaving of the place, and that when the Duke of York did move the king that either Captain Cox or Sir Jer. Smith might succeed him, the king did tell him that that was a matter fit to be considered of, and would not agree to either presently. And so the Duke of York could not prevail for either, nor knows who it shall be. The Duke of York did tell me himself, that if he had not carried it privately when first he mentioned Penn's leaving his place to the king, it had not been done. For the Duke of Buckingham and those of his party do cry out upon it, as a strange thing to trust such a thing into the hands of one that stands accused in Parliament, and that they have so far prevailed upon the king that he would not have him named in council, but only take his name to the board. But I think he said that only D. Gaudon's name shall go in the patent. At least, at the time when Sir Richard Browne asked the king the names of D. Gaudon's security, the king told him it was not yet necessary for him to declare them. And by, when the Duke of York and we had done, and Wren brought into the closet Captain Cox and James Temple about business of the Guinea Company, and talking something of the Duke of Buckingham's concernment therein, and says the Duke of York, I will give the devil his due, as they say the Duke of Buckingham hath paid in his money to the company, or something of that kind, wherein he would do right to him. The Duke of York told me how these people do begin to cast dirt upon the business that passed the council lately, touching supernumeraries, as passed by virtue of his authority there being not liberty for any man to withstand what the Duke of York advises there, which, he told me, they bring only as an argument to insinuate the putting of the Admiralty into commission, which by all men's discourse is now designed, and I perceive the same by him. This being done, and going from him, I up and down the house to hear news, and there every body's mouth full of changes, and among others the Duke of York's regiment of guards that was raised during the late war at sea is to be disbanded, and also that this day the king do intend to declare that the Duke of Ormond is no more deputy of Ireland, but that he will put it into commission. This day our new treasurers did kiss the king's hand, who complimented them, as they say, very highly, that he had for a long time been abused in his treasurer, and that he was now safe in their hands. I saw them walk up and down the court together all this morning, the first time I ever saw Osborne, who is a comely gentleman. This day I was told that my Lord Anglesey did deliver a petition on Wednesday in council to the king, laying open, that whereas he had heard that his Majesty had made such a disposal of his place, which he had formerly granted him for life upon a valuable consideration, and that, without anything laid to his charge, and during a Parliament sessions, he prayed that his Majesty would be pleased to let his case be heard before the council and the judges of the land, who were his proper counsel in all matters of right, to which I am told the king, after my lord's being withdrawn, concluded upon his giving him an answer some few days hence, and so he was called in and told so, and so it ended. Having heard all this, I took coach and to Mr. Povey's, where I hear he is gone to the Swedes resident in Covent Garden, where he is to dine. I went thither, but he is not come yet, so I to Whitehall to look for him, and up and down walking there I met with Sir Robert Holmes, who asking news I told him of Sir W. Penn's going from us, who catched at it so as that my heart misgives me that he will have a mind to it, which made me heartily sorry for my words, but he invited me, and would have me go to dine with him at the treasurer's, Sir Thomas Clifford, where I did go and eat some oysters. Which while we were at, in comes my Lord Keeper and much company, and so I thought it best to withdraw. And so away, and to the Swedes' agent, and there met Mr. Povey, where the agent would have me stay and dine, there being only them and Joseph Williamson and Sir Thomas Clayton, but what he is I know not. Here much extraordinary noble discourse of foreign princes, and particularly the greatness of the King of France, and of his being fallen into the right way of making the kingdom great, which of his ancestors ever did before. I was mightily pleased with this company and their discourse, so as to have been seldom so much in all my life, and so after dinner up into his upper room, and there did see a piece of perspective, but much inferior to Mr. Povey's. Thence with Mr. Povey spent all the afternoon going up and down among the coachmakers in Cow Lane, and did see several, and at last did pitch upon a little chariot, whose body was framed, but not covered at the widow S. that made Mr. Lowther's fine coach, and we are mightily pleased with it, it being light, and will be very genteel and sober, to be covered with leather, and yet will hold 4. Being much satisfied with this, I carried him to Whitehall, and so by coach home, where give my wife a good account of my day's work, and so to the office, and there late, and so to bed. 6th, up, and presently my wife up with me, which she professedly now do every day to dress me, that I may not see Willet, and do eye me, whether I cast my eye upon her, or no, and do keep me from going into the room where she is among the upholsters at work in our blue chamber. So abroad to Whitehall by water, and so on for all this day as I have by mistake set down in the 5th day after this mark. In the margin here is the following, look back 1 leaf for my mistake. In the room of which I should have said that I was at the office all the morning, and so to dinner, my wife with me, but so as I durst not look upon the girl, though, God knows, notwithstanding all my protestations I could not keep my mind from desiring it. After dinner to the office again, and there did some business, and then by coach to see Roger Pepys at his lodgings, next door to Arundel House, a barber S., and there I did see a book, which my Lord Sandwich hath promised one to me of, a description of the Escurial in Spain, which I have a great desire to have, though I took it for a finer book when he promised it me. With him to see my cousin Turner and there sat and talked, they being newly come out of the country, and here pretty merry, and with to show her a coach at Mr. Povey's man, she being in want of one, and so back again with her, and then home by coach with my mind troubled and finding no content, my wife being still troubled, nor can be at peace while the girl is there, which I am troubled at on the other side. We passed the evening together, and then to bed and slept ill, she being troubled and troubling me in the night with talk and complaints upon the old business. This is the day's work of the 5th, though it stands under the 6th, my mind being now so troubled that it is no wonder that I fall into this mistake more than ever I did in my life before. 7th, up and at the office all the morning, and so to it again after dinner, and there busy late, choosing to employ myself rather than go home to trouble with my wife, whom, however, I am forced to comply with, and indeed I do pity her as having cause enough for her grief. So to bed, and there slept ill because of my wife. This afternoon I did go out towards Sir D. Gaudens, thinking to have bespoke a place for my coach and horses, when I have them, at the victualling office. But find the way so bad and long that I returned, and looked up and down for places elsewhere, in an inn, which I hope to get with more convenience than there. 8th Lord's Day, up, and at my chamber all the morning, setting papers to rights with my boy, and so to dinner at noon. The girl with us, but my wife troubled thereat to see her, and do tell me so, which troubles me, for I love the girl. At my chamber again to work all the afternoon till night, when Pelling comes, who wonders to find my wife so dull and melancholy, but God knows she hath too much cause. However, as pleasant as we can, we supped together, and so made the boy read to me, the poor girl not appearing at supper, but hid herself in her chamber. so that I could wish in that respect that she was out of the house, for our peace is broke to all of us while she is here, and so to bed, where my wife mighty unquiet all night, so as my bed is become burdensome to me. Ninth, up, and I did by a little note which I flung to Deb. Advise her that I did continue to deny that ever I kissed her, and so she might govern herself. The truth is that I did adventure upon God's pardoning me this lie, knowing how heavy a thing it would be for me to the ruin of the poor girl, and next knowing that if my wife should know, all it were impossible ever for her to be at peace with me again, and so our whole lives would be uncomfortable. The girl read, and as I bid her return me the note, flinging it to me in passing by. And so I abroad by to Whitehall, and there to the Duke of York to wait on him, who told me that Sir W. Penn had been with him this morning, to ask whether it would be fit for him to sit at the office now, because of his resolution to be gone, and to become concerned in the victualling. The Duke of York answered, yes, till his contract was signed. Thence I to Lord Sandwich S., and there to see him, but was made to stay so long, as his best friends are, and when I come to him so little pleasure, his head being full of his own business, I think that I have no pleasure go to him. Thence to Whitehall with him, to the Committee of Tangier. A day appointed for him to give an account of Tangier, and what he did, and found there, which, though he had admirable matter for it, and his doings there were good, and would have afforded a noble account, yet he did it with a mind so low and mean, and delivered in so poor a manner, that it appeared nothing at all, nor any body seemed to value it. Whereas he might have shewn himself to have merited extraordinary thanks, and been held to have done a very great service. Whereas now, all that cost the king hath been at for his journey through Spain thither, seems to be almost lost. After we were up, Creed and I walked together, and did talk a good while of the weak report my lord made, and were troubled for it. I fearing that either his mind and judgment are depressed, or that he do it out of his great neglect, and so my fear that he do all the rest of his affairs accordingly. So I stayed about the court a little while, and then to look for a dinner, and had it at Hercules Pillars, very late, all alone, costing me 10d. And so to the excise office, thinking to meet Sir Stephen Fox in the cofferer, but the former was gone, and the latter I met going out, but nothing done, and so I to my bookseller, S., and also to Crow, S., and there saw a piece of my bed, and I find it will please us mightily. So home, and there find my wife troubled, and I sat with her talking, and so to bed, and there very unquiet all night. 10th, up, and my wife still every day as ill as she is all night, will rise to see me outdoors, telling me plainly that she dares not let me see the girl, and so I out to the office, where all the morning, and so home to dinner, where I found my wife mightily troubled again, more than ever, and she tells me that it is from her examining the girl and getting a confession now from her of all, which do mightily trouble me, as not being able to foresee the consequences of it, as to our future peace together. So my wife would not go down to dinner, but I would dine in her chamber with her, and there after mollifying her as much as I could we were pretty quiet and eat, and by comes Mr. Hollier, and dines there by himself after we had dined, and he being gone, we to talk again, and she to be troubled, reproaching me with my unkindness and perjury, I having denied my ever kissing her. As also with all her old kindnesses to me, and my ill-using of her from the beginning, and the many temptations she hath refused out of faithfulness to me, whereof several she was particular in, and especially from my Lord Sandwich, by the solicitation of Captain Ferrers, and then afterward the courtship of my Lord Hinchingbrook, even to the trouble of his lady. All which I did acknowledge and was troubled for, and wept, and at last pretty good friends again, and so I to my office, and there late, and so home to supper with her, and so to bed, where after half an hour's slumber she wakes me and cries out that she should never sleep more, and so kept raving till past midnight. That made me cry and weep heartily all the while for her, and troubled for what she reproached me with as before, and at last with new vows. And particularly that I would myself bid the girl be gone, and show my dislike to her, which I will endeavor to perform, but with much trouble, and so this appeasing her, we to sleep as well as we could till morning. 11th, up and my wife with me as before, and so to the office, where by a special desire the new treasurers come, and there did show their patent, and the great seal for the suspension of my Lord Anglesey. And here did sit and discourse of the business of the office, and brought Mr. Hutchinson with them, who, I hear, is to be their paymaster, in the room of Mr. Waith. for it seems they do turn out every servant that belongs to the present treasurer. And so for Fen, do bring in Mr. Littleton, Sir Thomas's brother, and oust all the rest. But Mr. Hutchinson do already see that his work now will be another kind of thing than before, as to the trouble of it. They gone, and indeed they appear, both of them, very intelligent men. I home to dinner, and there with my people dined, and so to my wife, who would not dine with that she might not have the girl come in sight. And there sat and talked a while with her and pretty quiet, I giving no occasion of offence. And so to the office, and then by coach to my cousin Roger Pepys, who did, at my last being with him this day sennight, move me as to the supplying him with L500 this term, and L500 the next, for 2 years, upon a mortgage, he having that sum to pay, a debt left him by his father, which I did agree to, trusting to his honesty and ability, and am resolved to do it for him, that I may not have all I have lie in the king's hands. Having promised him this, I returned home again, where to the office, and there having done, I home and to supper and to bed, where after lying a little while my wife starts up, and with expressions of affright and madness, as one frantic, would rise, and I would not let her, but burst out in tears myself, and so continued almost half the night, the moon shining so that it was light, and after much sorrow and reproaches and little ravings, though I am apt to think they were counterfeit from her. And my promise again to discharge the girl myself, all was quiet again, and so to sleep. 12th. Up, and she with me as heretofore, and so I to the office, where all the morning and at noon to dinner, and Mr. Waith, who, being at my office about business, I took him with me to talk and understand his matters, who is in mighty trouble from the Committee of Accounts about his contracting with this office for sailcloth, but no hurt can be laid at his door in it, but upon us for doing it, if any, though we did it by the Duke of York's approval. And by him I understand that the new treasurers do intend to bring in all new instruments, and so having dined we parted, and I to my wife and to sit with her a little, and then called her and Willett to my chamber, and there did, with tears in my eyes, which I could not help, discharge her and advise her to be gone as soon as she could, and never to see me, or let me see her more while she was in the house, which she took with tears too, but I believe understands me to be her friend. And I am apt to believe by what my wife hath of late told me is a cunning girl, if not a slut. Thence parting kindly with my wife, I away by coach to my cousin Roger, according as by mistake, which the trouble of my mind for some days has occasioned, in this and another case a day or two before is set down in yesterday's notes, and so back again, and with Mr. Gibson late at my chamber making an end of my draft of a letter for the Duke of York, in answer to the answers of this office, which I have now done to my mind, so as, if the Duke likes it, will, I think, put an end to a great deal of the faults of this office, as well as my trouble for them. So to bed, and did lie now a little better than formerly, but with little, and yet with some trouble. 10th. Up, and with Sir W. Penn by coach to Whitehall, where to the Duke of York, and there did our usual business, and thence I to the Commissioners of the Treasury, where I stayed, and heard an excellent case argued between my Lord Gerard and the town of Newcastle, about a piece of ground which that lord hath got a grant of, under the Exchequer seal, which they were endeavouring to get of the king under the Great Seal. I liked mightily the counsel for the town, Shafto, their recorder, and Mr. Offley. But I was troubled, and so were the lords, to hear my lord fly out against their great pretence of merit from the king, for their sufferings and loyalty, telling them that they might thank him for that repute which they have for their loyalty, for that it was he that forced them to be so, against their wills, when he was there, and, moreover, did offer a paper to the lords to read from the town, sent in 1648, but the lords would not read it. But I believe it was something about bringing the king to trial, or some such thing in that year. Thence I to the 3 Tons Tavern by Charing Cross, and there dined with W. Penn, Sir J. Minns, and Commissioner Middleton, and as merry as my mind could be, that hath so much trouble upon it at home. And thence to Whitehall, and there stayed in Mr. Wren's chamber with him, reading over my draft of a letter, which Mr. Gibson then attended me with. And there he did like all, but doubted whether it would be necessary for the Duke to write in so sharp a style to the office as I had drawn it in, which I yield to him, to consider the present posture of the times and the Duke of York, and whether it were not better to err on that hand than the other. He told me that he did not think it was necessary for the Duke of York to do so, and that it would not suit so well with his nature nor greatness, which last, perhaps, is true, but then do too truly show the effects of having princes in places where order and discipline should be. I left it to him to do as the Duke of York pleases, and so fell to other talk, and with great freedom, of public things. And he told me, upon my several inquiries to that purpose, that he did believe it was not yet resolved whether the Parliament should ever meet more or no, the three great rulers of things now standing thus. The Duke of Buckingham is absolutely against their meeting, as moved thereto by his people that he advises with, the people of the late times, who do never expect to have anything done by this Parliament for their religion, and who do propose that, by the sale of the church lands, they shall be able to put the king out of debt. My Lord Keeper is utterly against putting away this and choosing another Parliament, lest they prove worse than this, and will make all the king's friends, and the king himself, in a desperate condition. My Lord Arlington know not which is best for him, being to seek whether this or the next will use him worst. He tells me that he believes that it is intended to call this Parliament and try them with a sum of money, and if they do not like it, then to send them going and call another, who will, at the ruin of the church perhaps, please the king with what he will for a time. And he tells me, therefore, that he do believe that this policy will be endeavored by the church and their friends to seem to promise the king money, when it shall be propounded, but make the king and these great men buy it dear, before they have it. He tells me that he is really persuaded that the design of the Duke of Buckingham is, by bringing the state into such a condition as, if the king do die without issue, it shall, upon his death, break into pieces again, and so put by the Duke of York, who they have disobliged, they know, to that degree, as to despair of his pardon. He tells me that there is no way to rule the king but by briskness, which the Duke of Buckingham hath above all men, and that the Duke of York having it not, his best way is what he practices, that is to say, a good temper, which will support him till the Duke of Buckingham and Lord Arlington fall out, which cannot be long first, the former knowing that the latter did, in the time of the Chancellor, endeavour with the Chancellor to hang him at that time, when he was proclaimed against. And here, by the by, he told me that the Duke of Buckingham did, by his friends, treat with my Lord Chancellor, by the mediation of Wren and Matt Clifford, to fall in with my Lord Chancellor, which he tells me he did advise my Lord Chancellor to accept of, as that with his own interest and the Duke of York, would undoubtedly have assured all to him and his family, but that my Lord Chancellor was a man not to be advised, thinking himself too high to be counselled, and so all is come to nothing. For by that means the Duke of Buckingham became desperate, and was forced to fall in with Arlington, to his ruin. Thence I home, and there to talk with great pleasure all the evening, with my wife, who tells me that Deb has been abroad today, and is come home and says she has got a place to go to, so as she will be gone tomorrow morning. This troubled me, and the truth is, I have a good mind to have the maidenhead of this girl, which I should not doubt to have if G could get time para be con her. But she will be gone, and I not know whither. Before we went to bed my wife told me she would not have me to see her or give her wages, and so I did give my wife L10 for her year and half a quarter's wages, which she went into her chamber and paid her, and so to bed, and there, blessed be God, we did sleep well and with peace, which I had not done in now almost 20 nights together. This afternoon I went to my coachmaker and Crow S, and there saw things go on to my great content. This morning, at the Treasury Chamber, I did meet Jack Fenn, and there he did show me my Lord Anglesy's petition and the King's answer. The former good and stout, as I before did hear it, but the latter short and weak, saying that he was not, by what the king had done, hindered from taking the benefit of his laws, and that the reason he had to suspect his mismanagement of his money in Ireland did make him think it unfit to trust him with his treasury in England, till he was satisfied in the former. 14th, up, and had a mighty mind to have seen or given her a little money, to which purpose I wrapped up 40s. In paper, thinking to have given her a little money, but my wife rose presently, and would not let me be out of her sight, and went down before me into the kitchen, and come up and told me that she was in the kitchen, and therefore would have me go round the other way. Which she repeating, and I vexed at it, answered her a little angrily, upon which she instantly flew out into a rage, calling me dog and rogue, and that I had a rotten heart. All which, knowing that I deserved it, I bore with, and word being brought presently up that she was gone away by coach with her things, my wife was friends, and so all quiet, and I to the office, with my heart sad, and find that I cannot forget the girl, and vexed I know not where to look for her. and more troubled to see how my wife is, by this means likely forever to have her hand over me, that I shall forever be a slave to her, that is to say, only in matters of pleasure. But in other things she will make her business, I know, to please me and to keep me right to her, which I will labor to be indeed, for she deserves it of me, though it will be, I fear, a little time before I shall be able to wear Deb out of my mind. At the office all the morning, and merry at noon at dinner, and after dinner to the office, where all the afternoon, doing much business late. My mind being free of all troubles, I thank God, but only for my thoughts of this girl, which hang after her. And so at night home to supper, and then did sleep with great content with my wife. I must here remember that I have lain with my moher as a husband more times, since this falling out, than in I believe 12 months before. And with more pleasure to her than I think in all the time of our marriage before. 15th, Lord's Day. Up, and after long lying with pleasure talking with my wife, and then up to look up and down our house, which will when our upholster hath done be mighty fine, and so to my chamber, and there did do several things among my papers, and so to the office to write down my journal for 6 or 7 days, my mind having been so troubled as never to get the time to do it before, as may appear a little by the mistakes I have made in this book within these few days. At noon comes Mr. Shepley to dine with me and W. Howe, and there dined and pretty merry, and so after dinner W. Howe to tell me what hath happened between him and the commissioners of late, who are hot again, more than ever, about my Lord Sandwich's business of prizes, which I am troubled for, and the more because of the great security and neglect with which, I think, my lord do look upon this matter, that may yet, for aught I know, undo him. They gone, and Balty being come from the Downs, not very well, is come this day to see us, I to talk with him, and with some pleasure, hoping that he will make a good man. I in the evening to my office again, to make an end of my journal, and so home to my chamber with W. Hewer to settle some papers, and so to supper and to bed, with my mind pretty quiet, and less troubled about Deb. Then I was, though yet I am troubled, I must confess, and would be glad to find her out, though I fear it would be my ruin. This evening there come to sit with us Mr. Pelling, who wondered to see my wife and I so dumpish, but yet it went off only as my wife's not being well, and poor wretch, she hath no cause to be well, God knows. 16th. Up, and by water to Whitehall, and there at the Robe Chamber at a committee for Tangier, where some of us my Lord Sandwich, Sir W., Coventry, and myself, with another or two met to debate the business of the mole, and there drew up reasons for the king's taking of it into his own hands, and managing of it upon accounts with Sir H. Comely. This being done I away to Holborn, about Whetstone's Park, where I never was in my life before, where I understand by my wife's discourse that Deb is gone, which do trouble me mightily that the poor girl should be in a desperate condition forced to go thereabouts, and their not hearing of any such man as Albon, with whom my wife said she now was, I to the Strand, and there, by sending Drumbleby's boy, my flageolet maker, to Eagle Court, where my wife also by discourse lately let fall that he did lately live. I find that this Dr. Albon is a kind of poor broken fellow that dare not show his head nor be known where he is gone. But to Lincoln's Inn Fields I went to Mr. Povy's, but missed him, and so hearing only that this Albon is gone to Fleet Street, I did only call at Martin's, my bookseller, and there bought Cassandra, and some other French books for my wife's closet, and so home, having eat nothing but 2 pennyworths of oysters, opened for me by a woman in the Strand, while the boy went to and again to inform me about this man, and therefore home and to dinner, and so all the afternoon at the office. And there late busy, and so home to supper, and pretty pleasant with my wife to bed, rested pretty well. 17th. Up and to the office all the morning, where the new treasurers come, their second time, and before they sat down, did discourse with the board, and particularly my Lord Brounker, about their place, which they challenge, as having been heretofore due, and given to their predecessor. Which, at last, my lord did own hath been given him only out of courtesy to his quality, and that he did not take it as a right at the board. So they, for the present, sat down, and did give him the place, but I think, with an intent to have the Duke of York's directions about it. My wife and maids busy now to make clean the house above stairs, the upholsters having done there in her closet and the blue room, and they are mighty pretty. At my office all the afternoon and at night busy, and so home to my wife and pretty pleasant, and at mighty ease in my mind, being in hopes to find Deb, and without trouble or the knowledge of my wife. So to supper at night and to bed. 18th. Lay long in bed talking with my wife, she being unwilling to have me go abroad, saying and declaring herself jealous of my going out for fear of my going to Deb. Which I do deny, for which God forgive me, for I was no sooner out about noon, but I did go by coach directly to Somerset House, and there inquired among the porters there for Dr. Albun, and the first I spoke with told me he knew him, and that he was newly gone into Lincoln's Inn Fields, but whither he could not tell me. But that one of his fellows not then in the way did carry a chest of drawers thither with him, and that when he comes he would ask him. This put me into some hopes, and I to Whitehall, and thence to Mr. Povy's, but he at dinner, and therefore I away and walked up and down the Strand between the two turnstiles, hoping to see her out of a window, and then employed a porter, one Osberton, to find out this doctor's lodgings thereabouts, who by appointment comes to me to Hercules Pillars, where I dined alone, but tells me that he cannot find out any such, but will inquire further. Thence back to Whitehall to the Treasury a while, and thence to the Strand, and towards night did meet with the porter that carried the chest of drawers with this doctor. But he would not tell me where he lived, being his good master, he told me, but if I would have a message to him, he would deliver it. At last I told him my business was not with him, but a little gentlewoman, one Mrs. Willett, that is with him, and sent him to see how she did from her friend in London, and no other token. He goes while I walk in Somerset House, walk there in the court. At last he comes back and tells me she is well, and that I may see her if I will, but no more. So I could not be commanded by my reason, but I must go this very night, and so by coach, it being now dark, I to her, close by my tailor. And she come into the coach to me, and G did baser her. I did nevertheless give her the best counsel I could, to have a care of her honor, and to fear God, and suffer no man para of war to do con her as G have done, which she promised. G did give her 20s. And directions para laiser sealed in paper at any time the name of the place of her being at Harringman's, my bookseller in the change, by which I might go para her, and so bid her good night with much content to my mind, and resolution to look after her no more till I heard from her. And so home, and there told my wife a fair tale, God knows, how I spent the whole day, with which the poor wretch was satisfied, or at least seemed so, and so to supper and to bed, she having been mighty busy all day in getting of her house in order against tomorrow to hang up our new hangings and furnishing our best chamber. 19th. Up, and at the office all the morning, with my heart full of joy to think in what a safe condition all my matters now stand between my wife and Deb and me, and at noon running upstairs to see the upholsters, who are at work upon hanging my best room, and setting up my new bed, I find my wife sitting sad in the dining room, which inquiring into the reason of, she begun to call me all the false, rotten-hearted rogues in the world, letting me understand that I was with Deb. Yesterday, which, thinking it impossible for her ever to understand, I did a while deny, but at last did, for the ease of my mind and hers, and for ever to discharge my heart of this wicked business, I did confess all, and above stairs in our bed chamber there I did endure the sorrow of her threats and vows and curses all the afternoon. And, what was worse, she swore by all that was good that she would slit the nose of this girl, and be gone herself this very night from me. And did there demand 3 or 400 of me to buy my peace, that she might be gone without making any noise, or else protested that she would make all the world know of it. So with most perfect confusion of face and heart, and sorrow and shame, in the greatest agony in the world I did pass this afternoon, fearing that it will never have an end. But at last I did call for W. Hewer, who I was forced to make privy now to all, and the poor fellow did cry like a child, obtained what I could not, that she would be pacified upon condition that I would give it under my hand never to see or speak with Deb, while I live, as I did before with Pierce and Knepp, and which I did also, God knows, promise for Deb. 2. But I have the confidence to deny it to the perjury of myself. So before it was late, there was, beyond my hopes as well as desert, a durable peace. And so to supper, and pretty kind words, and to bed, and there G did hazer con isle to her content, and so with some rest spent the night in bed, being most absolutely resolved, if ever I can master this bout, never to give her occasion while I live of more trouble of this or any other kind, there being no curse in the world so great as this of the differences between myself and her, and therefore I do, by the grace of God, promise never to offend her more. And did this night begin to pray to God upon my knees alone in my chamber, which God knows I cannot yet do heartily, but I hope God will give me the grace more and more every day to fear him, and to be true to my poor wife. This night the upholsters did finish the hanging of my best chamber, but my sorrow and trouble is so great about this business that it puts me out of all joy in looking upon it or minding how it was. 20th. This morning up with mighty kind words between my poor wife and I, and so to Whitehall by water, W. Hewer with me, who is to go with me everywhere, until my wife be in condition to go out along with me herself. For she do plainly declare that she dares not trust me out alone, and therefore made it a piece of our league that I should always take somebody with me, or her herself, which I am mighty willing to, being, by the grace of God, resolved never to do her wrong more. We landed at the Temple, and there I bid him call at my cousin Roger Pepys's lodgings, and I stayed in the street for him, and so took water again at the Strand stairs. And so to Whitehall, in my way I telling him plainly and truly my resolutions, if I can get over this evil, never to give new occasion for it. He is, I think, so honest and true a servant to us both, and one that loves us, that I was not much troubled at his being privy to all this, but rejoiced in my heart that I had him to assist in the making us friends, which he did truly and heartily, and with good success, for I did get him to go to Deb, to tell her that I had told my wife all of my being with her the other night, that so if my wife should send, she might not make the business worse by denying it. While I was at Whitehall with the Duke of York, doing our ordinary business with him, here being also the first time the new treasurers. W. Hewer did go to her and come back again, and so I took him into St. James's Park, and there he did tell me he had been with her, and found what I said about my manner of being with her true, and had given her advice as I desired. I did there enter into more talk about my wife and myself, and he did give me great assurance of several particular cases to which my wife had from time to time made him privy of her loyalty and truth to me after many and great temptations, and I believe them truly. I did also discourse the unfitness of my leaving of my employment now in many respects to go into the country, as my wife desires, but that I would labor to fit myself for it, which he thoroughly understands, and do agree with me in it. And so, hoping to get over this trouble, we about our business to Westminster Hall to meet Roger Pepys, which I did, and did their discourse of the business of lending him L500 to answer some occasions of his, which I believe to be safe enough, and so took leave of him and away by coach home, calling on my coachmaker by the way, where I like my little coach mightily. But when I come home, hoping for a further degree of peace and quiet, I find my wife upon her bed in a horrible rage afresh, calling me all the bitter names, and, rising, did fall to revile me in the bitterest manner in the world, and could not refrain to strike me and pull my hair, which I resolved to bear with, and had good reason to bear it. So I by silence and weeping did prevail with her a little to be quiet, and she would not eat her dinner without me. But yet by and by into a raging fit she fell again, worse than before, that she would slit the girl's nose, and at last W. Hewer come in and come up, who did allay her fury, I flinging myself, in a sad desperate condition, upon the bed in the blue room, and there lay while they spoke together. And at last it come to this, that if I would call Deb, whore under my hand and write to her that I hated her, and would never see her more, she would believe me and trust in me, which I did agree to, only as to the name of whore I would have excused, and therefore wrote to her sparing that word, which my wife thereupon tore it, and would not be satisfied till, W. Hewer winking upon me, I did write so with the name of a whore as that I did fear she might too probably have been prevailed upon to have been a whore by her carriage to me. And therefore as such I did resolve never to see her more. This pleased my wife, and she gives it W. Hewer to carry to her with a sharp message from her. So from that minute my wife begun to be kind to me, and we to kiss and be friends, and so continued all the evening, and fell to talk of other matters, with great comfort, and after supper to bed. This evening comes Mr. Billop to me, to read over Mr. Wren's alterations of my draft of a letter for the Duke of York to sign, to the board, which I like mighty well, they being not considerable, only in mollifying some hard terms, which I had thought fit to put in. From this to other discourse, and do find that the Duke of York and his master, Mr. Wren, do look upon the service of mine as a very seasonable service to the Duke of York, as that which he will have to show to his enemies in his own justification, of his care of the king's business, and I am sure I am heartily glad of it, both for the king's sake and the Duke of York's, and my own also. For, if I continue, my work, by this means, will be the less, and my share in the blame also. He being gone, I to my wife again, and so spent the evening with very great joy, and the night also with good sleep and rest, my wife only troubled in her rest, but less than usual, for which the God of heaven be praised. I did this night promise to my wife never to go to bed without calling upon God upon my knees by prayer, and I begun this night, and hope I shall never forget to do the like all my life. For I do find that it is much the best for my soul and body to live pleasing to God and my poor wife, and will ease me of much care as well as much expense. 21st. Up with great joy to my wife and me, and to the office, where W. Hewer did most honestly bring me back the part of my letter to Deb, wherein I called her whore, assuring me that he did not show it her, and that he did only give her to understand that, wherein I did declare my desire never to see her, and did give her the best Christian counsel he could, which was mighty well done of him. But by the grace of God, though I love the poor girl and wish her well, as having gone too far toward the undoing her, yet I will never inquire after or think of her more, my peace being certainly to do right to my wife. At the office all the morning, and after dinner abroad with W. Hewer to my Lord Ashley's, where my Lord Barkeley and Sir Thomas Ingram met upon Mr. Povy's account, where I was in great pain about that part of his account wherein I am concerned, above L150, I think. And Creed hath declared himself dissatisfied with it, so far as to desire to cut his examinator out of the paper, as the only condition in which he would be silent in it. This Povy had the wit to yield to, and so when it come to be inquired into, I did avouch the truth of the account as to that particular, of my own knowledge, and so it went over as a thing good and just as, indeed, in the bottom of it, it is, though in strictness, perhaps it would not so well be understood. This committee rising, I with my mind much satisfied herein, away by coach home, setting Creed into Southampton buildings, and so home. And there ended my letters, and then home to my wife, where I find my house clean now from top to bottom, so as I have not seen it many a day, and to the full satisfaction of my mind that I am now at peace as to my poor wife, as to the dirtiness of my house, and as to seeing an end, in a great measure, to my present great disbursements upon my house and coach and horses. 22nd, Lord's Day. My wife and I lay long with mighty content, and so rose, and she spent the whole day making herself clean, after 4 or 5 weeks being in continued dirt, and I knocking up nails and making little settlements in my house till noon, and then eat a bit of meat in the kitchen, I all alone. And so to the office to set down my journal, for some days leaving it imperfect, the matter being mighty grievous to me, and my mind from the nature of it, and so in to solace myself with my wife, whom I got to read to me, and so W. Hewer and the boy, and so after supper to bed. This day my boy's livery is come home, the first I ever had of green lined with red, and it likes me well enough. 23rd. Up and called upon by W. Howe, who went with W. Hewer with me by water to the temple. His business was to have my advice about a place he is going to buy the clerk of the Pat's place, which I understand not, and so could say little to him, but fell to other talk. And setting him in at the temple, we to Whitehall, and there I to visit Lord Sandwich, who is now so reserved, or moped rather, I think, with his own business, that he bids welcome to no man, I think, to his satisfaction. However, I bear with it, being willing to give him as little trouble as I can, and to receive as little from him, wishing only that I had my money in my purse, that I have lent him. But however, I show no discontent at all. So to Whitehall, where a committee of Tangier expected, but none met. I met with Mr. Povy, who I discoursed with about public business, who tells me that this discourse which I told him of the Duke of Monmouth being made Prince of Wales, hath nothing in it, though he thinks there are all the endeavors used in the world to overthrow the Duke of York. He would not have me doubt of my safety in the navy, which I am doubtful of from the reports of a general removal, but he will endeavor to inform me what he can gather from my Lord Arlington. That he do think that the Duke of Buckingham hath a mind rather to overthrow all the kingdom, and bring in a commonwealth, wherein he may think to be general of their army, or to make himself king, which he believes he may be led to, by some advice he hath had with conjurers, which he do affect. Thence with W. Hewer, who goes up and down with me like a jailer, but yet with great love and to my great good liking, it being my desire above all things to please my wife therein. I took up my wife and boy at unthank S, and from there to Hercules Pillars and there dined, and thence to our upholster S about some things more to buy, and so to see our coach, and so to the looking-glass man S by the New Exchange, and so to buy a picture for our blue chamber chimney, and so home. And there I made my boy to read to me most of the night, to get through the life of the Archbishop of Canterbury. At supper comes Mary Baitlier, and with us all the evening, prettily talking, and very innocent company she is. And she gone, we with much content to bed, and to sleep with mighty rest all night. 24th. Up and at the office all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, where Mr. Gentleman, the cook, and an old woman, his third or fourth wife, come and dined with us, to inquire about a ticket of his son S that is dead. And after dinner, I with Mr. Hosier to my closet, to discourse of the business of balancing storekeepers' accounts, which he hath taken great pains in reducing to a method, to my great satisfaction. And I shall be glad both for the king's sake and his, that the thing may be put in practice, and will do my part to promote it. That done, he gone, I to the office, where busy till night, and then with comfort to sit with my wife, and get her to read to me, and so to supper, and to bed, with my mind at mighty ease. 25th. Up and by coach with W. Hewer to see W. Coventry. But he gone out, I to Whitehall, and there waited on Lord Sandwich, which I have little encouragement to do, because of the difficulty of seeing him, and the little he hath to say to me when I do see him, or to anybody else. But his own idle people about him, Sir Charles harbored, and see thence walked with him to Whitehall, where to the Duke of York. And there the Duke, and Wren, and I, by appointment in his closet, to read over our letter to the office, which he heard and signed it, and it is to my mind, Mr. Wren having made it somewhat sweeter to the board, and yet with all the advice fully that I did draw it up with. He said little more to us now, his head being full of other business. But I do see that he do continue to put a value upon my advice. And so Mr. Wren and I to his chamber, and there talked, and he seems to hope that these people, the Duke of Buckingham and Arlington, will run themselves off of their legs. They being forced to be always putting the king upon one idle thing or other, against the easiness of his nature, which he will never be able to bear, nor they to keep him to, and so will lose themselves. And, for instance of their little progress, he tells me that my Lord of Ormond is like yet to carry it, and to continue in his command in Ireland. At least, they cannot get the better of him yet. But he tells me that the keeper is wrought upon, as they say, to give his opinion for the dissolving of the Parliament, which, he thinks, will undo him in the eyes of the people. He do not seem to own the hearing or fearing of anything to be done in the Admiralty, to the lessening of the Duke of York, though he hears how the town talks full of it. Thence I by coach home, and there find my cousin Roger come to dine with me, and to seal his mortgage for the L500 I lend him. But he and I first walked to the Change, there to look for my Uncle White, and get him to dinner with us. So home, buying a barrel of oysters at my old oysterwoman S in Gracious Street, but over the way to where she kept her shop before. So home, and there merry at dinner. And the money not being ready, I carried Roger Pepys to Holborn Conduit, and there left him going to Stradwick's, whom we avoided to see, because of our long absence, and my wife and I to the Duke of York's house, to see the Duchess of Malfi, a sorry play, and sat with little pleasure, for fear of my wife seeing me look about, and so I was uneasy all the while, though I desire and resolve never to give her trouble of that kind more. So home, and there busy at the office a while, and then home, where my wife to read to me, and so to supper and to bed. This evening, to my great content, I got Sir Richard Ford to give me leave to set my coach in his yard. 26th. Up, and at the office all the morning, where I was to have delivered the Duke of York's letter of advice to the board, in answer to our several answers to his great letter. But Lord Brouncker not being there, and doubtful to deliver it before the new treasurers, I forbore it to next sitting. So home at noon to dinner, where I find Mr. Pierce and his wife, but I was forced to show very little pleasure in her being there because of my vow to my wife, and therefore was glad of a very bad occasion for my being really troubled, which is, at W. Hewer's losing of a tally of L1000, which I sent him this day to receive of the Commissioners of Excise. So that though I hope at the worst I shall be able to get another, yet I made use of this to get away as soon as I had dined, and therefore out with him to the excise office to make a stop of its payment, and so away to the coachmaker's and several other places, and so away home, and there to my business at the office, and thence home, and there my wife to read to me, and W. Hewer to set some matters of accounts right at my chamber, to bed. 27th. Up, and with W. Hewer to see W. Coventry again, but missed him again, by coming too late, the man of the world that I am resolved to preserve an interest in. Thence to Whitehall, and there at our usual waiting on the Duke of York. And that being done, I away to the Exchequer to give a stop, and take some advice about my lost tally, wherein I shall have some remedy with trouble, and so home, and there find Mr. Povey by appointment to dine with me, where a pretty good dinner, but for want of thought in my wife it was but slovenly dressed up. However, much pleasant discourse with him, and some serious. And he tells me that he would, by all means, have me get to be a Parliament man the next Parliament, which he believes there will be one, which I do resolve of. By and by comes my cousin Roger and dines with us, and after dinner did seal his mortgage, wherein I do wholly rely on his honesty, not having so much as read over what he hath given me for it, nor minded it, but do trust to his integrity therein. They all gone, I to the office and there a while, and then home to ease my eyes and make my wife read to me. 28th. Up and all the morning at the office, where, while I was sitting, one comes and tells me that my coach is come. So I was forced to go out, and to Sir Richard Ford's, where I spoke to him, and he is very willing to have it brought in and stand there. And so I ordered it, to my great content, it being mighty pretty, only the horses do not please me, and therefore resolve to have better. At noon home to dinner, and so to the office again all the afternoon, and did a great deal of business, and so home to supper and to bed, with my mind at pretty good ease, having this day presented to the board the Duke of York's letter, which, I perceive, troubled Sir W. Penn, he declaring himself meant in that part that concerned excuse by sickness. But I do not care, but am mightily glad that it is done, and now I shall begin to be at pretty good ease in the office. This morning, to my great content, W. Hewer tells me that a porter is come, who found my tally in Holborn and brings it him, for which he gives him 20s. 29th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed with pleasure with my wife, with whom I have now a great deal of content, and my mind is in other things also mightily more at ease, and I do mind my business better than ever and am more at peace, and trust in God I shall ever be so, though I cannot yet get my mind off from thinking now and then of Deb. But I do ever since my promise a while since to my wife pray to God by myself in my chamber every night, and will endeavor to get my wife to do the like with me ere long, but am in much fear of what she lately frighted me with about her being a Catholic. And I dare not, therefore, move her to go to church, for fear she should deny me. But this morning, of her own accord, she spoke of going to church the next Sunday, which pleases me mightily. This morning my coachman's clothes come home, and I like the livery mightily, and so I all the morning at my chamber, and dined with my wife, and got her to read to me in the afternoon, till Sir W. Warren by appointment comes to me, who spent 2 hours or 3 with me, about his accounts of Gothenburg, which are so confounded, that I doubt they will hardly ever pass without my doing something, which he desires of me, and which, partly from fear, and partly from unwillingness to wrong the king, and partly from its being of no profit to me, I am backward to give way to, though the poor man do indeed deserve to be rid of this trouble, that he hath lain so long under, from the negligence of this board. We afterwards fell to other talk, and he tells me, as soon as he saw my coach yesterday, he wished that the owner might not contract envy by it. But I told him it was now manifestly for my profit to keep a coach, and that, after employments like mine for 8 years, it were hard if I could not be justly thought to be able to do that. Though our journalist prided himself not a little upon becoming possessed of a carriage, the acquisition was regarded with envy and jealousy by his enemies, as will appear by the following extract from the scurrilous pamphlet, a hue and cry after P and H and plain truth, or a private discourse between P and H, in which Pepys and Hewer are severely handled. There is one thing more you must be mightily sorry for with all speed. Your presumption in your coach, in which you daily ride, as if you had been son and heir to the great Emperor Neptune, or as if you had been infallibly to have succeeded him in his government of the ocean, all which was presumption in the highest degree. First, you had upon the forepart of your chariot tempestuous waves and wrecks of ships, on your left hand, forts and great guns and ships a fighting, On your right hand was a fair harbor and galleys riding, with their flags and pennants spread, kindly saluting each other, just like P and H. Behind it were high curled waves and ships a-sinking, and here and there an appearance of some bits of land. He gone, my wife and I to supper, and so she to read, and made an end of the life of Archbishop Laud, which is worth reading, as informing a man plainly in the posture of the church, and how the things of it were managed with the same self-interest and design that every other thing is, and have succeeded accordingly. So to bed. 30th, up betimes, and with W. Hewer, who is my guard, to Whitehall, to A Committee of Tangier, where the business of Mr. Lannion. John Lannion, agent of the Navy Commissioners at Plymouth. The cause of complaint appears to have been connected with his contract for Tangier. In 1668, a charge was made against Lannion and Thomas Yeapsley that they had defrauded the king in the freighting of the ship Tiger, Calendar of State Papers, 1668-69, p. 138. Took up all the morning, and where, poor man? He did manage his business with so much folly, and ill fortune to boot, that the board, before his coming in, inclining of their own accord to lay his cause aside and leave it to the law, but he pressed that we would hear it, and it ended to the making him appear a very knave, as well as it did to me a fool also, which I was sorry for. Thence by water Mr. Povey, Creed, and I to Arundel House, and there I did see them choosing their council, it being St. Andrew's Day, and I had his cross. The cross of St. Andrew, like that of St. Patrick, is a saltire. The two, combined with the red cross of St. George, form the Union flag. Set on my hat as the rest had, and cost me 2s. And so leaving them I away by coach home to dinner, and my wife, after dinner, went the first time abroad to take the maidenhead of her coach, calling on Roger Pepys and visiting Mrs. Creed and my cousin Turner, while I at home all the afternoon and evening, very busy and doing much work, to my great content. Home at night, and there comes Mrs. Turner and Betty to see us, and supped with us, and I showed them a cold civility for fear of troubling my wife, and after supper, they being gone, we to bed. Thus ended this month, with very good content, that hath been the most sad to my heart, and the most expenseful to my purse on things of pleasure, having furnished my wife's closet and the best chamber, and a coach and horses, that ever I yet knew in the world, and do put me into the greatest condition of outward state that ever I was in, or hoped ever to be, or desired. And this at a time when we do daily expect great changes in this office, and by all reports we must, all of us, turn out. But my eyes are come to that condition that I am not able to work, and therefore that, and my wife's desire, make me have no manner of trouble in my thoughts about it. So God do his will in it. December 1668. December 1st. Up and to the office where sat all the morning, and at noon with my people to dinner, and so to the office, very busy till night, and then home and made my boy read to me Wilkins' real character, which do please me mightily, and so after supper to bed with great pleasure and content with my wife. This day I hear of poor Mr. Clerk, the solicitor, being dead of a cold, after being not above 2 days ill, which troubles me mightily, poor man. Second, up, and at the office all the morning upon some accounts of Sir D. Gauden, and at noon abroad with W. Hewer, thinking to have found Mr. Wren at Captain Cox's, to have spoke something to him about doing a favor for Will's uncle Steventon, but missed him. And so back home and abroad with my wife, the first time that ever I rode in my own coach, which do make my heart rejoice and praise God and pray him to bless it to me and continue it. So she and I to the King's Playhouse, and there sat to avoid seeing Nep in a box above where Mrs. Williams happened to be, and there saw The Usurper. A pretty good play, in all but what is designed to resemble Cromwell and Hugh Peters, which is mighty silly. The play done, we to Whitehall, where my wife stayed while I up to the Duchess's and Queen's side to speak with the Duke of York. And here saw all the ladies, and heard the silly discourse of the king, with his people about him, telling a story of my Lord Rochester's having of his clothes stole, while he was with a wench, and his gold all gone, but his clothes found afterwards stuffed into a feather bed by the wench that stole them. I spoke with the Duke of York, just as he was set down to supper with the king, about our sending of victuals to Sir Thomas Allen's fleet hence to Cowes to meet him. And so back to my wife in my coach, and so with great content and joy home, where I made my boy to make an end of the real character, which I begun a great while ago, and do please me infinitely, and indeed is a most worthy labor, and I think mighty easy, though my eyes make me unable to attempt anything in it. Today I hear that Mr. Ackworth's cause went for him at Guildhall, against his accusers, which I am well enough pleased with. Third, up betimes and by water with W. Hewer to Whitehall, and there to Mr. Wren, who gives me but small hopes of the favor I hoped for Mr. Steventon, Will's uncle, of having leave, being upon the point of death, to surrender his place, which do trouble me, but I will do what I can. So back again to the office, Sir Jur. Smith with me, who is a silly, prating, talking man, but he tells me what he hears, that Holmes and Spragg now rule all with the Duke of Buckingham as to sea business and will be great men. But he do prophesy what will be the fruit of it, so I do. So to the office where we sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and then abroad again with my wife to the Duke of York's playhouse and saw The Unfortunate Lovers. A mean play, I think, but some parts very good and excellently acted. We sat under the boxes and saw the fine ladies, among others my Lady Kerneguy, who is most devilishly painted. And so home, it being mighty pleasure to go alone with my poor wife, in a coach of our own to a play, and makes us appear mighty great, I think, in the world. At least, greater than ever I could, or my friends for me, have once expected. Or, I think, than ever any of my family ever yet lived in my memory, but my cousin Pepys in Salisbury Court. So to the office, and thence home to supper and to bed. Fourth, up and with W. Hewer by water to Whitehall, and there did wait as usual upon the Duke of York, where, upon discoursing something touching the ticket office, which by letter the board did give the Duke of York their advice, to be put upon Lord Brouncker, Sir J. Minns did foolishly rise up and complain of the office, and his being made nothing of, and this before Sir Thomas Littleton, who would be glad of this difference among us, which did trouble me mightily. And therefore I did forbear to say what I otherwise would have thought fit for me to say on this occasion, upon so impertinent a speech as this doting fool made, but, I say, I let it alone, and contented myself that it went as I advised, as to the Duke of York's judgment, in the thing disputed. And so thence away, my coach meeting me there and carrying me to several places to do little jobs, which is a mighty convenience, and so home, where by invitation I find my Aunt White, who looked over all our house, and is mighty pleased with it, and indeed it is now mighty handsome, and rich in furniture. By and by comes my uncle, and then to dinner, where a venison pasty and very merry, and after dinner I carried my wife and her to Smithfield, where they sit in the coach, while Mr. Pickering, who meets me there, and I and W. Hewer and a friend of his, a jockey, did go about to see several pairs of horses for my coach. But it was late, and we agreed on none, but left it to another time. But here I do see instances of a piece of craft and cunning that I never dreamed of, concerning the buying and choosing of horses. So Mr. Pickering, to whom I am much beholden for his kindness herein, and I parted, and I with my people home, where I left them, and I to the office, to meet about some business of Sir W. Warren's accounts, where I vexed to see how ill all the controller's business is likely to go on, so long as ever Sir J. Minns lives. And so troubled I was, that I thought it a good occasion for me to give my thoughts of it in writing, and therefore wrote a letter at the board, by the help of a tube, to Lord Brouncker, and did give it him, which I kept a copy of, and it may be of use to me hereafter to show, in this matter. This being done, I home to my aunt, who supped with us, and my uncle also, and a good-humored woman she is, so that I think we shall keep her acquaintance. But mighty proud she is of her wedding ring, being lately set with diamonds, cost her about L12, and I did commend it mightily to her, but do not think it very suitable for one of our quality. After supper they home, and we to bed. 5th, up, after a little talk with my wife, which troubled me, she being ever since our late difference mighty watchful of sleep and dreams, and will not be persuaded, but I do dream of Deb. And do tell me that I speak in my dreams, and that this night I did cry, huzzy, and it must be she, and now and then I start otherwise than I used to do, she says, which I know not. For I do not know that I dream of her more than usual, though I cannot deny that my thoughts waking do run now and then against my will and judgment upon her. For that only is wanting to undo me, being now in every other thing as to my mind most happy, and may still be so but for my own fault. If I be catched loving any body but my wife again. So up into the office, and at noon to dinner, and thence to office, where late, mighty busy, and dispatching much business, settling papers in my own office, and so home to supper and to bed. No news stirring, but that my Lord of Ormond is likely to go to Ireland again, which do show that the Duke of Buckingham do not rule all so absolutely, and that, however, we shall speedily have more changes in the navy. And it is certain that the nonconformists do now preach openly in houses, in many places, and among others the house that was heretofore Sir G. Carteret S. in Leadenhall Street, and have ready access to the king. And now the great dispute is, whether this Parliament or another. And my great design, if I continue in the navy, is to get myself to be a Parliament man. 6th, Lord's Day. Up, and with my wife to church, which pleases me mightily, I being full of fear that she would never go to church again, after she had declared to me that she was a Roman Catholic. But though I do verily think she fears God, and is truly and sincerely righteous, yet I do see she is not so strictly so a Catholic as not to go to church with me, which pleases me mightily. Here Mills made a lazy sermon upon Moses's meekness, and so home, and my wife and I alone to dinner. And then she to read a little book concerning speech in general, a translation late out of French. A most excellent piece as ever I read, proving a soul in man, and all the ways and secrets by which nature teaches speech in man, which do please me most infinitely to read. By and by my wife to church, and I to my office to complete my journal for the last 3 days, and so home to my chamber to settle some papers, and so to spend the evening with my wife and W. Hewer talking over the business of the office, and particularly my own office, how I will make it, and it will become, in a little time, an office of ease and not slavery as it hath for so many years been. So to supper, and to bed. 7th, up by candlelight, the first time I have done so this winter, but I had lost my labor so often to visit Sir W. Coventry, and not visited him so long, that I was resolved to get time enough, and so up, and with W. Hewer, it being the first frosty day we have had this winter, did walk it very well to W. Coventry S., and there alone with him an hour talking of the navy, which he pities, but says he hath no more mind to be found meddling with the navy, lest it should do it hurt, as well as him, to be found to meddle with it. So to talk of general things, and telling him that, with all these doings, he, I thanked God, stood yet. He told me, yes, but that he thought his continuing in, did arise from his enemies my Lord of Buckingham and Arlington's, seeing that he cared so little if he was out. And he do protest to me that he is as weary of the treasury as ever he was of the navy. He tells me that he do believe that their heat is over almost. As to the navy, there being now none left of the old stock but my Lord Brouncker, J. Minns, who is ready to leave the world, and myself. But he tells me that he do foresee very great wants, and great disorders by reason thereof, insomuch as he is represented to the king by his enemies as a melancholy man, and one that is still prophesying ill events, so as the king called him visionaire, which being told him, he said he answered the party, that, whatever he foresaw, he was not afeard as to himself of anything, nor particularly of my Lord Arlington, so much as the Duke of Buckingham hath been, nor of the Duke of Buckingham, so much as my Lord Arlington at this time is. But he tells me that he hath been always looked upon as a melancholy man, whereas others that would please the king do make him believe that all is safe. And so he hath heard my Lord Chancellor openly say to the king that he was now a glorious prince, and in a glorious condition, because of some one accident that hath happened, or some one rub that hath been removed. When, says W. Coventry, they reckoned their one good meal, without considering that there was nothing left in the cupboard for tomorrow. After this and other discourse of this kind, I away, and walked to my Lord Sandwich S., and walked with him to Whitehall, and took a quarter of an hour's walk in the garden with him, which I had not done for so much time with him since his coming into England, and talking of his own condition, and particularly of the world's talk of his going to Tangier. I find, if his conditions can be made profitable and safe as to money, he would go, but not else. But however will seem not averse to it, because of facilitating his other accounts now depending, which he finds hard to get through, but yet hath some hopes, the king, he says, speaking very kindly to him. Thence to a committee of Tangier, and so with W. Hewer to Westminster to Sir R. Long's office, and so to the Temple, but did nothing, the auditor not being within, and so home to dinner, and after dinner out again with my wife to the Temple, and up and down to do a little business, and back again, and so to my office, and did a little business, and so home, and W. Hewer with me, to read and talk, and so to supper, and then to bed in mighty good humor. This afternoon, passing through Queen Street, I saw pass by our coach on foot Deb, which, God forgive me, did put me into some new thoughts of her, and for her, but durst not show them, and I think my wife did not see her, but I did get my thoughts free of her soon as I could. 8th. Up and Sir H. Comely betimes with me, about some accounts and moneys due to him, and he gone, I to the office where sat all the morning, and here, among other things, breaks out the storm W. Hewer and I have long expected from the surveyor about W. Hewer's conspiring to get a contract, to the burdening of the stores with kerseys and cottons, of which he hath often complained, and lately more than ever. And now he did it by a most scandalous letter to the board, reflecting on my office. And by discourse it fell to such high words between him and me as can hardly ever be forgot, I declaring I would believe W. Hewer as soon as him, and laying the fault, if there be any, upon himself. He, on the other hand, vilifying of my word and W. Hewer, S., calling him knave, and that if he were his clerk, he should lose his ears. At last, I closed the business for this morning with making the thing ridiculous, as it is, and he swearing that the king should have right in it, or he would lose his place. The office was cleared of all but ourselves and W. Hewer. But however, the world did by the beginning see what it meant, and it will, I believe, come to high terms between us, which I am sorry for, to have any blemish laid upon me or mine, at this time, though never so unduly, for fear of giving occasion to my real discredit. And therefore I was not only all the rest of the morning vexed, but so went home to dinner, where my wife tells me of my Lord Orrery's new play, Tryphon, at the Duke of York's house, which, however, I would see, and therefore put a bit of meat in our mouths and went thither, where, with much ado, at 1:30, we got into a blind hole in the 18d place above stairs, where we could not hear well, but the house infinite full, but the prologue most silly, and the play, though admirable, yet no pleasure almost in it, because just the very same design, and words, and sense, and plot as every one of his plays have, any one of which alone would be held admirable, whereas so many of the same design and fancy do but dull one another. And this, I perceive, is the sense of every body else, as well as myself, who therefore showed but little pleasure in it. So home, mighty hot, and my mind mightily out of order, so as I could not eat any supper, or sleep almost all night, though I spent till 12 at night with W. Hewer to consider of our business. And we find it not only most free from any blame of our side, but so horrid scandalous on the other, to make so groundless a complaint, and one so shameful to him, that it could not but let me see that there is no need of my being troubled. But such is the weakness of my nature, that I could not help it, which vexes me, showing me how unable I am to live with difficulties. 9th. Up and to the office, but did little there, my mind being still uneasy, though more and more satisfied that there is no occasion for it. But abroad with my wife to the Temple, where I met with Auditor Wood's clerk, and did some business with him, and so to see Mr. Spung, and found him out by Southampton Market, and there carried my wife, and up to his chamber, a by-place, but with a good prospect of the fields. And there I had most infinite pleasure, not only with his ingenuity in general, but in particular with his showing me the use of the parallelogram, by which he drew in a quarter of an hour before me, in little from a great, a most neat map of England that is, all the outlines, which gives me infinite pleasure and foresight of pleasure I shall have with it, and therefore desire to have that which I have bespoke made. Many other pretty things he showed us, and did give me a glass bubble to try the strength of liquors with. This seems to refer to the first form of the Hun. Robert Boyle's hydrometer, which he described in a paper in the Philosophical Transactions for June 1675 under the title of a new essay instrument. In this paper, the author refers to a glass instrument exhibited many years before by himself, consisting of a bubble furnished with a long and slender stem, which was to be put into several liquors to compare and estimate their specific gravity. Boyle describes this glass bubble in a paper in Philosophical Transactions, volume Roman 4, number 50, p. 1001, 1669, entitled, "The Weights of Water in Water with Ordinary Balances and Weights." This done, and having spent 6d. in ale in the coach at the door of the Bull Inn, with the innocent master of the house, a Yorkshireman for his letting us go through his house, we away to Hercules' Pillars, and there eat a bit of meat. And so, with all speed, back to the Duke of York's house, where mighty full again. But we come time enough to have a good place in the pit, and did hear this new play again, where, though I better understood it than before, yet my sense of it and pleasure was just the same as yesterday, and no more, nor any body else, about us. So took our coach and home, having now little pleasure to look about me to see the fine faces, for fear of displeasing my wife, whom I take great comfort now more than ever in pleasing, and it is a real joy to me. So home and to my office, where spent an hour or two, and so home to my wife to supper and talk, and so to bed. 10th, up and to the office where busy all the morning, Middleton not there, so no words or looks of him. At noon, home to dinner, and so to the office, and there all the afternoon busy, and at night W. Hewer home with me, and we think we have got matter enough to make Middleton appear a coxcomb. But it troubled me to have Sir W. Warren meet me at night, going out of the office home, and tell me that Middleton do intend to complain to the Duke of York. But upon consideration of the business, I did go to bed, satisfied that it was best for me that he should, and so my trouble was over, and to bed, and slept well. 11th, up and with W. Hewer by water to Somerset House, and there I to my Lord Brouncker, before he went forth to the Duke of York, and there told him my confidence that I should make Middleton appear a fool, and that it was, I thought, best for me to complain of the wrong he hath done, but brought it about, that my lord desired me I would forbear, and promised that he would prevent Middleton till I had given in my answer to the board, which I desired. And so away to Whitehall, and there did our usual attendance, and no word spoke before the Duke of York by Middleton at all, at which I was glad to my heart, because by this means I have time to draw up my answer to my mind. So with W. Hewer by coach to Smithfield, but met not Mr. Dickering, he being not come, and so he and I to a cook's shop in Aldersgate Street, and dined well for 1912d, upon roast beef, pleasing ourselves with the infinite strength we have to prove Middleton a coxcomb. And so, having dined, we back to Smithfield, and there met Dickering, and up and down all the afternoon about horses, and did see the knaveries and tricks of jockeys. Here I met W. Joyce, who troubled me with his impertinencies a great while, and the like Mr. Knepp, who, it seems, is a kind of a jockey, and would fain have been doing something for me, but I avoided him, and the more for fear of being troubled thereby with his wife, whom I desire but dare not see, for my vow to my wife. At last went away and did nothing, only concluded upon giving L50 for a fine pair of black horses we saw this day se'nnight. And so set Mr. Dickering down near his house, whom I am much beholden to for his care herein, and he hath admirable skill, I perceive, in this business, and so home, and spent the evening talking and merry, my mind at good ease, and so to bed. 12th, up and to the office, where all the morning and at noon home to dinner, and so the like mighty busy, late all the afternoon, that I might be ready to go to the drawing up of my answer to Middleton tomorrow, and therefore home to supper and to bed. I hear this day that there is fallen down a new house, not quite finished, in Lombard Street, and that there have been several so, they making use of bad mortar and bricks, but no hurt yet, as God hath ordered it. This day was brought home my pair of black coach horses, the first I ever was master of. They cost me L50 and are a fine pair. 13th, Lord's Day. Up and with W. Hewer to the office, where all the morning and then home to a little dinner, and presently to it again all alone till 12 at night, drawing up my answer to Middleton, which I think I shall do to very good purpose at least, I satisfy myself therein, and so to bed, weary with walking in my office dictating to him. In the night my wife very ill vomited, but was well again by and by. 14th, up and by water to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier, where, among other things, a silly account of a falling out between Norwood, at Tangier, and Mr. Bland, the mayor, who is fled to Cowles. His complaint is ill-worded, and the other's defense the most ridiculous that ever I saw, and so everybody else that was there thought it. But never did I see so great an instance of the use of grammar, and knowledge how to tell a man's tale as this day, Bland having spoiled his business by ill-telling it, who had worked to have made himself notorious by his mastering Norwood, his enemy, if he had known how to have used it. Thence calling Smith, the auditor's clerk at the Temple, I by the exchange home, and there looked over my Tangier accounts with him, and so to dinner. And then set him down again by a hackney, my coachman being this day about breaking of my horses to the coach, they having never yet drawn. Left my wife at Unthank S, and I to the Treasury, where we waited on the Lords Commissioners about Sir D. Gaudon's matters, and so took her up again at night, and home to the office, and so home with W. Hewer, and to talk about our quarrel with Middleton, and so to supper and to bed. This day I hear, and am glad, that the King hath prorogued the Parliament to October next, and among other reasons, it will give me time to go to France, I hope. 15th, up and to the office, where sat all the morning and the new treasurers there, and, for my life, I cannot keep Sir J. Minns and others of the board from showing our weakness, to the dishonor of the board, though I am not concerned, but it do vex me to the heart to have it before these people, that would be glad to find out all our weaknesses. At noon Mrs. Mary Bately are with us, and so, after dinner, I with W. Hewer all the afternoon till night beginning to draw up our answer to Middleton, and it proves troublesome, because I have so much in my head at a time to say, but I must go through with it. So at night to supper and to bed. 16th, I did the like all day long, only a little at dinner, and so to work again, and were at it till 2 in the morning, and so W. Hewer, who was with me all day, home to his lodging, and I to bed, after we had finished it. 17th, up and set my man Gibson and Mr. Fists to work to write it over fair, while I all the morning at the office sitting. At noon home to them, and all the afternoon looking over them and examining with W. Hewer, and so about to at night I to bed, leaving them to finish the writing it fair, which they did by sitting up most of the night, and so home to bed. 18th, all the morning at the office about Sir W. Warren's accounts, my mind full of my business, having before we met gone to Lord Brouncker, and got him to read over my paper, who owns most absolute content in it, and the advantage I have in it, and the folly of the surveyor. At noon home to dinner, and then again to the office a while, and so by hackney coach to Brook House, and there spoke with Colonel Thompson, I by order carrying them our contract books, from the beginning to the end of the late war. I found him finding of errors in a ship's book, where he showed me many, which must end in the ruin, I doubt, of the controller, who found them not out in the pay of the ship, or the whole office. But I took little notice of them to concern myself in them, but so leaving my books I home to the office, where the office met, and after some other business done, fell to mine, which the surveyor begun to be a little brisk at the beginning. But when I come to the point to touch him, which I had all the advantages in the world to do, he become as calm as a lamb, and owned, as the whole board did, their satisfaction and cried excuse, and so all made friends. And their acknowledgment put into writing, and delivered into Sir J. Minns's hand, to be kept there for the use of the board or me, when I shall call for it, they desiring it might be so, that I might not make use of it to the prejudice of the surveyor, whom I had an advantage over, by his extraordinary folly in this matter. But besides this, I have no small advantage got by this business, as I have put several things into my letter which I should otherwise have wanted an opportunity of saying, which pleases me mightily. So Middleton desiring to be friends, I forgave him, and all mighty quiet and fell to talk of other stories, and there stayed, all of us, till 9 or 10 at night, more than ever we did in our lives before together. and so home, where I have a new fight to fight with my wife, who is under new trouble by some news she hath heard of Deb. S being mighty fine, and gives out that she has a friend that gives her money, and this my wife believes to be me, and, poor wretch, I cannot blame her, and therefore she run into mighty extremes, but I did pacify all, and were mighty good friends, and to bed, and I hope it will be our last struggle from this business. For I am resolved never to give any new occasion, and great peace I find in my mind by it. So to supper, she and I to bed. 19th. Up and to the office, where all the morning and at noon, eating very little dinner, my wife and I by hackney to the King's Playhouse. And there, the pit being full, sat in a box above and saw Catiline's Conspiracy, yesterday being the first day, a play of much good sense and words to read, but that do appear the worst upon the stage, I mean, the least diverting that ever I saw any, though most fine in clothes, and a fine scene of the Senate, and of a fight that ever I saw in my life. But the play is only to be read, and therefore home with no pleasure at all, but only in sitting next to Betty Hall, that did belong to this house and was Sir Philip Howard's mistress. A mighty pretty wench, though my wife will not think so, and I dare neither commend nor be seen to look upon her, or any other now, for fear of offending her. So our own coach coming for us, home, and to end letters, and so home, my wife to read to me out of the Siege of Rhodes, and so to supper, and to bed. 20th, Lord's Day. Up, and with my wife to church, and then home, and there found W. Joyce come to dine with me, as troublesome a talking coxcomb as ever he was, and yet once in a year I like him well enough. In the afternoon, my wife and W. Hewer and I to Whitehall, where they set me down and stayed till I had been with the Duke of York, with the rest of us of the office, and did a little business. And then the Duke of York in good humour did fall to tell us many fine stories of the wars in Flanders, and how the Spaniards are the disciplined foot in the world. Will refuse no extraordinary service if commanded, but scorn to be paid for it, as in other countries, though at the same time they will beg in the streets. Not a soldier will carry you a cloak bag for money for the world, though he will beg a penny, and will do the thing if commanded by his commander. That, in the citadel of Antwerp, a soldier hath not a liberty of begging till he hath served 3 years. They will cry out against their king and commanders and generals, none like them in the world, and yet will not hear a stranger say a word of them, but he will cut his throat. That upon a time, some of the commanders of their army exclaiming against their generals, and particularly the Marquis de Caranin, the confessor of the Marquis coming by and hearing them, he stops and gravely tells them that the 3 great trades of the world are the lawyers who govern the world, the churchmen who enjoy the world, and a sort of fools whom they call soldiers, who make it their work to defend the world. He told us, too, that Turenne being now become a Catholic, he is likely to get over the head of Colbert, their interests being contrary, the latter to promote trade. This reminds us of the famous reply, laissez nous affaire, made to Colbert by the French merchants, whose interest he thought to promote by laws and regulations be. And the sea, which, says the Duke of York, is that we have most cause to fear, and Turenne to employ the king and his forces by land to increase his conquests. Thence to the coach to my wife, and so home, and there with W. Hewer to my office and to do some business, and so set down my journal for 4 or 5 days, and then home to supper and read a little, and to bed. W. Hewer tells me today that he hears that the King of France hath declared in print that he do intend this next summer to forbid his commanders to strike to us, but that both we and the Dutch shall strike to him, and that he hath made his captains swear it already, that they will observe it, which is a great thing if he do it, as I know nothing to hinder him. 21st. My own coach carrying me and my boy Tom, who goes with me in the room of W. Hewer, who could not, and I dare not go alone to the temple. And there set me down, the first time my fine horses ever carried me, and I am mighty proud of them, and there took a hackney and to Whitehall, where a committee of Tangier, but little to do, and so away home, calling at the exchange and buying several little things, and so home, and there dined with my wife and people, and then she and W. Hewer. And I by appointment out with our coach, but the old horses, not daring yet to use the others too much, but only to enter them, and to the temple, there to call Talbot Pepys, and took him up, and first went into Holborn, and there saw the woman that is to be seen with a beard. She is a little plain woman, a Dane, her name Ursula Dian, about 40 years old, her voice like a little girl with a beard as much as any man I ever saw, black almost and grisly, They offered to show my wife further satisfaction if she desired it, refusing it to men that desired it there, but there is no doubt but by her voice she is a woman. It begun to grow at about 7 years old, and was shaved not above 7 months ago, and is now so big as any man's almost that ever I saw. I say, bushy and thick. It was a strange sight to me, I confess, and what pleased me mightily. Thence to the Duke's playhouse and saw Macbeth, the king and court there, and we sat just under them and my Lady Castlemaine, and close to the woman that comes into the pit, a kind of a loose gossip that pretends to be like her, and is so something. And my wife, by my troth, appeared, I think, as pretty as any of them. I never thought so much before, and so did Talbot and W. Hewer, as they said, I heard, to one another. The King and Duke of York minded me, and smiled upon me, at the handsome woman near me, but it vexed me to see Moll Davis, in the box over the King's and my Lady Castlemaine's head, look down upon the King, and he up to her. And so did my Lady Castlemaine once, to see who it was. But when she saw her, she looked like fire, which troubled me. The play done, took leave of Talbot, who goes into the country this Christmas, and so we home, and there I to work at the office late, and so home to supper and to bed. 22nd. At the office all the morning, and at noon to the Change, thinking to meet with Langford about my father's house in Fleet Street, but I come too late, and so home to dinner, and all the afternoon at the office busy, and at night home to supper and talk, and with mighty content with my wife, and so to bed. 23rd. Met at the office all the morning, and at noon to the Change, and there met with Langford and Mr. Frank, the landlord of my father's house in Fleet Street, and are come to an arbitration what my father shall give him to be freed of his lease and building the house again. Walked up and down the Change, and among others discoursed with Sir John Banks, who thinks this prorogation will please all but the Parliament itself, which will, if ever they meet, be vexed at Buckingham, who yet governs all. He says the nonconformists are glad of it, and he believes will get the upper hand in a little time, for the king must trust to them or nobody, and he thinks the king will be forced to it. He says that Sir D. Gauden is mightily troubled at pens being put upon him by the Duke of York, and that he believes he will get clear of it, which, though it will trouble me to have pens still at the office, yet I shall think D. Gauden do well in it, and what I would advise him to, because I love him. So home to dinner, and then with my wife alone abroad with our new horses, the beautifulest almost that ever I saw, and the first time they ever carried her, and me but once, but we are mighty proud of them. To her tailor S., and so to the Change, and laid out 3 or 4 pounds in lace for her and me, and so home, and there I up to my Lord Brouncker at his lodgings, and sat with him an hour, on purpose to talk over the wretched state of this office at present, according to the present hands it is made up of. Wherein he do fully concur with me, and that it is our part not only to prepare for defending it and ourselves against the consequences of it, but to take the best ways we can to make it known to the Duke of York. For, till Sir J. Minns be removed, and a sufficient man brought into W. Penn's place, when he is gone, it is impossible for this office ever to support itself. So home, and to supper and to bed. 24th. A cold day. Up, and to the office, where all the morning alone at the office, nobody meeting, being the eve of Christmas. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office busy, all the afternoon, and at night home to supper, and it being now very cold, and in hopes of a frost, I begin this night to put on a waistcoat, it being the first winter in my whole memory that ever I stayed till this day before I did so. So to bed in mighty good humor with my wife, but sad in one thing, and that is for my poor eyes. 25th, Christmas Day. Up and continued on my waistcoat, the first day this winter, and I to church, where Alderman Backwell, coming in late, I beckoned to his lady to come up to us, who did with another lady, and after sermon, I led her down through the church to her husband and coach, a noble, fine woman and a good one, and one my wife shall be acquainted with. So home, and to dinner alone with my wife, who, poor wretch, sat undressed all day, till 10 at night, altering and lacing of a noble petticoat, while I by her, making the boy read to me the life of Julius Caesar, and Descartes' Book of Music. Musici Compendium. By René Descartes, Amsterdam, 1617, rendered into English, London, 1653, 4-2. The translator, whose name did not appear on the title, was William Viscount Brouncker, Pepys's colleague, who proved his knowledge of music by the performance. The latter of which I understand not, nor think he did well that writ it, though a most learned man. Then, after supper, I made the boy play upon his lute, which I have not done twice before since he come to me, and so, my mind in mighty content, we to bed. 26th. Lay long with pleasure, prating with my wife and then up, and I a little to the office, and my head busy setting some papers and accounts to rights, which being long neglected because of my eyes will take me up much time and care to do, but it must be done. So home at noon to dinner, and then abroad with my wife to a play at the Duke of York's house, the house full of ordinary citizens. The play was Women Pleased, which we had never seen before, and though but indifferent, yet there is a good design for a good play. So home and there to talk, and my wife to read to me, and so to bed. 27th, Lord's Day. Walked to Whitehall and there saw the King at chapel, but stayed not to hear anything, but went to walk in the park with W. Hewer, who was with me. And there, among others, met with Sir G. Downing, and walked with him an hour, talking of business and how the late war was managed, there being nobody to take care of it, and telling how, when he was in Holland, what he offered the king to do if he might have power, and they would give him power. And then, upon the least word, perhaps of a woman, to the king, he was contradicted again, and particularly to the loss of all that we lost in Guinea. He told me that he had so good spies, that he hath had the keys taken out of De Witt's. The celebrated John de Witt, Grand Pensionary of Holland, who a few years afterwards was massacred with his brother Cornelius by the Dutch mob, enraged at their opposition to the elevation of William of Orange to the stadtholdership, when the states were overrun by the French army and the Dutch fleets beaten at sea by the English. The murder of the De Witts forms one of the main incidents of Alexander Dumas' Black Tulip. Pocket when he was abed, and his closet opened, and papers brought to him and left in his hands for an hour, and carried back and laid in the place again, and keys put into his pocket again. He says that he hath always had their most private debates, that have been but between 2 or 3 of the chief of them, brought to him in an hour after, and an hour after that, hath sent word thereof to the king, but nobody here regarded them. But he tells me the sad news, that he is out of all expectations that ever the debts of the navy will be paid, if the Parliament do not enable the king to do it by money. All they can hope for to do out of the king's revenue being, but to keep our wheels a-going on present services, and, if they can, to cut off the growing interest. Which is a sad story, and grieves me to the heart. So home, my coach coming for me, and there find Balty and Mr. Howe, who dined with me, and there my wife and I fell out a little about the foulness of the linen of the table, but were friends presently, but she cried, poor heart, which I was troubled for, though I did not give her one hard word. Dinner done, she to church, and W. Howe and I all the afternoon talking together about my Lord Sandwich's suffering his business of the prizes to be managed by Sir R. Cuttance, who is so deep in the business, more than my lord knows of, and such a loggerhead, and under such prejudice that he will, we doubt, do my lord much wrong. In the evening he gone, my wife to read to me and talk, and spent the evening with much pleasure, and so to supper and to bed. 28th. Up, called up by drums and trumpets, these things and boxes having cost me much money this Christmas already, and will do more. My wife down by water to see her mother, and I with W. Hewer all day together in my closet making some advance in the settling of my accounts, which have been so long unevened that it troubles me how to set them right, having not the use of my eyes to help me. My wife at night home, and tells me how much her mother prays for me and is troubled for my eyes, and I am glad to have friendship with them, and believe they are truly glad to see their daughter come to live so well as she do. So spent the night in talking, and so to supper and to bed. 29th. Up, and at the office all the morning, and at noon to dinner, and there, by a pleasant mistake, find my uncle and Aunt White and 3 more of their company come to dine with me today, thinking that they had been invited, which they were not. But yet we did give them a pretty good dinner, and mighty merry at the mistake. They sat most of the afternoon with us, and then parted, and my wife and I out, thinking to have gone to a play, but it was too far begun, and so to the Chain. And there she and I bought several things, and so home, with much pleasure talking, and then to reading, and so to supper and to bed. 30th. Up and vexed a little to be forced to pay 40s. For a glass of my coach, which was broke the other day, nobody knows how within the door while it was down, but I do doubt that I did break it myself with my knees. After dinner my wife and I to the Duke's playhouse, and there did see King Harry the VIII, and was mightily pleased, better than I ever expected, with the history and shows of it. We happened to sit by Mr. Andrews, our neighbor, and his wife, who talked so fondly to his little boy. Thence my wife and I to the change, but in going our near horse did fling himself, kicking of the coach-box over the pole, and a great deal of trouble it was to get him right again, and we forced to light, and in great fear of spoiling the horse, but there was no hurt. So to the change, and then home, and there spent the evening talking, and so to supper and to bed. 31st, up and at the office all the morning. At noon capped, Furrers and Mr. Shears. Henry Shears accompanied Lord Sandwich in his embassy to Spain, and returned to England in September, 1667, bearing letters from the ambassador, see September 8th, 22nd, 27th. He was an officer in the ordnance, and served under Lord Dartmouth at the demolition of the mole at Tangier in 1683. He was knighted about 1684. He translated Polybius 2 vols, 8 vo. 1693, and also some of the dialogues of Lucian, included in the translation published in 1711, 3 vols, 8 vo. Pepys bequeathed him a ring, and he died about. Come to me to dinner, who did, and pretty pleased with their talk of Spain. But my wife did not come down, I suppose because she would not, Captain Furrers being there to oblige me by it. They gone, after dinner, I to the office, and then in the evening home, being the last day of the year, to endeavor to pay all bills and servants' wages, and see, which I did almost to L5 that I know that I owe in the world, but to the publique, and so with great pleasure to supper and to bed, and blessed be God. The year ends, after some late very great sorrow with my wife by my folly, yet ends, I say, with great mutual peace and content, and likely to last so by my care, who am resolved to enjoy the sweet of it, which I now possess, by never giving her like cause of trouble. My greatest trouble is now from the backwardness of my accounts, which I have not seen the bottom of now near these 2 years, so that I know not in what condition I am in the world, but by the grace of God, as far as my eyes will give me leave, I will do it. January 1660, 1669. January 1st. Up and presented from Captain Beckford with a noble silver warming pan, which I am doubtful whether to take or no. Up and with W. Hewer to the New Exchange, and then he and I to the cabinet shops, to look out, and did agree, for a cabinet to give my wife for a New Year's gift. And I did buy one cost me L11, which is very pretty, of walnut tree, and will come home tomorrow. So back to the old Exchange, and there met my Uncle White, and there walked and met with the Howblonds and talked with them gentlemen whom I honor mightily. And so to my Uncle S. and met my wife. And there, with W. Hewer, we dined with our family and had a very good dinner, and pretty merry, and after dinner, my wife and I with our coach to the King's Playhouse, and there in a box saw the Maiden Queen. Nep looked upon us, but I durst not show her any countenance, and as well as I could carry myself, I found my wife uneasy there, poor wretch. Therefore, I shall avoid that house as much as I can. So back to my aunt, S., and there supped and talked and stayed pretty late, it being dry and moonshine, and so walked home, and to bed in very good humor. Second, up at the office all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, where I find my cabinet come home, and paid for it, and it pleases me and my wife well. So after dinner, busy late at the office, and so home and to bed. Third, Lord's Day. Up and busy all the morning, getting rooms and dinner ready for my guests, which were my uncle and Aunt White, and two of their cousins and an old woman and Mr. Mills and his wife, and a good dinner and all our plate out, and mighty fine and merry, only I a little vexed at burning a new tablecloth myself with one of my trencher salts. Dinner done, I out with W. Hewer and Mr. Spung, who by accident come to dine with me, and good talk with him. To Whitehall by coach, and there left him, and I with my Lord Brounker to attend the Duke of York, and then up and down the house till the evening, hearing how the king do intend this frosty weather, it being this day the first, and very hard frost, that hath come this year, and very cold it is. So home, and to supper and read, and there my wife and I treating about coming to an allowance to my wife for clothes, and there I, out of my natural backwardness, did hang off, which vexed her, and did occasion some discontented talk in bed, when we went to bed, and also in the morning, but I did recover all in the morning. Fourth, lay long talking with my wife, and did of my own accord come to an allowance of her of L30 a year for all expenses, clothes, and everything, which she was mightily pleased with, it being more than ever she asked or expected, and so rose, with much content, and up with W. Hewer to Whitehall, there to speak with Mr. Wren, which I did about several things of the office entered in my memorandum books, and so about noon, going homeward with W. Hewer. He and I went in and saw the great tall woman that is to be seen, who is but 21 years old, and I do easily stand under her arms. Then, going further, the Turner called me, out of her coach where her mother and C. was, and invited me by all means to dine with them, at my cousin Roger's mistress's, the widow Dickinson. So I went to them afterwards and dined with them, and mighty handsomely treated, and she a wonderful merry, good-humored, fat but plain woman, but I believe a very good woman and mighty civil to me. Mrs. Turner, the mother, and Mrs. Dyke, and Betty was the company, and a gentleman of their acquaintance. Betty I did long to see, and she is indifferent pretty, but not what the world did speak of her. But I am mighty glad to have one so pretty of our kindred. After dinner, I walked with them, to show them the great woman, which they admire, as well they may, and so back with them and left them. And I to Whitehall, where a committee of Tangier met, but little to do there. But I did receive an instance of the Duke of York's kindness to me, and the whole committee, that they would not order anything about the treasurer for the corporation now in establishing, without my assent, and considering whether it would be to my wrong or no. Thence up and down the house, and to the Duke of York's side, and there in the Duchess's presence, and was mightily complimented by my Lady Peterborough, in my Lord Sandwich's presence, whom she engaged to thank me for my kindness to her and her lord. By and by I met my Lord Brounker, and he and I to the Duke of York alone, and discoursed over the carriage of the present treasurers, in opposition to, or at least in dependency of, the Duke of York or our board, which the Duke of York is sensible of, and all remember, I believe. For they do carry themselves very respectlessly of him and us. We also declared our minds together to the Duke of York about Sir John Minns's incapacity to do any service in the office, and that it is but to betray the king to have any business of trust committed to his weakness. So the Duke of York was very sensible of it, and promised to speak to the king about it. That done, I with W. Hewer took up my wife at Unthank, and so home, and there with pleasure to read and talk, and so to supper, and put into writing, in merry terms, our agreement between my wife and me, about L30 a year, and so to bed. This was done under both our hands merrily, and put into W. Hewer's to keep. Fifth, up and to the office all the morning, the frost and cold continuing. At noon home with my people to dinner, and so to work at the office again. In the evening comes Creed to me, and tells me his wife is at my house. So I in, and spent an hour with them, the first time she hath been here, or I have seen her since she was married. She is not over handsome, though a good lady, and one I love. So after some pleasant discourse, they gone, I to the office again, and there late, and then home to supper to my wife, who is not very well of those, and so sat talking till past 1 in the morning, and then to bed. 6th, 12th day, up, and to look after things against dinner today for my guests, and then to the office to write down my journal for 5 or 6 days backward, and so home to look after dinner, it being now almost noon. At noon comes Mrs. Turner and Dyke, and Mrs. Dickinson, and then comes the and Betty Turner, the latter of which is a very pretty girl, and then Creed and his wife, whom I sent for by my coach. These were my guests, and Mrs. Turner's friend, whom I saw the other day, Mr. Wiccan, and very merry we were at dinner, and so all the afternoon talking and looking up and down my house. And in the evening I did bring out my cake, a noble cake, and there cut it into pieces with wine and good drink. And after a new fashion, to prevent spoiling the cake, did put so many titles into a hat, and so drew cuts, and I was the Queen, and the Turner, King Creed, Sir Martin Marall, and Betty Mrs. Millicent. And so we were mighty merry till it was night, and then being moonshine and fine frost, they went home, I lending some of them my coach to help to carry them, and so my wife and I spent the rest of the evening in talk and reading, and so with great pleasure to bed. 7th, up and to the office, were busy all the morning, and then at noon home to dinner, and thence my wife and I to the King's Playhouse, and there saw The Island Princess, the first time I ever saw it, and it is a pretty good play, many good things being in it, and a good scene of a town on fire. We sat in an upper box, and the jade Nell come and sat in the next box, a bold merry slut, who lay laughing there upon people, and with a comrade of hers of the Duke's house, that come in to see the play. Thence home, and to the office to do some business, and so home to supper and to bed. 8th, up, and with Colonel Middleton in his coach, and Mr. Tippets to Whitehall, and there attended the Duke of York with the rest, where the Duke was mighty plain with the treasurers, according to the advice my Lord Brounker and I did give him the other night, and he did it fully, and so as, I believe, will make the treasurers careful of themselves, unless they do resolve upon defying the Duke of York. Thence with W. Hewer home, and to dinner, and so out again, my wife and I and Mr. Hayter to Whitehall, where she set us down, and she up and down to buy things, while we at the Treasury Chamber, where I alone did manage the business of the Leopard against the whole committee of the East India Company, with Mr. Blackburn with them, and to the silencing of them all, to my no great content. Thence walked to my wife, and so set out for home in our coach, it being very cold weather, and so to the office to do a little business, and then home to my wife's chamber, my people having laid the cloth, and got the rooms all clean above stairs tonight for our dinner tomorrow, and therefore I to bed. 9th, up and at the office all the morning, and at noon, my Lord Brounker, Mr. Wren, Joseph Williamson, and Captain Cock dined with me. And being newly sat down, comes in, by invitation of Williamson, the lieutenant of the Tower, and he brings in with him young Mr. Hoare, whose father of the Tower, I know, and here I had a neat dinner. And all in so good manner and fashion, and with so good company, and everything to my mind, as I never had more in my life, the company being to my heart's content, and they all well pleased. So continued, looking over my books and closet till the evening, and so I to the office, and did a good deal of business, and so home to supper and to bed with my mind mightily pleased with this day's management, as one of the days of my life of fullest content. 10th, Lord's Day. Accidentally talking of our maids before we rose, I said a little word that did give occasion to my wife to fall out, and she did most vexatiously, almost all the morning, but ended most perfect good friends. But the thoughts of the unquiet which her ripping up of old faults will give me did make me melancholy all day long. So about noon, past 12, we rose, and to dinner, and then to read and talk, my wife and I alone, for Balty was gone, who come to dine with us, and then in the evening comes Pelting to sit and talk with us, and so to supper and pretty merry discourse, only my mind a little vexed at the morning's work, but yet without any appearance. So after supper to bed. 11th, up and with W. Hewer my guard to Whitehall, where no committee of Tangier met, so up and down the house talking with this and that man, and so home, calling at the New Exchange for a book or two to send to Mr. Shepley, and thence home, and thence to the Change, and there did a little business, and so walked home to dinner, and then abroad with my wife to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the jovial crew, but ill acted to what it was heretofore, in Clun's time, and when Lacey could dance. Thence to the New Exchange, to buy some things, and, among others, my wife did give me my pair of gloves, which, by contract, she is to give me in her L30 a year. Here Mrs. Smith tells us of the great murder thereabouts on Saturday last, of one Captain Bumbridge, by one Simmons, both of her acquaintance, and Hectors that were at play and in drink. The former is killed, and is kinsman to my Lord of Ormond, which made him speak of it with so much passion, as I overheard him this morning, but could not make anything of it till now, but would they would kill more of them. So home, and there at home all the evening, and made Tom to prick down some little conceits and notions of mine in musique, which do mightily encourage me to spend some more thoughts about it. For I fancy, upon good reason, that I am in the right way of unfolding the mystery of this matter, better than ever yet. 12th, up and to the office, where, by occasion of a message from the treasurers that their board found fault with Commissioner Middleton, I went up from our board to the Lords of the Treasury to meet our treasurers, and there did dispute the business, it being about the matter of paying a little money to Chatham Yard, wherein I find the treasurers mighty supple, and I believe we shall bring them to reason, though they begun mighty upon us, as if we had no power of directing them, but they us. Thence back presently home, to dinner, where I discern my wife to have been in pain about where I have been, but said nothing to me, but I believe did send W. Hewer to seek me, but I take no notice of it, but am vexed. So to dinner with my people, and then to the office, where all the afternoon and did much business, and at it late, and so home to supper and to bed. This day, meeting Mr. Pierce at Whitehall, he tells me that his boy hath a great mind to see me, and is going to school again, and Dr. Clerk being by, do tell me that he is a fine boy. But I durst not answer anything, because I durst not invite him to my house, for fear of my wife, and therefore, to my great trouble, was forced to neglect that discourse. But here Mr. Pierce, I asking him whither he was going, told me as a great secret that he was going to his master's mistress, Mrs. Churchill, with some physic, meaning for the pox I suppose, or else that she is got with child. This evening I observed my wife mighty dull, and I myself was not mighty fond, because of some hard words she did give me at noon, out of a jealousy at my being abroad this morning, which, God knows, it was upon the business of the office unexpectedly. But I to bed, not thinking but she would come after me. But waking by and by out of a slumber, which I usually fall into presently after my coming into the bed, I found she did not prepare to come to bed, but got fresh candles, and more wood for her fire, it being mighty cold too. At this being troubled, I after a while prayed her to come to bed, all my people being gone to bed. So, after an hour or two she silent, and I now and then praying her to come to bed, she fell out into a fury, that I was a rogue and false to her. But yet I did perceive that she was to seek what to say, only she invented, I believe, a business that I was seen in a hackney coach with the glasses up with Deb, but could not tell the time, nor was sure I was he. I did, as I might truly deny it, and was mightily troubled, but all would not serve. At last, about 1 o'clock, she come to my side of the bed and drew my curtain open, and with the tongs red hot at the ends, made as if she did design to pinch me with them, at which, in dismay, I rose up, and with a few words she laid them down, and did by little and little, very sillily, let all the discourse fall. And about 2, but with much seeming difficulty, come to bed, and there lay well all night, and long in bed talking together, with much pleasure, it being, I know, nothing but her doubt of my going out yesterday, without telling her of my going, which did vex her, poor wretch. Last night, and I cannot blame her jealousy, though it do vex me to the heart. 13th. So up and by coach to Sir W. Coventry S., but he gone out, so I to Whitehall, and thence walked out into the park, all in the snow, with the Duke of York and the rest, and so home, after visiting my Lady Peterborough, and there by invitation find Mr. Povey. And there was also Talbot Pepys, newly come from Impington, and dined with me. And after dinner and a little talk with Povey about public matters, he gone, and I and my wife and Talbot towards the Temple, and there to the King's Playhouse, and there saw, I think, the Maiden Queen, and so home and to supper and read, and to bed. This day come home the instrument I have so long longed for, the parallelogram. 14th. Up and to the office, where all the morning busy, and so home to dinner, where good groom with us, and after dinner a song, and then to the office, where busy till night, and then home to work there with W. Hewer to get ready some Tangier papers against tomorrow, and so to supper and to bed. 15th. Up and by coach to Sir W. Coventry, where with him a good while in his chamber, talking of one thing or another. Among others, he told me of the great factions at court at this day, even to the sober engaging of great persons and differences, and making the king cheap and ridiculous. It is about my Lady Harvey's being offended at Doll Commons acting of Sempronia, to imitate her, for which she got my Lord Chamberlain, her kinsman, to imprison Doll, when my Lady Castlemaine made the king to release her, and to order her to act it again, worse than ever, the other day, where the king himself was. And since it was acted again, and my Lady Harvey provided people to hiss her and fling oranges at her. But it seems the heat is come to a great height, and real troubles at court about it. Thence he and I out of doors, but he to Sir J. Duncombe, and I to Whitehall through the park, where I met the King and the Duke of York, and so walked with them. And so to Whitehall, where the Duke of York met the office and did a little business. And I did give him thanks for his favour to me yesterday, at the Committee of Tangier, in my absence, Mr. Povey having given me advice of it, of the discourse there of doing something as to the putting the payment of the garrison into some undertaker's hand, Alderman Backwell, which the Duke of York would not suffer to go on, without my presence at the debate. And he answered me just thus, that he ought to have a care of him that do the king's business in the manner that I do, and words of more force than that. Then down with Lord Brouncker to Sir R. Murray, into the king's little elaboratory under his closet, a pretty place, and there saw a great many chimical glasses and things, but understood none of them. So I home and to dinner, and then out again and stop with my wife at my cousin Turner, where I stayed and sat a while and carried the. And my wife to the Duke of York's house, to Macbeth, and myself to Whitehall, to the Lords of the Treasury, about Tangier business. And there was by it much merry discourse between them and my Lord Anglesey, who made sport of our new treasurers, and called them his deputies, and much of that kind. And having done my own business, I away back, and carried my cousin Turner and sister Dyke to a friend's house, where they were to sup, in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and I to the Duke of York's house, and saw the last 2 acts, and so carried the. Thither, and so home with my wife, who read to me late, and so to supper and to bed. This day the Turner showed me at the play my Lady Portman, who is grown out of my knowledge. 16th. Up, and to the office all the morning, dined at home with my people, and so all the afternoon till night at the office busy, and so home to supper and to bed. This morning Creed, and in the afternoon comes Povey, to advise with me about my answer to the Lords of Tangier, about the propositions for the treasurership there, which I am not much concerned for. But the latter, talking of public things, told me, as Mr. Wren also did, that the Parliament is likely to meets again, the king being frighted with what the Speaker hath put him in mind of his promise not to prorogue, but only to adjourn them. They speak mighty freely of the folly of the king in this foolish woman's business, of my Lady Harvey. Povey tells me that Sir W. Coventry was with the king alone, an hour this day, and that my Lady Castlemaine is now in a higher command over the king than ever not as a mistress. For she scorns him, but as a tyrant, to command him, and says that the Duchess of York and the Duke of York are mighty great with her, which is a great interest to my Lord Chancellor's family, and that they do agree to hinder all they can the proceedings of the Duke of Buckingham and Arlington. And so we are in the old mad condition, or rather worse than any, no man knowing what the French intend to do the next summer. 17th, Lord's Day. To church myself after seeing everything fitted for dinner, and so, after church, home, and thither comes Mrs. Baitlier and her 2 daughters to dinner to us, and W. Hewer and his mother, and Mr. Spunk. We were very civilly merry, and Mrs. Baitlier a very discreet woman, but mighty fond in the stories she tells of her son Will. After dinner, Mr. Spung and I to my closet, there to try my instrument parallelogram, which do mighty well to my full content, but only a little stiff, as being new. Thence, taking leave of my guests, he and I and W. Hewer to Whitehall, and their parting with Spung, a man that I mightily love for his plainness and ingenuity, I into the court, and there up and down and spoke with my lords Bellasis and Peterborough about the business now in dispute, about my deputing a treasurer to pay the garrison at Tangier, which I would avoid and not be accountable, and they will serve me therein. Here I met Hugh May, and he brings me to the knowledge of Sir Henry Capel, a member of Parliament and brother of my Lord of Essex, who hath a great value, it seems, for me, and they appoint a day to come and dine with me, and see my books and papers of the office, which I shall be glad to show them, and have opportunity to satisfy them therein. Here all the discourse is, that now the king is of opinion to have the Parliament called, notwithstanding his late resolutions for proroguing them, so unstable are his counsels and those about him. So staying late talking in the Queen's side, I away, with W. Hewer home, and there to read and talk with my wife, and so to bed. 18th. Up by candlelight, and with W. Hewer walked to the Temple, and thence took coach and to Sir William Coventry, S., and there discoursed the business of my treasurer's place, at Tangier, wherein he consents to my desire, and concurs therein, which I am glad of, that I may not be accountable for a man so far off. And so I to my Lord Sandwich, S., and there walk with him through the garden, to Whitehall, where he tells me what he had done about this treasurer's place, and I perceive the whole thing did proceed from him, that finding it would be best to have the governor have nothing to do with the pay of the garrison, he did propose to the Duke of York alone that a paymaster should be there. And that being desirous to do a courtesy to Sir Charles Harbord, and to prevent the Duke of York's looking out for anybody else, he did name him to the Duke of York. That when he come the other day to move this to the board of Tangier, the Duke of York, it seems, did readily reply that it was fit to have Mr. Pepys satisfied therein first, and that it was not good to make places for persons. This my lord in great confidence tells me that he do take very ill from the Duke of York, though nobody knew the meaning of these words but him, and that he did take no notice of them, but bit his lip, being satisfied that the Duke of York's care of me was as desirable to him as it could be to have Sir Charles Harbord, and did seem industrious to let me see that he was glad that the Duke of York and he might come to contend who shall be the kindest to me, which I owned as his great love, and so I hope and believe it is, though my lord did go a little too far in this business, to move it so far, without consulting me. But I took no notice of that, but was glad to see this competition come about, that my Lord Sandwich is apparently jealous of my thinking that the Duke of York do mean me more kindness than him. So we walked together, and I took this occasion to invite him to dinner one day to my house, and he readily appointed Friday next, which I shall be glad to have over to his content, he having never yet eat a bit of my bread. Thence to the Duke of York on the King's side, with our treasurers of the Navy, to discourse some business of the Navy, about the pay of the yards, and there I was taken notice of, many lords being there in the room, of the Duke of York's conference with me. And so away, and meeting Mr. Sidney Montagu and Shears, a small invitation served their turn to carry them to London, where I paid Shears his L100, given him for his pains in drawing the plate of Tangier fortifications and sea. And so home to my house to dinner, where I had a pretty handsome sudden dinner, and all well pleased. And thence we three and my wife to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw the wits, a medley of things, but some similes mighty good, though ill mixed. And thence with my wife to the Exchange and bought some things, and so home, after I had been at Whitehall, and there in the Queen's withdrawing room invited my Lord Peterborough to dine with me, with my Lord Sandwich, who readily accepted it. Thence back and took up my wife at the Change, and so home. This day at noon I went with my young gentlemen, thereby to get a little time, while W. Hewer went home to bid them get a dinner ready, to the Pope's Head Tavern, there to see the fine painted room which Rogerson told me of his doing. But I do not like it at all, though it be good for such a public room. 19th. Up and at the office all the morning. At noon eat a mouthful, and so with my wife to Madam Turner S. and find her gone but the stayed for us, and so to the King's house to see Horace. This the third day of its acting a silly tragedy, but Lacy hath made a farce of several dances between each act one, but his words are but silly, an invention not extraordinary as to the dances, only some Dutchmen come out of the mouth and tail of a Hamburg sow. Thence, not much pleased with the play, set them at home in the Strand, and my wife and I home, and there to do a little business at the office, and so home to supper and to bed. 20th. Up, and my wife and I and W. Hewer to Whitehall, where she set us down, and there I spoke with my Lord Peterborough, to tell him of the day for his dining with me being altered by my Lord Sandwich from Friday to Saturday next. And thence heard at the council board the city, by their single counsel Simpson, and the company of strangers merchants, a debate the business of water bailage, a tax demanded upon all goods by the city, imported and exported, which these merchants oppose, and demanding leave to try the justice of the city's demand by a quo warranto, which the city opposed, the merchants did quite lay the city on their backs with great triumph, the city's cause being apparently too weak. But here I observed Mr. Gold, the merchant, to speak very well and very sharply against the city, Thence to my wife at unthank S, and with her and W. Hewer to Hercules Pillars, calling to do 2 or 3 things by the way, and there dined, and thence to the Duke of York's house and saw Twelfth Night, as it is now revived. But I think, one of the weakest plays that ever I saw on the stage. This afternoon, before the play, I called with my wife at Danker's, the great landscape painter, by Mr. Povey's advice, and have bespoke him to come to take measure of my dining-room panels. And there I met with the pretty daughter of the Colselers, that lived in Cheapside, and now in Covent Garden, who hath her picture drawn here but very poorly. But she is a pretty woman, and now, I perceive, married, a very pretty black woman. So, the play done, we home, my wife letting fall some words of her observing my eyes to be mightily employed in the playhouse, meaning upon women, which did vex me. But however, when we come home, we were good friends, and so to read, and to supper, and so to bed. 21st. Up and walked to the temple, it being frosty, and there took coach, my boy Tom with me, and so to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier, where they met, and by until 12 at noon upon business, among others mine, where my desire about being eased of appointing and standing accountable for a treasurer there was well accepted, and they will think of some other way. This I was glad of, finding reason to doubt that I might in this, since my Lord Sandwich made me understand what he had said to the Duke of York, herein fear to offend either the Duke of York, by denying it. For he seemed on Sunday night last, when I first made known my desire to him herein, to be a little amused at it, though I knew not then the reason, or else offend my Lord Sandwich by accepting it, or denying it in a manner that might not forward his desire for Sir Charles Harbord. But I thank God I did it to my great content without any offence, I think, to either. Thence in my own coach home, where I find Madam Turner, Dyke, and had a good dinner for them and merry, and so carried them to the Duke of York's house, all but Dyke, who went away on other business, and there saw The Tempest. But it is but ill done by Gasnell in lieu of Moll Davis. Then set them at home, and my wife and I to the change, and so home, where my wife mighty dogged, and I vexed to see it, being mightily troubled, of late, at her being out of humour, for fear of her discovering any new matter of offence against me, though I am conscious of none, but do hate to be unquiet at home. So laid up, silent, and not supping, but hearing her utter some words of discontent to me with silence, and so to bed, weeping to myself for grief, which she discerning, come to bed, and mighty kind, and so with great joy on both sides to sleep. 22nd. Up and with W. Hewer to Whitehall, and there attended the Duke of York, and thence to the Exchange, in the way calling at several places on occasions relating to my feast tomorrow, on which my mind is now set, as how to get a new looking-glass for my dining-room and some pewter and good wine against tomorrow, and so home, where I had the looking-glass set up, cost me L 6 sevens. 6d. And here at the Change I met with Mr. Danker, the famous landscape painter, with whom I was on Wednesday, and he took measure of my panels in my dining-room, where in the 4 I intend to have the 4 houses of the King, Whitehall, Hampton Court, Greenwich, and Windsor. He gone, I to dinner with my people, and so to my office to dispatch a little business, and then home to look after things against tomorrow, and among other things was mightily pleased with the fellow that come to lay the cloth, and fold the napkins, which I like so well as that I am resolved to give him 40s, to teach my wife to do it. So to supper, with much kindness between me and my wife, which nowadays is all my care, and so to bed. 23rd. Up and again to look after the setting things right against dinner, which I did to very good content. So to the office, where all the morning till noon, when word brought me to the board that my Lord Sandwich was come. So I presently rose, leaving the board ready to rise, and there I found my Lord Sandwich, Peterborough, and Sir Charles Harbord, and presently after them comes my Lord Hinchingbroke, Mr. Sidney, and Sir William Godolphin. And after greeting them, and some time spent in talk, dinner was brought up, one dish after another, but a dish at a time, but all so good. But above all things, the variety of wines, and excellent of their kind, I had for them, and all in so good order that they were mightily pleased, and myself full of content at it. And indeed it was, of a dinner of about 6 or 8 dishes, as noble as any man need to have, I think. At least all was done in the noblest manner that ever I had any, and I have rarely seen in my life better anywhere else, even at the court. After dinner, my lords to cards, and the rest of us sitting about them and talking, and looking on my books and pictures and my wife's drawings which they commend mightily, and mighty merry all day long, with exceeding great content, and so till 7 at night, and so took their leaves, it being dark and foul weather. Thus was this entertainment over, the best of its kind, and the fullest of honor and content to me that ever I had in my life, and shall not easily have so good again. The truth is, I have some fear that I am more behindhand in the world for these last 2 years, since I have not, or for some time could not, look after my accounts, which do a little allay my pleasure. But I do trust in God I am pretty well yet, and resolve in a very little time to look into my accounts and see how they stand. So to my wife's chamber, and there supped, and got her cut my hair and look my shirt, for I have itched mightily these 6 or 7 days, and when all comes to all she finds that I am lousy, having found in my head and body about 20 lice, little and great, which I wonder at, being more than I have had I believe these 20 years. I did think I might have got them from the little boy, but they did presently look him, and found none. So how they come I know not, but presently did shift myself, and so shall be rid of them, and cut my hair close to my head, and so with much content to bed. 24th, Lord's Day. An order brought me in bed, for the principal officers to attend the king at my Lord Keeper's this afternoon, it being resolved late the last night. And, by the warrant, I find my Lord Keeper did not then know the cause of it, the messenger being ordered to call upon him, to tell it him by the way, as he come to us. So I up, and to my office to set down my journal for yesterday, and so home, and with my wife to church, and then home, and to dinner, and after dinner out with my wife by coach, to cousin Turner S., where she and the gone to church, but I left my wife with Mrs. Dyke and Joyce Norton, whom I have not seen till now since their coming to town. She is become an old woman, and with as cunning a look as ever, and thence I to Whitehall, and there walked up and down till the King and Duke of York were ready to go forth, and here I met Will Baitlier, newly come post from France, his boots all dirty. He brought letters to the king, and I glad to see him, it having been reported that he was drowned for some days past. And then, he being gone, I to talk with Tom Killigrew, who told me and others, talking about the playhouse, that he is fain to keep a woman on purpose at 20s a week to satisfy 8 or 10 of the young men of his house, whom till he did so he could never keep to their business, and now he do. By and by the king comes out, and so I took coach, and followed his coaches to my Lord Keeper's at Essex House, where I never was before, since I saw my old Lord Essex lie in state when he was dead. A large but ugly house. Here all the officers of the navy attended, and by were called into the king and cabinet, where my lord, who was ill, did lie upon the bed, as my old lord treasurer or chancellor heretofore used to, and the business was to know in what time all the king's ships might be repaired, fit for service. The surveyor answered, in 2 years and not sooner. I did give them hopes that, with supplies of money suitable, we might have them all fit for sea some part of the summer after this. Then they demanded in what time we could set out 40 ships. It was answered, as they might be chosen of the newest and most ready, we could, with money, get 40 ready against May. The king seemed mighty full that we should have money to do all that we desired, and satisfied that, without it, nothing could be done. And so, without determining anything, we were dismissed. And I doubt all will end in some little fleet this year, and those of hired merchantmen, which would indeed be cheaper to the king and have many conveniences attending it, more than to fit out the king's own. And this, I perceive, is designed, springing from Sir W. Coventry's counsel. And the king and most of the lords, I perceive, full of it, to get the king's fleet all at once in condition for service. Thence I with Mr. Wren in his coach to my cousin Turner S. for discourse sake, and in our way he told me how the business of the Parliament is wholly laid aside, it being overruled now, that they shall not meet, but must be prorogued upon this argument chiefly, that all the differences between the two houses, and things on foot that were matters of difference and discontent, may be laid aside, and must begin again, if ever the house shall have a mind to pursue them. They must begin all anew. Here he set me down, and I to my cousin Turner, and stayed and talked a little, and so took my wife and home, and there to make her read, and then to supper and to bed. At supper come W. Baitlier and supped with us, and told us many pretty things of France, and the greatness of the present king. 25th. Up, and to the committee of Tangier, where little done, and thence I home by my own coach, and busy after dinner at my office all the afternoon till late at night, that my eyes were tired. So home, and my wife showed me many excellent prints of Nantuils and others, which W. Baitlier hath at my desire brought me out of France of the king, and Colbert and others most excellent to my great content. But he hath also brought a great many gloves perfumed, of several sorts, but all too big by half for her, and yet she will have 2 or 3 dozen of them, which vexed me and made me angry. So she, at last, to please me, did come to take what alone I thought fit, which pleased me. So, after a little supper, to bed, my eyes being very bad. 26th. Up and to the office where busy sitting all the morning. Then to the office again, and then to Whitehall, leaving my wife at unthank S, and I to the secretary's chamber, where I was, by particular order, this day summoned to attend, as I find Sir D. Gauden also was. And here was the king and the cabinet met, and being called in, among the rest I find my Lord Privy Seal, whom I never before knew to be in so much play, as to be of the cabinet. The business is that the Algerines have broke the peace with us, by taking some Spaniards and goods out of an English ship, which had the Duke of York's pass, of which advice come this day. And the king is resolved to stop Sir Thomas Allen's fleet from coming home till he hath amends made him for this affront, and therefore sent for us to advise about victuals to be sent to that fleet, and some more ships. Wherein I answered them to what they demanded of me, which was but some few mean things. But I see that on all these occasions they seem to rely most upon me. And so, this being done, I took coach and took up my wife and straight home, and there late at the office busy, and then home, and there I find W. Baitlier hath also sent the books which I made him bring me out of France. Among others, L'Estat, de France, Marnix, and C, to my great content, and so I was well pleased with them, and shall take a time to look them over. As also 1 or 2 printed music books of songs, but my eyes are now too much out of tune to look upon them with any pleasure, therefore to supper and to bed. 27th. Up, and with Sir John Minns in his coach to Whitehall, where first we waited on the Lords of the Treasury about finishing the victualling contract. And there also I was put to it to make good our letter complaining against my Lord Anglesey. S failing us in the payment of the moneys assigned us upon the customs, where Mr. Fenn was, and I know will tell my lord. But it is no matter, I am over shy already, and therefore must not fear. Then we up to a committee of the council for the navy, about a business of Sir D. Gauden's relating to the victualling, and thence I by hackney to the Temple to the auditor's man, and with him to a tavern to meet with another under-auditor to advise about the clearing of my Lord Belles's accounts, without injuring myself and perplexing my accounts, and so thence away to my cozen Turner, S., where I find Roger Pepys come last night to town, and here is his mistress, Mrs. Dickinson. And by comes in Mr. Turner, a worthy, sober, serious man. I honor him mightily. And there we dined, having but an ordinary dinner. And so, after dinner, she and I and Roger and his mistress to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw the 5 hours' adventure, which hath not been acted a good while before, but once, and is a most excellent play, I must confess. My wife and the come after us, after they had been to buy some things abroad. And so after the play done we to see them home, and then home ourselves, and my wife to read to me, and so to supper and to bed. 28th. Up and to the office, where all the afternoon, also after dinner, and there late dispatching much business, and then home to supper with my wife, and to get her to read to me. And here I did find that Mr. Shears hath, beyond his promise, not only got me a candlestick made me, after a form he remembers to have seen in Spain, for keeping the light from one's eyes, but hath got it done in silver very neat, and designs to give it me, in thanks for my paying him his L100 in money. For his service at Tangier, which was ordered him, but I do intend to force him to make me for it. But I yet, without his direction, cannot tell how it is to be made use of, so after a little reading to bed. 29th. Up, and with W. Hewer in Colonel Middleton's coach to Whitehall, and there to the Duke of York, to attend him, where among other things I did give a severe account of our proceedings, and what we found, in the business of Sir W. Jennings's demand of supernumeraries. I thought it a good occasion to make an example of him, for he is a proud, idle fellow, and it did meet with the Duke of York's acceptance and well-liking. And he did call him in, after I had done, and did not only give him a soft rebuke, but condemns him to pay both their victuals and wages, or right himself of the purser. This I was glad of, and so were all the rest of us, though I know I have made myself an immortal enemy by it. Thence home by hackney, calling Roger Pepys at the Temple Gate in the bookseller's shop, and to the Old Exchange, where I stayed a little to invite my Uncle White, and so home, and there find my Aunt White and her husband come presently, and so to dinner. And after dinner Roger and I and my wife and aunt to see Mr. Cole. But he nor his wife was within, but we looked upon his picture of Cleopatra, which I went principally to see, being so much commended by my wife and aunt. But I find it a base copy of a good original, that vexed me to hear so much commended. Thence to see Creed's wife, and did so, and stayed a while, where both of them within, and here I met Mr. Bland, newly come from Gales after his differences with Norwood. I think him a foolish, light-headed man, but certainly he hath been abused in this matter by Colonel Norwood. Here Creed showed me a copy of some propositions, which Bland and others in the name of the Corporation of Tangier did present to Norwood, for his opinion in order to the King's service, which were drawn up very humbly, and were really good things. But his answer to them was in the most shit and proud, carping, insolent, and ironically profane style that ever I saw in my life, so as I shall never think the place can do well while he is there. Here, after some talk, and Creed telling us that he is upon taking the next house to his present lodgings, which is next to that my cousin Tom Pepys once lived in Newport Street, in Covent Garden, and is in a good place, and then, I suppose, he will keep his coach. So, setting Roger down at the Temple, who tells me that he is now concluded in all matters with his widow, we home, and there hired my wife to make an end of Boyle's Book of Forms tonight and tomorrow, and so fell to read and sup, and then to bed. This day, Mr. Ned Pickering brought his lady to see my wife, in acknowledgment of a little present of oranges and olives, which I sent her, for his kindness to me in the buying of my horses, which was very civil. She is old, but hath, I believe, been a pretty comely woman. 30th. Lay long in bed, it being a fast day for the murder of the late king, and so up and to church, where Dr. Hicks made a dull sermon. And so home, and there I find W. Baitlier and Balty, and they dined with us, and I spent all the afternoon with my wife and W. Baitlier talking, and then making them read, and particularly made an end of Mr. Boyle's Book of Forms, which I am glad to have over, and then fell to read a French discourse, which he hath brought over with him for me, to invite the people of France to apply themselves to navigation, which it do very well, and is certainly their interest. And what will undo us in a few years, if the King of France goes on to fit up his navy, and increase it and his trade, as he hath begun. At night to supper, and after supper, and W. Baitlier gone, my wife begun another book one lately bought, called The State of England, which promises well, and is worth reading, and so after a while to bed. 31st, Lord's Day. Lay long talking with pleasure, and so up and I to church, and there did hear the doctor that is lately turned divine, I have forgot his name. I met him a while since at Sir D. Gaudin's at dinner, Dr. Waterhouse. He preaches in a devout manner of way, not elegant nor very persuasive, but seems to mean well, and that he would preach holily, and was mighty passionate against people that make a scoff of religion. And the truth is, I did observe Mrs. Halworthy smile often, and many others of the parish, who, I perceive, have known him, and were in mighty expectation of hearing him preach, but could not forbear smiling, and she particularly upon me, and I on her. So home to dinner, and before dinner to my office, to set down my journal for this week, and then home to dinner. And after dinner to get my wife and boy, one after another, to read to me, and so spent the afternoon and the evening, and so after supper to bed. And thus endeth this month, with many different days of sadness and mirth, from differences between me and my wife, from her remembrance of my late unkindness to her with Willett, she not being able to forget it, but now and then hath her passionate remembrance of it as often as prompted to it by any occasion. But this night we are at present very kind. And so ends this month. February 1660, 1669. February 1st. Up and by water from the Tower to Whitehall, the first time that I have gone to that end of the town by water, for 2 or 3 months, I think, since I kept a coach, which God send propitious to me, but it is a very great convenience. I went to a committee of Tangier, but it did not meet, and so I meeting Mr. Povey, he and I away to Dankers, to speak something touching the pictures I am getting him to make for me. And thence he carried me to Mr. Streeter, the famous history painter over the way, whom I have often heard of but did never see him before. And there I found him, and Dr. Wren, and several virtuosos, looking upon the paintings which he is making for the new theatre at Oxford. And, indeed, they look as if they would be very fine, and the rest think better than those of Rubens in the banqueting house at Whitehall, but I do not so fully think so. But they will certainly be very noble, and I am mightily pleased to have the fortune to see this man and his work, which is very famous, and he a very civil little man, and lame, but lives very handsomely. So thence to my Lord Bellasis, and met him within. My business only to see a chimney-piece of Dankers doing, in distemper, with egg to keep off the glaring of the light, which I must have done for my room. And indeed it is pretty, but, I must confess, I do think it is not altogether so beautiful as the oil pictures, but I will have some of one, and some of another. Then set him down at little turnstile, and so I home, and there eat a little dinner, and away with my wife by coach to the King's Playhouse, thinking to have seen the Heiress, first acted on Saturday last. But when we come thither we find no play there. Kynaston, that did act a part therein, in abuse to Sir Charles Sedley, being last night exceedingly beaten with sticks, by 2 or 3 that assaulted him, so as he is mightily bruised and forced to keep his bed. So we to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw She Would If She Could, and so home and to my office to business, and then to supper and to bed. This day going to the play, the Turner met us, and carried us to her mother, at my Lady Mordaunt's, and I did carry both mother and daughter with us to the Duke of York's playhouse, at next door. Second, up and to the office where all the morning, and home to dinner at noon, where I find Mr. Shears, and there made a short dinner, and carried him with us to the King's Playhouse, where the Heiress, notwithstanding Kynaston's being beaten, is acted. And they say the King is very angry with Sir Charles Sedley for his being beaten, but he do deny it. But his part is done by Beeston, who is fain to read it out of a book all the while, and thereby spoils the part, and almost the play, it being one of the best parts in it. And though the design is, in the first conception of it, pretty good, yet it is but an indifferent play, wrote, they say, by my Lord Newcastle. But it was pleasant to see Beeston come in with others, supposing it to be dark, and yet he is forced to read his part by the light of the candles. And this I observing to a gentleman that sat by me, he was mightily pleased therewith, and spread it up and down. But that pleased me most in the play is, the first song that Nep sings, she singing 3 or 4. And indeed it was very finely sung, so as to make the whole house clap her. Thence carried Shears to Whitehall, and there I stepped in, and looked out Mr. May, who tells me that he and his company cannot come to dine with me tomorrow, whom I expected only to come to see the manner of our office and books, at which I was not very much displeased, having much business at the office, and so away home, and there to the office about my letters, and then home to supper and to bed, my wife being in mighty ill humor all night. And in the morning I found it to be from her observing Nep to wink and smile on me, and she says I smiled on her, and, poor wretch, I did perceive that she did, and do on all such occasions mind my eyes. I did, with much difficulty, pacify her, and were friends, she desiring that hereafter at that house we might always sit either above in a box, or, if there be room, close up to the lower boxes. Third, so up, and to the office till noon, and then home to a little dinner, and thither again till night mighty busy to my great content, doing a great deal of business, and so home to supper and to bed. I finding this day that I may be able to do a great deal of business by dictating, if I do not read myself, or write, without spoiling my eyes, I being very well in my eyes after a great day's work. Fourth, up and at the office all the morning. At noon home with my people to dinner, and then after dinner comes Mr. Spung to see me, and brings me my parallelogram, in better order than before, and 2 or 3 draughts of the port of Brest, to my great content, and I did call Mr. Gibson to take notice of it, who is very much pleased therewith. And it seems this parallelogram is not, as Mr. Shears would, the other day, have persuaded me, the same as a protractor, which do so much the more make me value it, but of itself it is a most useful instrument. Thence out with my wife and him, and carried him to an instrument-maker's shop in Chancery Lane, that was once a prentice of Greatorex S., but the master was not within, and there he showed me a parallelogram in brass, which I like so well that I will buy, and therefore bid it be made clean and fit for me. And so to my cousin Turner S., and there just spoke with the mother not being at home, and so to the New Exchange, and thence home to my letters, and so home to supper and to bed. This morning I made a slip from the office to Whitehall, expecting Povy's business at a committee of tenure, at which I would be, but it did not meet, and so I presently back. 5th. Up betimes by coach to Sir W. Coventry S., and with him by coach to Whitehall, and there walked in the garden talking of several things, and by my visit to keep fresh my interest in him. And there he tells me how it hath been talked that he was to go one of the commissioners to Ireland, which he was resolved never to do, unless directly commanded, for he told me that for to go thither, while the chief secretary of state was his professed enemy, was to undo himself. And therefore it were better for him to venture being unhappy here, than to go further off, to be undone by some obscure instructions, or whatever other way of mischief his enemies should cut out for him. He mighty kind to me, and so parted, and thence home, calling in 2 or 3 places among others Dankers, where I find him beginning of a piece for me, of Greenwich, which will please me well, and so home to dinner, and very busy all the afternoon, and so at night home to supper and to bed. 6th. Up and to the office, where all the morning, and thence after dinner to the King's Playhouse, and therein an upper box, where come in Colonel Poynton and Doll Stacy, who is very fine, and by her wedding ring I suppose he hath married her at last did see the Moor of Venice. But ill acted in most parts. Mohun, which did a little surprise me, not acting Ago's part by much so well as Clun used to do, nor another Hart's, which was Cassio S. Nor, indeed, Bert doing the Moors so well as I once thought he did. Thence home, and just at Holborn Conduit the bolt broke, that holds the 4 wheels to the perch. And so the horses went away with them, and left the coachman and us, but being near our coachmaker, S., and we staying in a little ironmonger's shop, we were presently supplied with another, and so home, and there to my letters at the office, and so to supper and to bed. 7th, Lord's Day. My wife mighty peevish in the morning about my lying unquietly o' nights, and she will have it that it is a late practice, from my evil thoughts in my dreams. And mightily she is troubled about it. But all blew over, and I up, and to church, and so home to dinner, where she in a worse fit, which lasted all the afternoon, and shut herself up in her closet, and I mightily grieved and vexed, and could not get her to tell me what ailed her, or to let me into her closet, but at last she did, where I found her crying on the ground, and I could not please her. But I did at last find that she did plainly expound it to me. It was, that she did believe me false to her with Jane, and did rip up 3 or 4 silly circumstances of her not rising till I come out of my chamber, and her letting me thereby see her dressing herself, and that I must needs go into her chamber, and was not with her. Which was so silly and so far from truth that I could not be troubled at it, though I could not wonder at her being troubled, if she had these thoughts, and therefore she would lie from me, and caused sheets to be put on in the blue room, and would have Jane to lie with her lest I should come to her. At last, I did give her such satisfaction that we were mighty good friends, and went to bed betimes. 8th, up and dressed myself, and by coach with W. Hewer and my wife to Whitehall, where she set us 2 down, and in the way our little boy at Martin, my bookseller's shop, going to light, did fall down, and had he not been a most nimble boy, I saw how he did it, and was mightily pleased with him for it. He had been run over by the coach. I to visit my Lord Sandwich, and there, while my lord was dressing himself, did see a young Spaniard, that he hath brought over with him, dance, which he is admired for as the best dancer in Spain, and indeed he do with mighty mastery. But I do not like his dancing as the English, though my lord commends it mightily. But I will have him to my house, and show it my wife. Here I met with Mr. Moore, who tells me the state of my lord's accounts of his embassy, which I find not so good as I thought. For though it be past the king and his cabal, the Committee for Foreign Affairs as they are called, yet they have cut off from L 9,000 full L 8,000, and have now sent it to the Lords of the Treasury, who, though the Committee have allowed the rest, yet they are not obliged to abide by it. So that I do fear this account may yet be long ere it be passed much more, ere that sum be paid. I am sorry for the family, and not a little for what it owes me. So to my wife, took her up at unthank S, and in our way home did show her the tall woman in Holborn, which I have seen before, and I measured her, and she is, without shoes, just 6 feet 5 inches high, and they say not above 21 years old. Thence home, and there to dinner, and my wife in a wonderful ill humor, and, after dinner, I stayed with her alone, being not able to endure this life, and fell to some angry words together. But by and by were mighty good friends, she telling me plain it was still about Jane, whom she cannot believe but I am base with, which I made a matter of mirth at. But at last did call up Jane, and confirm her mistress's directions for her being gone at Easter, which I find the wench willing to be, but directly prayed that Tom might go with her, which I promised, and was but what I designed. And she being thus spoke with, and gone, my wife and I good friends, and mighty kind, I having promised, and I will perform it, never to give her for the time to come ground of new trouble. And so I to the office, with a very light heart, and there close at my business all the afternoon. This day I was told by Mr. Wren, that Captain Cox, master attendant at Deptford, is to be one of us very soon, he and Tippets being to take their turns for Chatham and Portsmouth, which choice I like well enough. And Captain Annesley is to come in his room at Deptford. This morning also, going to visit Roger Pepys at the Poticaries in King Street, he tells me that Roger is gone to his wife, so that they have been married, as he tells me, ever since the middle of last week. It was his design, upon good reasons, to make no noise of it, but I am well enough contented that it is over. Dispatched a great deal of business at the office, and there pretty late, till finding myself very full of wind, by my eating no dinner today, being vexed, I was forced to go home, and there supped W. Baitlier with us, and so with great content to bed. 9th. Up and all the morning busy at the office, and after dinner abroad with my wife to the King's Playhouse, and there saw The Island Princess, which I like mighty well, as an excellent play. And here we find Kynaston to be well enough to act again, which he do very well, after his beating by Sir Charles Sedley's appointment. And so thence home, and there to my business at the office. And after my letters done, then home to supper and to bed, my mind being mightily eased by my having this morning delivered to the office a letter of advice about our answers to the commissioners of accounts, whom we have neglected. And I have done this as a record in my justification hereafter, when it shall come to be examined. 10th. Up, and with my wife and W. Hewer, she set us down at Whitehall, where the Duke of York was gone a-hunting. And so, after I had done a little business there, I to my wife, and with her to the plaisterers at Charing Cross, that casts heads and bodies in plaister. And there I had my whole face done. But I was vexed first to be forced to daub all my face over with pomatum. But it was pretty to feel how soft and easily it is done on the face, and by degrees, how hard it becomes, that you cannot break it and sit so close that you cannot pull it off, and yet so easy that it is as soft as a pillow, so safe is everything where many parts of the body do bear alike. Thus was the mold made. But when it came off there was little pleasure in it, as it looks in the mold, nor any resemblance whatever there will be in the figure, when I come to see it cast off, which I am to call for a day or two hence, which I shall long to see. Thence to Hercules Pillars, and there my wife and W. Hewer and I dined, and back to Whitehall, where I stayed till the Duke of York come from hunting, which he did by, and when dressed did come out to dinner, and there I waited. And he did tell me that tomorrow was to be the great day that the business of the navy would be discoursed of before the king and his cabal, and that he must stand on his guard, and did design to have had me in readiness by, but that upon second thoughts did think it better to let it alone, but they are now upon entering into the economical part of the navy. Here he dined and did mightily magnify his sauce, which he did then eat with everything, and said it was the best universal sauce in the world, it being taught him by the Spanish ambassador, made of some parsley and a dry toast, beat in a mortar together with vinegar, salt, and a little pepper. He eats it with flesh or fowl or fish. And then he did now mightily commend some new sort of wine lately found out, called Navarre wine, which I tasted, and is, I think, good wine. But I did like better the notion of the sauce, and by did taste it, and liked it mightily. After dinner, I did what I went for, which was to get his consent that Balti might hold his mustermaster's place by deputy, in his new employment which I designed for him, about the storekeeper's accounts, which the Duke of York did grant me, and I was mighty glad of it. Thence home, and there I find Povey and W. Baitlier, by appointment, met to talk of some merchandise of wine and linen. But I do not like of their troubling my house to meet in, having no mind to their pretenses of having their rendezvous here. But however, I was not much troubled, but went to the office, and there very busy, and did much business till late at night, and so home to supper, and with great pleasure to bed. This day, at dinner, I sent to Mr. Spung to come to me to Hercules Pillars, who come to us, and there did bring with him my new parallelogram of brass, which I was mightily pleased with, and paid for it 25s, and am mightily pleased with his ingenious and modest company. 11th, up and to the office, where sat all the morning, and at noon home and heard that the last night Colonel Middleton's wife died, a woman I never saw since she come hither, having never been within their house since. Home at noon to dinner, and thence to work all the afternoon with great pleasure, and did bring my business to a very little compass in my day book, which is a mighty pleasure, and so home to supper and get my wife to read to me, and then to bed. 12th, up, and my wife with me to Whitehall, and Tom, and there she sets us down, and there to wait on the Duke of York, with the rest of us, at the Robes, where the Duke of York did tell us that the King would have us prepare a draft of the present administration of the Navy, and what it was in the late times, in order to his being able to distinguish between the good and the bad, which I shall do, but to do it well will give me a great deal of trouble. Here we showed him Sir J. Minns's propositions about balancing storekeepers' accounts, and I did show him Hosier's, which did please him mightily, and he will have it showed the council and King anon to be put in practice. Thence to the Treasurer S. And I and Sir J. Minns and Mr. Tippets down to the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury, and there had a hot debate from Sir Thomas Clifford and my Lord Ashley, the latter of which, I hear, is turning about as fast as he can to the Duke of Buckingham's side, being in danger, it seems, of being otherwise out of play, which would not be convenient for him, against Sir W. Coventry and Sir J. Duncombe, who did uphold our office against an accusation of our treasurers, who told the Lords that they found that we had run the King in debt L50000 or more than the money appointed for the year would defray, which they declared like fools, and with design to hurt us, though the thing is in itself ridiculous. But my Lord Ashley and Clifford did most horribly cry out against the want of method in the office. At last it come that it should be put in writing what they had to object, but I was devilish mad at it, to see us thus wounded by our own members, and so away vexed, and called my wife, and to Hercules Pillars, Tom and I there dined. And here there coming a Frenchman by with his show, we did make him show at us, which he did just as Lacey acts it, which made it mighty pleasant to me. So after dinner we away and to Dankers, and there saw our picture of Greenwich in doing, which is mighty pretty, and so to Whitehall, my wife to unthank, S., and I attended with Lord Brounker the King and Council, about the proposition of balancing storekeepers' accounts and their presented Hosier's book, and it was mighty well resented and approved of. So the council being up, we to the Queen's side with the King and Duke of York. And the Duke of York did take me out to talk of our treasurers, whom he is mighty angry with. And I perceive he is mighty desirous to bring in as many good motions of profit and reformation in the navy as he can, before the treasurers do light upon them, they being desirous, it seems, to be thought the great reformers, and the Duke of York do well. But to my great joy he is mighty open to me in everything, and by this means I know his whole mind, and shall be able to secure myself, if he stands. Here tonight I understand, by my Lord Brounker, that at last it is concluded on by the King and Buckingham that my Lord of Ormond shall not hold his government of Ireland, which is a great stroke, to show the power of Buckingham and the poor spirit of the King, and little hold that any man can have of him. Thence I homeward, and calling my wife called at my cousin Turner S., and there met our new cousin Pepys, Mrs. Dickinson, and Bab, and Betty, come yesterday to town, poor girls, whom we have reason to love, and mighty glad we are to see them. And there stayed and talked a little, being also mightily pleased to see Betty Turner, who is now in town, and her brothers Charles and Will, being come from school to see their father, and there talked a while, and so home, and their Pelling hath got me W. Penn's book against the Trinity, entitled, the sandy foundation shaken, or those, doctrines of one God subsisting in three distinct and separate persons, the impossibility of God's pardoning sinners without a plenary satisfaction, the justification of impure persons by an imputative righteousness, refuted from the authority of Scripture testimonies and right reason, etc. London, 1668. It caused him to be imprisoned in the Tower. Aug. 4, 1669. Young Penn, who wrote the blasphemous book, is delivered to his father to be transported. Letter to Sir John Birkenhead, quoted by Bishop Kennet in his MS. A Collections, Volume LXX6, p. 477. I got my wife to read it to me, and I find it so well writ as, I think, it is too good for him ever to have writ it, and it is a serious sort of book, and not fit for every body to read. So to supper and to bed. 13th. Up and all the morning at the office, and at noon home to dinner, and thence to the office again mighty busy, to my great content, till night, and then home to supper, and my eyes being weary to bed. 14th, Lord's Day. Up, and by coach to Sir W. Coventry, and there, he taking physic, I with him all the morning, full of very good discourse of the navy and public matters, to my great content, wherein I find him doubtful that all will be bad, and for his part he tells me he takes no more care for anything more than in the treasury. And that being done, he goes to cards and other delights, as plays, and in summer-time to bowls. But here he did show me 2 or 3 old books of the navy, of my Lord Northumberland's times, which he hath taken many good notes out of, for justifying the Duke of York in us, in many things, wherein, perhaps, precedents will be necessary to produce, which did give me great content. At noon home, and pleased mightily with my morning's work, and coming home, I do find a letter from Mr. Wren, to call me to the Duke of York after dinner. So dined in all haste, and then W. Hewer and my wife and I out, we set her at my cousin Turner's while we to Whitehall, where the Duke of York expected me. And in his closet Wren and I he did tell me how the king hath been acquainted with the treasurer's discourse at the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury the other day, and is dissatisfied with our running him in debt, which I removed. And he did carry me to the king, and I did satisfy him also. But his satisfaction is nothing worth, it being easily got and easily removed. But I do purpose to put in writing that which shall make the treasurers ashamed. But the Duke of York is horrid angry against them, and he hath cause, for they do all they can to bring dishonor upon his management, as do vainly appear in all they do. Having done with the Duke of York, who do repose all in me, I with Mr. Wren to his chamber, to talk, where he observed that these people are all of them a broken sort of people, that have not much to lose, and therefore will venture all to make their fortunes better. That Sir Thomas Osborne is a beggar, having 11 of L 1200 a year, but owes above L 10000. The Duke of Buckingham's condition is shortly this, that he hath about L 19,600 a year, of which he pays away about L 7000 a year in interest, about L 2,000 in fee-farm rents to the king, about L 6,000 wages and pensions, and the rest to live upon, and pay taxes for the whole. Wren says that for the Duke of York to stir in this matter, as his quality might justify, would but make all things worse, and that therefore he must bend, and suffer all till time works it out. That he fears they will sacrifice the church, and that the king will take anything, and so he will hold up his head a little longer, and then break in pieces. But Sir W. Coventry did today mightily magnify my late Lord Treasurer, for a wise and solid, though infirm man. And among other things, that when he hath said it was impossible in nature to find this or that sum of money, and my Lord Chancellor hath made sport of it, and tell the king that when my lord hath said it impossible, yet he hath made shift to find it, and that was by Sir G. Carteret's getting credit, my lord did once in his hearing say thus, which he magnifies as a great saying that impossible would be found impossible at last. Meaning that the king would run himself out, beyond all his credit and funds, and then we should too late find it impossible, which is, he says, now come to pass. For that Sir W. Coventry says they could borrow what money they would, if they had assignments, and funds to secure it with, which before they had enough of, and then must spend it as if it would never have an end. From Whitehall to my cousin Turner, S., and there took up my wife, and so to my uncle White, S., and there sat and supped and talked pretty merry, and then walked home and to bed. 15th. Up and with Tom to Whitehall, and there at a committee of tenure were a great instance of what a man may lose by the neglect of a friend. Povey never had such an opportunity of passing his accounts, the Duke of York being there, and everybody well disposed, and in expectation of them. But my Lord Ashley, on whom he relied, and for whose sake this day was pitched on, that he might be sure to be there among the rest of his friends, stayed too long, till the Duke of York and the company thought unfit to stay longer, and so the day lost. And God knows when he will ever have so good a one again, as long as he lives. And this was the man of the whole company that he hath made the most interest to gain, and now most depended upon him. So up and down the house a while, and then to the plaisterer, S., and there saw the figure of my face taken from the mould. And it is most admirably like, and I will have another made before I take it away, and therefore I away and to the Temple, and thence to my cousin Turner, S., where, having the last night been told by her that she had drawn me for her valentine, I did this day call at the New Exchange, and bought her a pair of green silk stockings and garters and shoestrings, and 2 pair of jessamy gloves, all coming to about 28s, and did give them her this noon. At the change, I did at my bookseller's shop accidentally fall into talk with Sir Samuel Tuke about trees, and Mr. Evelyn's garden, and I do find him, I think, a little conceited, but a man of very fine discourse as any I ever heard almost, which I was mighty glad of. I dined at my cousin Turner S., and my wife also and her husband there, and after dinner, my wife and I endeavored to make a visit to Ned Pickering. But he not at home, nor his lady, and therefore back again, and took up my cousin Turner, and to my cousin Roger's lodgings, and there find him pretty well again, and his wife mighty kind and merry, and did make mighty much of us, and I believe he is married to a very good woman. Here was also Bab and Betty, who have not their clothes yet, and therefore cannot go out, otherwise I would have had them abroad tomorrow. But the poor girls mighty kind to us, and we must skew them kindness also. Here in Suffolk Street lives Moll Davis, and we did see her coach come for her to her door, a mighty pretty fine coach. Here we stayed an hour or 2, and then carried Turner home, and there stayed and talked a while, and then my wife and I to Whitehall. And there, by means of Mr. Cooling, did get into the play, the only one we have seen this winter. It was the 5 Hours' Adventure. But I sat so far I could not hear well, nor was there any pretty woman that I did see, but my wife, who sat in my Lady Fox's pew. We may suppose that pews were by no means common at this time within consecrated walls, from the word being applied indifferently by Pepys to a box in a place of amusement, and 2 days afterwards to a seat at church. It would appear, from other authorities, that between 1646 and 1660 scarcely any pews had been erected, and Sir C. Wren is known to have objected to their introduction into his London churches. B. With her, the house very full, and late before done, so that it was past 11 before we got home. But we were well pleased with seeing it, and so to supper, where it happened that there was no bread in the house, which was an unusual case, and so to bed. 16th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning, my head full of business of the office now at once on my hands, and so at noon home to dinner, where I find some things of W. Batelier's come out of France, among which some clothes for my wife, wherein she is likely to lead me to the expense of so much money as vexed me. But I seemed so, more than I at this time was, only to prevent her taking too much, and she was mighty calm under it. But I was mightily pleased with another picture of the King of France's head, of Nanteuil's, bigger than the other which he brought over, that pleases me infinitely. And so to the office, where busy all the afternoon, though my eyes mighty bad with the light of the candles last night, which was so great as to make my eyes sore all this day. And do teach me, by a manifest experiment, that it is only too much light that do make my eyes sore. Nevertheless, with the help of my tube, and being desirous of easing my mind of 5 or 6 days' journal, I did venture to write it down from ever since this day se'nnight, and I think without hurting my eyes any more than they were before, which was very much, and so home to supper and to bed. 17th. Up and with W. Hewer with me to Lincoln's Inn, by appointment, to have spoke with Mr. Pedley about Mr. Goldsborough's business and Mr. Weaver, S., but he was gone out, and so I with Mr. Castle, the son-in-law of Weaver, to Whitehall to look for him, but did not find him. But here I did meet with several and talked, and do hear only that the king dining yesterday at the Dutch ambassador S. After dinner they drank, and were pretty merry. And among the rest of the king's company, there was that worthy fellow my Lord of Rochester, and Tom Killigrew, whose mirth and raillery offended the former so much, that he did give Tom Killigrew a box on the ear in the king's presence, which do much give offence to the people here at court, to see how cheap the king makes himself. And the more, for that the king hath not only passed by the thing, and pardoned it to Rochester already, but this very morning the king did publicly walk up and down. And Rochester I saw with him as free as ever, to the king's everlasting shame, to have so idle a rogue his companion. How Tom Killigrew takes it, I do not hear. I do also this day hear that my Lord Privy Seal do accept to go lieutenant into Ireland, but whether it be true or no, I cannot tell. So calling at my shoemaker S, and paying him to this day, I home to dinner, and in the afternoon to Colonel Middleton's house, to the burial of his wife, where we are all invited, and much more company, and had each of us a ring, and so towards evening to our church, where there was a sermon preached by Mills, and so home. At church there was my Lord Brounker and Mrs. Williams in our pew, the first time they were ever there or that I knew that either of them would go to church. At home comes Castle to me, to desire me to go to Mr. Peadley this night, he being to go out of town tomorrow morning, which I, therefore, did by hackney coach, first going to Whitehall to meet with Sir W. Coventry, but missed him. But here I had a pleasant rencontre of a lady in mourning, that by the little light I had seemed handsome. I passing by her, I did observe she looked back again and again upon me, I suffering her to go before, and it being now dusk. I observed she went into the little passage towards the Privy Watergate, and I followed, but missed her. But coming back again, I observed she returned, and went to go out of the court. I followed her, and took occasion in the new passage now built, where the walk is to be, to take her by the hand, to lead her through, which she willingly accepted, and I led her to the great gate, and there left her, she telling me of her own accord that she was going as far as Charing Cross. But my boy was at the gate, and so G durst not go out con her, which vexed me, and my mind, God forgive me, did run apres her tout that night, though I have reason to thank God, and so I do now, that I was not tempted to go further. So to Lincoln's Inn, where to Mr. Peadley, with whom I spoke and did my business presently. And I find him a man of very good language and mighty civil and I believe very upright. And so home, where W. Baitlier was and supped with us, and I did reckon this night what I owed him. And I do find that the things my wife of her own head hath taken together with my own, which comes not to above L5, comes to above L22. But it is the last, and so I am the better contented. And they are things that are not trifles, but clothes, gloves, shoes, hoods, and see so after supper, to bed. 18th. Up and to the office, and at noon home, expecting to have this day seen Bab. And Betty Pepys here, but they come not. And so after dinner my wife and I to the Duke of York's house, to a play, and there saw The Mad Lover, which do not please me so well as it used to do, only Betterton's part still pleases me. But here who should we have come to us but Bab? And Betty and Talbot, the first play they were yet at, and going to see us, and hearing by my boy, whom I sent to them, that we were here, they come to us hither, and happened all of us to sit by my cozen Turner and we carried them home first, and then took Bab. And Betty to our house, where they lay and supped, and pretty merry, and very fine with their new clothes, and good comely girls they are enough, and very glad I am of their being with us, though I would very well have been contented to have been without the charge. So they to bed, and we to bed. 19th. Up and after seeing the girls, who lodged in our bed with their maid Martha, who hath been their father's maid these 20 years and more, I with Lord Brounker to Whitehall, where all of us waited on the Duke of York. And after our usual business done, W. Hewer and I to look my wife at the Black Lion, Mercer. S. But she is gone home, and so I home and there dined, and W. Baitlier and W. Hewer with us. All the afternoon I at the office, while the young people went to see Bedlam, and at night home to them and to supper, and pretty merry, only troubled with a great cold at this time, and my eyes very bad ever since Monday night last that the light of the candles spoiled me. So to bed. This morning, among other things, talking with Sir W. Coventry, I did propose to him my putting in to serve in Parliament, if there should, as the world begins to expect, be a new one chose. He likes it mightily, both for the King's and service's sake, and the Duke of York, and will propound it to the Duke of York. And I confess, if there be one, I would be glad to be in. 20th. Up and all the morning at the office, and then home to dinner, and after dinner out with my wife and my 2 girls to the Duke of York's house, and there saw The Grateful Servant, a pretty good play, and which I have forgot that ever I did see. And thence with them to Mrs. Godier S., the Queen's tirewoman, for a pair of locks for my wife. She is an oldish Frenchwoman, but with a pretty hand as most I have seen, and so home, and to supper W. Batelier and W. Hewer with us, and so my cold being great, and greater by my having left my coat at my tailor's tonight and come home in a thinner that I borrowed there, I went to bed before them and slept pretty well. 21st, Lord's Day. Up, and with my wife and 2 girls to church, they very fine, and so home, where comes my cousin Roger and his wife, I having sent for them to dine with us, and there comes in by chance also Mr. Shepley, who is come to town with my Lady Paulina, who is desperately sick, and is gone to Chelsea, to the old house where my lord himself was once sick, where I doubt my lord means to visit hers more for young Mrs. Beck's sake than for hers. Here we dined with W. Batelier and W. Hewer with us, these 2 girls making it necessary that they be always with us, for I am not company light enough to be always merry with them, and so sat talking all the afternoon, and then Shepley went away first, and then my cousin Roger and his wife. And so I to my office to write down my journal, and so home to my chamber and to do a little business there, my papers being in mighty disorder, and likely so to continue while these girls are with us. In the evening comes W. Batelier and his sisters and supped and talked with us, and so spent the evening, myself being somewhat out of order because of my eyes, which have never been well since last Sunday's reading at Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and so after supper to bed. 22nd. Up and betimes to Whitehall, but there the Duke of York is gone abroad a-hunting, and therefore after a little stay there I into London with Sir H. Comely, talking all the way of Tangier matters, wherein I find him troubled from some reports lately from Norwood, who is his great enemy and I doubt an ill man, of some decay of the mole, and a breach made therein by the sea to a great value. He set me down at the end of Leadenhall Street, and so I home, and after dinner with my wife in her morning gown, and the 2 girls dressed to unthanks, where my wife dresses herself, having her gown this day laced and a new petticoat, and so is indeed very fine. And in the evening I do carry them to Whitehall, and there did without much trouble get into the playhouse. They're in a good place among the ladies of honor, and myself also sat in the pit. And there by and by come the king and queen, and they begun Bartholomew Fair. But I like no play here so well as at the common playhouse. Besides that, my eyes being very ill since last Sunday and this day senate, with the light of the candles, I was in mighty pain to defend myself now from the light of the candles. After the play done, we met with W. Batelier and W. Hewer and Talbot Pepys, and they follow us in a hackney coach. And we all stopped at Hercules' Pillars, and there I did give them the best supper I could, and pretty merry. And so home between 11 and 12 at night, and so to bed, mightily well pleased with this day's work. 23rd. Up, and to the office, where all the morning, and then home, and put a mouthful of victuals in my mouth. And by a hackney coach followed my wife and the girls, who are gone by 11 o'clock, thinking to have seen a new play at the Duke of York's house. But I do find them staying at my tailor's, the play not being today, and therefore I now took them to Westminster Abbey, and there did show them all the tombs very finely. Having one with us alone, there being other company this day to see the tombs, it being Shrove Tuesday. And here we did see, by particular favor, the body of Queen Catherine of Valois, and I had the upper part of her body in my hands, and I did kiss her mouth, reflecting upon it that I did kiss a queen. Pepys's attachment to the fair sex extended even to a dead queen. The record of this royal salute on his natal day is very characteristic. The story told him in Westminster Abbey appears to have been correct, for Neal informs us, History of Westminster Abbey, Volume Roman II, p. 88, that near the south side of Henry V's tomb there was formerly a wooden chest, or coffin, wherein part of the skeleton and parched body of Catherine de Valois, his queen, from the waist upwards, was to be seen. She was interred in January in the chapel of Our Lady at the east end of this church, but when that building was pulled down by her grandson, Henry Roman VII, her coffin was found to be decayed, and her body was taken up and placed in a chest near her first husband's tomb. There, says Dart, it hath ever since continued to be seen, the bones being firmly united and thinly clothed with flesh, like scrapings of tan leather. This awful spectacle of frail mortality was at length removed from the public gaze into St. Nicholas's Chapel, and finally deposited under the monument of Sir George Villiers, when the vault was made for the remains of Elizabeth Percy, Duchess of Northumberland, in December 1776 B. And that this was my birthday, 36 years old, that I did first kiss a queen. But here this man, who seems to understand well, tells me that the saying is not true that says she was never buried, for she was buried. Only, when Henry VII built his chapel, it was taken up and laid in this wooden coffin. But I did there see that, in it, the body was buried in a leaden one, which remains under the body to this day. Thence to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there, finding the play begun, we homeward to the Glass House. Glass House Alley, Whitefriars and Blackfriars marked the site for some years, the Whitefriars glass works of Messrs. Powell and Sons are on the old site, now Temple Street. And there showed my cousins the making of glass, and had several things made with great content. And among others, I had 1 or 2 singing glasses made, which make an echo to the voice, the first that ever I saw, but so thin that the very breath broke 1 or 2 of them. So home, and thence to Mr. Baitleyer's, where we supped and had a good supper, and here was Mr. Gumbleton, and after supper some fiddles, and so to dance. But my eyes were so out of order that I had little pleasure this night at all, though I was glad to see the rest merry, and so about midnight home and to bed. 24th. Lay long in bed, both being sleepy and my eyes bad, and myself having a great cold, so as I was hardly able to speak, but however by and by up into the office, and at noon home with my people to dinner, and then I to the office again, and there till the evening doing of much business, and at night my wife sends for me to W. Hewer's lodging, where I find 2 best chambers of his so finely furnished, and all so rich and neat, that I was mightily pleased with him and them, and here only my wife. And I and the 2 girls, and had a mighty neat dish of custards and tarts, and good drink and talk. And so away home to bed, with infinite content at this his treat, for it was mighty pretty, and everything mighty rich. 25th, all the morning at the office. At noon home and eat a bit myself, and then followed my wife and girls to the Duke of York's house, and there before one, but the house infinite full, where by and by the king and court come, it being a new play, or an old one new vamped, by Shadwell, called the Royal Shepherdess. But the silliest for words and design, and everything that ever I saw in my whole life, there being nothing in the world pleasing in it, but a good martial dance of pikemen, where Harris and another do handle their pikes in a dance to admiration, but never less satisfied with a play in my life. Thence to the office I, and did a little business, and so home to supper with my girls, and pretty merry, only my eyes, which continue very bad, and my cold that I cannot speak at all, do trouble me. 26th. Was forced to send my excuse to the Duke of York for my not attending him with my fellows this day, because of my cold, and was the less troubled because I was thereby out of the way to offer my proposals about pursers, till the surveyor hath delivered his notions, which he is to do today about something he has to offer relating to the navy in general, which I would be glad to see and peruse before I offer what I have to say. So lay long in bed, and then up into my office, and so to dinner, and then, though I could not speak, yet I went with my wife and girls to the king's playhouse, to show them that, and there saw the faithful shepherdess. But Lord, what an empty house, there not being, as I could tell the people, so many as to make up above L10 in the whole house. The being of a new play at the other house, I suppose, being the cause, though it be so silly a play that I wonder how there should be enough people to go thither 2 days together, and not leave more to fill this house. The emptiness of the house took away our pleasure a great deal, though I liked it the better. For that I plainly discern the music is the better, by how much the house the emptier. Thence home, and again to W. Hewer's, and had a pretty little treat, and spent an hour or 2, my voice being wholly taken away with my cold, and so home and to bed. 27th. Up, and at the office all the morning, where I could speak but a little. At noon home to dinner, and all the afternoon till night busy at the office again, where forced to speak low and dictate. But that troubles me most is my eyes, which are still mighty bad night and day, and so home at night to talk and sup with my cousins, and so all of us in mighty good humor to bed. 28th, Lord's Day. Up, and got my wife to read to me a copy of what the surveyor offered to the Duke of York on Friday, he himself putting it into my hands to read. But Lord, It is a poor, silly thing ever to think to bring it in practice in the king's navy. It is to have the captains to account for all stores and victuals, but upon so silly grounds, to my thinking, and ignorance of the present instructions of officers, that I am ashamed to hear it. However, I do take a copy of it for my future use and answering, and so to church, where, God forgive me, I did most of the time gaze on the fine milliner's wife in Fenchurch Street, who was at our church today, and so home to dinner. And after dinner to write down my journal, and then abroad by coach with my cousins to their fathers, where we are kindly received, but he is in great pain for his man Arthur, who, he fears, is now dead, having been desperately sick, and speaks so much of him that my cousin, his wife, and I did make mirth of it, and call him Arthur O'Bradley. After staying here a little and eat and drank, and she gave me some gingerbread made in cakes, like chocolate, very good, made by a friend, I carried him and her to my cousin Turner, S., where we stayed, expecting her coming from church. But she coming not, I went to her husband's chamber in the temple, and thence fetched her, she having been there alone ever since sermon, staying till the evening to walk home on foot, her horses being ill. This I did, and brought her home. And after talking there a while, and agreeing to be all merry at my house on Tuesday next, I away home. And there spent the evening talking and reading, with my wife and Mr. Pelling, and yet much troubled with my cold, it hardly suffering me to speak, we to bed.